Cover: The French Revolution. A History by Thomas Carlyle. Contents: The French Revolution, A History, Volume 1. The Bastille Book 1I. Death of Louis Roman 15, Chapter 1 1I. Louis the Well-Beloved, Chapter 1 1 Roman 2. Realized Ideals, Chapter 1 1 Roman 3. Viaticum, Chapter 1 1 Roman 4. Louis the Unforgotten 2. Book 1 Roman 2. The Paper Age, Chapter 1 2I. Estria Redux, Chapter 1 2 Roman 2. Petition and Hieroglyphs, Chapter 1 2 Roman 3. Questionable, Chapter 1 2 Roman 4. Moripas, Chapter 1 2v. Estria Redux without cash, Chapter 1 2 Roman 6. Windbags, Chapter 1 2 Roman 7. Contrat Social, Chapter 1 2 Roman 8. Printed paper. Book 1 Roman 3. The Parliament of Paris, Chapter 1 3I. Dishonored Bills, Chapter 1 3 Roman 2. Controller Calonne, Chapter 1 3 Roman 3. The Notables, Chapter 1 3 Roman 4. Lamini's Edicts, Chapter 1 3v. Lamini's Thunderbolts, Chapter 1 3 Roman 6. Lamini's Plots, Chapter 1 3 Roman 7. Internecine, Chapter 1 3 Roman 8. Lamini's Death Throes, Chapter 1 3 Roman 9. Burial with Bonfire. Book 1 Roman 4. States General, Chapter 1 4I. The Notables again, Chapter 1 4 Roman 2. The Election, Chapter 1 4 Roman 3. Groan Electric, Chapter 1 4 Roman 4. The Procession. Book 1v. The Third Estate, Chapter 1 5I. Inertia, Chapter 1 5 Roman 2. Mercury de Braze, Chapter 1 5 Roman 3. Broglie the War God, Chapter 1 5 Roman 4. To Arms, Chapter 1 5v. Give Us Arms, Chapter 1 5 Roman 6. Storm and Victory, Chapter 1 5 Roman 7. Not a Revolt, Chapter 1 5 Roman 8. Conquering Your King, Chapter 1 5 Roman 9. The Lantern. Book 6. Consolidation, Chapter 1 6I. Make the Constitution, Chapter 1 6 Roman 2. The Constituent Assembly, Chapter 1 6 Roman 3. The General Overturn, Chapter 1 6 Roman 4. In Q, Chapter 1 6v. The Fourth Estate. Book 7. The Insurrection of Women, Chapter 1 7I. Patriotism, Chapter 1 7 Roman 2. O Richard, O My King, Chapter 1 7 Roman 3. Black Cockades, Chapter 1 7 Roman 4. The Menads, Chapter 1 7v. Usher Maillard, Chapter 1 7 Roman 6. To Versailles, Chapter 1 7 Roman 7. At Versailles, Chapter 1 7 Roman 8. The Equal Diet, Chapter 1 7 Roman 9. Lafayette, Chapter 1 7x. The Grand Entries. Chapter 1 7zi, From Versailles. Volume 2. The Constitution, Book 2I. The Feast of Pikes, Chapter 2 1I. In the Tuileries, Chapter 2 1 Roman 2. In the Salle de Ménage, Chapter 2 1 Roman 3. The Muster, Chapter 2 1 Roman 4. Journalism, Chapter 2 1v. Clubism, Chapter 2 1 Roman 6. Gilagure, Chapter 2 1 Roman 7. Prodigies, Chapter 2 1 Roman 8. Solemn League and Covenant, Chapter 2 1 Roman 9. Symbolic, Chapter 2 1x. Mankind, Chapter 2 1zi. As in the Age of Gold, Chapter 2 1 Roman 12. Sound and Smoke. Book 2 Roman 2. Nancy, Chapter 2 2I. Bouillet, Chapter 2 2 Roman 2. Arrears and Aristocrats, Chapter 2 2 Roman 3. Bouillet at Metz, Chapter 2 2 Roman 4. Arrears at Nancy, Chapter 2 2v. Inspector Malsini, Chapter 2 2 Roman 6. Bouillet at Nancy. Book 2 Roman 3. The Tuileries, Chapter 2 3I. Epimenides, Chapter 2 3 Roman 2. The Wakeful, Chapter 2 3 Roman 3. Sword in Hand, Chapter 2 3 Roman 4. To Fly or Not to Fly, Chapter 2 3v. The Day of Poniards, Chapter 2 3 Roman 6. Murraybow, Chapter 2 3 Roman 7. Death of Murraybow. Book 2 Roman 4. Varennes, Chapter 2 4I. Easter at St. Cloud, Chapter 2 4 Roman 2. Easter at Paris, Chapter 2 4 Roman 3. Count Fersen, Chapter 2 4 Roman 4. Attitude, Chapter 2 4v. The New Berlin, Chapter 2 4 Roman 6. Old Dragoon Drouet, Chapter 2 4 Roman 7. The Knight of Spurs, Chapter 2 4 Roman 8. The Return, Chapter 2 4 Roman 9. Sharp Shot. Book 2v. Parliament First, Chapter 2 5I. Grand Acceptation, Chapter 2 5 Roman 2. The Book of the Law, Chapter 2 5 Roman 3. Avignon, Chapter 2 5 Roman 4. No Sugar, Chapter 2 5v. Kings and Emigrants, Chapter 2 5 Roman 6. Brigands and Jails, Chapter 2:5, Romans 7, Constitution Will Not March, Chapter 2:5, Roman 8, The Jacobins, Chapter 2:5, Roman 9, Minister Roland, Chapter 2:5 X, Patian National Peak, Chapter 2:5 Psi. The Hereditary Representative, Chapter 2:5, Roman 12, Procession of the Black Breeches. Book 2, Roman 6, The Marseillese, Chapter 2:6 Executive That Does Not Act, Chapter 2:6, Roman 2, Let Us March, Chapter 2:6, Roman 3, Some Consolation to Mankind, Chapter 2:6, Roman 4, Subterranean, Chapter 2:6 V, At Dinner, Chapter 2:6, Roman 6, The Steeples at Midnight, Chapter 2:6, Roman 7, The Swiss, Chapter 2:6, Roman 8, Constitution Burst in Pieces. Volume 3, The Guillotine, Book 3 September, Chapter 3:1 The Improvised Commune, Chapter 3:1, Roman 2, Danton, Chapter 3:1, Roman 3, Dumouriez, Chapter 3:1, Roman 4, September in Paris, Chapter 3:1 V, A Trilogy, Chapter 3:1, Roman 6, The Circular, Chapter 3:1, Roman 7, September in Argonne, Chapter 3:1, Roman 8, Exeunt. Book 3, Roman 2, Regicide, Chapter 3:2 The Deliberative, Chapter 3:2, Roman 2, The Executive, Chapter 3:2, Roman 3, Discrowned, Chapter 3:2, Roman 4, The Loser Pays, Chapter 3:2 V, Stretching of Formulas, Chapter 3:2, Roman 6, At the Bar, Chapter 3:2, Roman 7, The Three Votings, Chapter 3:2, Roman 8, Place de la Révolution. Book 3, Roman 3, The Girondins, Chapter 3:3 Cause and Effect, Chapter 3:3, Roman 2, Quixotic and Sansculottic, Chapter 3:3, Roman 3, Growing Shrill, Chapter 3:3, Roman 4, Fatherland in Danger, Chapter 3:3 V, Sansculotism Accoutred, Chapter 3:3, Roman 6, The Traitor, Chapter 3:3, Roman 7, In Fight, Chapter 3:3, Roman 8, In Death Grips, Chapter 3:3, Roman 9, Extinct. Book 3, Roman 4, Terror, Chapter 3:4 Charlotte Corday, Chapter 3:4, Roman 2, In Civil War, Chapter 3:4, Roman 3, Retreat of the 11, Chapter 3:4, Roman 4, O Nature, Chapter 3:4 V, Sword of Sharpness, Chapter 3:4, Roman 6, Risen Against Tyrants, Chapter 3:4, Roman 7, Marie Antoinette, Chapter 3:4, Roman 8, The 22. Book 3 V, Terror, the Order of the Day, Chapter 3:5 Rushing Down, Chapter 3:5, Roman 2, Death, Chapter 3:5, Roman 3, Destruction, Chapter 3:5, Roman 4, Carmagnole Complete, Chapter 3:5 V, Like a Thundercloud, Chapter 3:5, Roman 6, Do Thy Duty, Chapter 3:5, Roman 7, Flame Picture. Book 3, Roman 6, Thermidor, Chapter 3:6 The Gods Are Athirst, Chapter 3:6, Roman 2, Danton, No Weakness, Chapter 3:6, Roman 3, The Tumbrils, Chapter 3:6, Roman 4, Mumbo Jumbo, Chapter 3:6 V, The Prisons, Chapter 3:6, Roman 6, To Finish the Terror, Chapter 3:6, Roman 7, Go Down to. Book 3, Roman 7, Vendémiaire, Chapter 3:7 Decadent, Chapter 3:7, Roman 2, La Cabarrus, Chapter 3:7, Roman 3, Quiberon, Chapter 3:7, Roman 4, Lion Not Dead, Chapter 3:7 V, Lion Sprawling Its Last, Chapter 3:7, Roman 6, Grilled Herrings, Chapter 3:7, Roman 7, The Whiff of Grape Shot, Chapter 3:7, Roman 8, Finis. Index Footnotes. The French Revolution, A History, by Thomas Carlyle. Volume 1, The Bastille. Diesem Ambos Vergleich, Ich des Land, Den Hammer dem Herrscher und dem Volk des Bleck, des in der mit sich krummt. Weh dem armen Bleck, wenn nur willkürlich Schläge ungewiss treffen, und nie fertig der Kessel erscheint. Go. Book 1 Death of Louis Roman 15. Chapter 1 Louis the Well-Beloved. President Hainault, remarking on royal surnames of honor how difficult it often is to ascertain not only why, but even when they were conferred, takes occasion in his sleek official way to make a philosophical reflection. The surname of Bien-Aimé, well-beloved, says he, which Louis Roman 15 bears will not leave posterity in the same doubt. This prince, in the year 1744, while hastening from one end of his kingdom to the other, and suspending his conquests in Flanders that he might fly to the assistance of Alsace, was arrested at Metz by a malady which threatened to cut short his days. At the news of this, Paris, all in terror, seemed a city taken by storm. The churches resounded with supplications and groans. The prayers of priests and people were every moment interrupted by their sobs, and it was from an interest so dear and tender that this surname of Bien-Aimé fashioned itself, a title higher still than all the rest which this great prince has earned. So stands it written, in lasting memorial of that year 1744, 30 other years have come and gone, and this great prince again lies sick, but in how altered circumstances now? Churches resound not with excessive groanings. Paris is stoically calm, sobs interrupt no prayers, for indeed none are offered, except priests, litanies, read or chanted at fixed money rate per hour, which are not liable to interruption. The shepherd of the people has been carried home from little Trianon, heavy of heart, and been put to bed in his own chateau of Versailles. The flock knows it, and heeds it not. At most, in the immeasurable tide of French speech, which ceases not day after day, and only ebbs towards the short hours of night, may this of the royal sickness emerge from time to time as an article of news. Bets are doubtless depending, nay, some people express themselves loudly in the streets. But for the rest, on green field and steepled city, the May sun shines out, the May evening fades, and men ply their useful or useless business as if no Louis lay in danger. Dame Dubarry indeed might pray, if she had a talent for it, Duke d'Aiguillon too, Maupeou and the Parlement Maupeou. These, as they sit in their high places, with France harnessed under their feet, know well on what basis they continue there. Look to it, d'Aiguillon, sharply as thou didst, from the mill of St. Cast on Quiberon and the invading English, thou, covered if not with glory yet with meal? Fortune was ever accounted inconstant, and each dog has but his day. Forlorn enough languished Duke d'Aiguillon, some years ago, covered, as we said, with meal, nay with worse. For La Chalotais, the Breton parlementaire, accused him not only of poltroonery and tyranny, but even of concussion, official plunder of money, which accusations it was easier to get quashed by backstairs influences than to get answered. Neither could the thoughts or even the tongues of men be tied. Thus, under disastrous eclipse, had this grandnephew of the great Richelieu to glide about unworshipped by the world, resolute Choiseul, the abrupt proud man, disdaining him or even forgetting him. Little prospect but to glide into Gascony, to rebuild shadows there and die in glorious killing game. However, in the year 1770, a certain young soldier, Dumouriez by name, returning from Corsica, could see, with sorrow, at Campigny, the old king of France on foot, with doffed hat, in sight of his army at the side of a magnificent phaeton, doing homage to the Dubarry. Much lay therein. Thereby, for one thing, could d'Aiguillon postpone the rebuilding of his chateau, and rebuild his fortunes first. For stout Choiseul would discern in the Dubarry nothing but a wonderfully dizened scarlet woman, and go on his way as if she were not. Intolerable, the source of sighs, tears, of pettings and pouting, which would not end till France, La France, as she named her royal valet, finally mustered heart to see Choiseul, and with that quivering in the chin, tremblement du menton, natural in such case, faltered out a dismissal of his last substantial man, but pacification of his scarlet woman. Thus d'Aiguillon rose again and culminated. And with him there rose Maupeou, the banisher of parlements, who plants you a refractory president at Crowin-Cambrales on the top of steep rocks, inaccessible except by litters, there to consider himself. Likewise there rose Abbé Terray, dissolute financier, paying 8 pence in the shilling, so that wits exclaim in some press at the playhouse, "Where is Abbé Terray, that he might reduce us to 2/3? And so have these individuals, verily by black art, built them a domdaniel or enchanted Dubarrydom. Call it an Armida palace where they dwell pleasantly, Chancellor Maupeou playing blind man's buff with the scarlet enchantress, or gallantly presenting her with dwarf negroes, and a most Christian king has unspeakable peace within doors, whatever he may have without. My chancellor is a scoundrel, but I cannot do without him." Beautiful Armida Palace, where the inmates live enchanted lives, lapped in soft music of adulation, waited on by the splendors of the world, which nevertheless hangs wondrously as by a single hair. Should the most Christian king die, or even get seriously afraid of dying? For alas, had not the fair haughty Chateauroux to fly, with wet cheeks and flaming heart from that fever scene at Metz, driven forth by sour shavelings? She hardly returned, when fever and shavelings were both swept into the background. Pompadour too, when Damien's wounded royalty slightly under the 5th rib, and our drive to Trianon went off futile in shrieks and madly shaken torches, had to pack and be in readiness, yet did not go, the wound not proving poisoned. For his majesty has religious faith, believes at least in a devil. And now a third peril, and who knows what may be in it? For the doctors look grave, ask privily if his majesty had not the smallpox long ago, and doubt it may have been a false kind. Yes, mop you, pucker those sinister brows of thine, and peer out on it with thy malign rat eyes. It is a questionable case. Sure only that man is mortal, that with the life of one mortal snaps irrevocably the wonderfulest talisman, and all Duberidom rushes off with tumult into infinite space. And ye, as subterranean apparitions are wont, vanish utterly, leaving only a smell of sulphur. These and what holds of these may pray, to Beelzebub or whoever will hear them. But from the rest of France there comes, as was said, no prayer, or one of an opposite character, expressed openly in the streets. Chateau or hotel, where an enlightened philosophism scrutinizes many things, is not given to prayer, neither are Rossbach victories, terre finances, nor say only 60,000 letters de cachet, which is Maupeou's share, persuasives towards that. O Hainault, prayers. From a France smitten by black art with plague after plague, and lying now in shame and pain with a harlot's foot on its neck, what prayer can come? Those lank scarecrows that prowl hunger-stricken through all highways and byways of French existence, will they pray? The dull millions that in the workshop or furrow field grind fordone at the wheel of labor, like haltered gin horses, if blind so much the quieter, or they that in the Bicarte or hospital, ate to bed, lie waiting their manumission. Dim are those heads of theirs, dull stagnant those hearts. To them the great sovereign is known mainly as the great regrater of bread. If they hear of his sickness, they will answer with a dull tant pies poor Louis, or with the question, will he die? Yes, will he die? That is now, for all France, the grand question and hope, whereby alone the king's sickness has still some interest. Chapter 1, 1 Roman 2, Realized Ideals. Such a changed France have we, and a changed Louis. Changed truly, and further than thou yet seest. To the eye of history many things in that sacrum of Louis are now visible, which to the courtiers there present were invisible. For indeed it is well said, in every object there is inexhaustible meaning. The eye sees in it what the eye brings means of seeing. To Newton and to Newton's dog Diamond, what a different pair of universes, while the painting on the optical retina of both was, most likely, the same. Let the reader here, in this sacrum of Louis, endeavor to look with the mind too. Time was when men could, so to speak of a given man, by nourishing and decorating him with fit appliances, to the due pitch, make themselves a king, almost as the bees do. And what was still more to the purpose, loyally obey him when made. The man so nourished and decorated, thenceforth named royal, does verily bear rule, and is said and even thought to be, for example, prosecuting conquests in Flanders, when he lets himself like luggage be carried thither, and no light luggage covering miles of road. For he has his unblushing Chateauroux, with her bandboxes and rouge pots at his side, so that at every new station a wooden gallery must be run up between their lodgings. He has not only his mason bouch and valetail without end, but his very troop of players, with their pasteboard coulisses, thunder barrels, their kettles, fiddles, stage wardrobes, portable larders, and chaffering and quarreling enough, all mounted in wagons, tumbrils, second-hand chaises, sufficient not to conquer Flanders, but the patience of the world. With such a flood of loud jingling appurtenances does he lumber along, prosecuting his conquests in Flanders, wonderful to behold. So nevertheless it was and had been. To some solitary thinker it might seem strange, but even to him inevitable, not unnatural. For ours is a most fictile world, and man is the most fingent plastic of creatures. A world not fixable, not fathomable. An unfathomable somewhat which is not we, which we can work with and live amidst, and model miraculously in our miraculous being and name world. But if the very rocks and rivers, as metaphysic teaches, are in strict language made by those outward senses of ours, how much more by the inward sense are all phenomena of the spiritual kind, dignities, authorities, holies, unholies, which inward sense, moreover, is not permanent like the outward ones, but forever growing and changing. Does not the black African take of sticks and old clothes, say, exported Monmouth Street cast clothes, what will suffice, and of these, cunningly combining them, fabricate for himself an eidolon idol or thing seen, and name it mumbo-jumbo, which he can thenceforth pray to with upturned awestruck eye, not without hope, the white European mocks, but ought rather to consider, and see whether he, at home, could not do the like a little more wisely. So it was, we say, in those conquests of Flanders 30 years ago, but so it no longer is. Alas, much more lies sick than poor Louis, not the French king only, but the French kingship. This too, after long rough tear and wear, is breaking down. The world is all so changed, so much that seemed vigorous has sunk decrepit, so much that was not is beginning to be. Born over the Atlantic to the closing ear of Louis, king by the grace of God, what sounds are these, muffled, ominous, new in our centuries? Boston Harbor is black with unexpected tea. Behold a Pennsylvanian Congress gather, and ere long, on Bunker Hill, democracy announcing, in Rifle Valley's death-winged, under her star banner, to the tune of Yankee Doodle Doo, that she is born, and whirlwind-like will envelope the whole world. Sovereigns die and sovereignties. How all dies and is for a time only, is a time phantasm, yet reckons itself real? The Merovingian kings, slowly wending on their bullock carts through the streets of Paris with their long hair flowing, have all wended slowly on, into eternity. Charlemagne sleeps at Salzburg, with truncheon grounded, only fable expecting that he will awaken. Charles the Hammer, Pepin bow-legged, where now is their eye of menace, their voice of command. Rollo and his shaggy Northmen cover not the Seine with ships, but have sailed off on a longer voyage. The hair of towhead, Tert de Toups, now needs no combing. Iron cutter, Taillefer, cannot cut a cobweb. Shrill Fredegonda, shrill Brunhilde have had out their hot life's gold, and lie silent, their hot life frenzy cooled. Neither from that black tower de Nesle descends now darkling the doomed gallant in his sack to the Seine waters, plunging into night. For Dame de Nesle now cares not for this world's gallantry, heeds not this world's scandal. Dame de Nesle is herself gone into night. They are all gone, sunk, down, down with the tumult they made, and the rolling and the trampling of ever-new generations passes over them, and they hear it not any more forever. And yet withal has there not been realized somewhat. Consider to go no further these strong stone edifices, and what they hold. Mud town of the borderers, Lutetia Parisirum or Barasirum, has paved itself, has spread over all the Seine islands, and far and wide on each bank, and become city of Paris, sometimes boasting to be Athens of Europe, and even capital of the universe. Stone towers frown aloft, long-lasting, grim with 1,000 years. Cathedrals are there, and a creed or memory of a creed in them, palaces and a state and law. Thou seest the smoke vapor, unextinguished breath as of a thing living. Labor's 1,000 hammers ring on her anvils. Also a more miraculous labor works noiselessly, not with the hand but with the thought. How have cunning workmen in all crafts, with their cunning head and right hand, tamed the 4 elements to be their ministers, yoking the winds to their sea chariot, making the very stars their nautical timepiece, and written and collected a Bibliothèque du Roi, among whose books is the Hebrew book, a wondrous race of creatures. These have been realized, and what of skill is in these? Call not the past time, with all its confused wretchednesses, a lost one. Observe, however, that of man's whole terrestrial possessions and attainments, unspeakably the noblest are his symbols, divine or divine seeming, under which he marches and fights with victorious assurance in this life battle, what we can call his realized ideals. Of which realized ideals, omitting the rest, consider only these 2, his church or spiritual guidance, his kingship or temporal one. The church, what a word was there, richer than Golconda and the treasures of the world. In the heart of the remotest mountains rises the little kirk, the dead all slumbering round it, under their white memorial stones, in hope of a happy resurrection. Dull wert thou, O reader, if never in any hour, say of moaning midnight, when such kirk hung spectral in the sky, and being was as if swallowed up of darkness, it spoke to thee, things unspeakable, that went into thy soul's soul. Strong was he that had a church, what we can call a church. He stood thereby, though in the center of immensities in the conflux of eternities, yet manlike towards God and man, the vague, shoreless universe had become for him a firm city and dwelling which he knew. Such virtue was in belief, in these words well spoken, I believe. Well might men prize their credo and raise stateliest temples for it and reverend hierarchies and give it the tithe of their substance. It was worth living for and dying for. Neither was that an inconsiderable moment when wild armed men first raised their strongest aloft on the buckler throne, and with clanging armor and hearts said solemnly, Be thou our acknowledged strongest. In such acknowledged strongest, well-named king, conning, canning, or man that was able what a symbol shown now for them, significant with the destinies of the world. A symbol of true guidance in return for loving obedience, properly, if he knew it, the prime one of man. A symbol which might be called sacred, for is there not, in reverence for what is better than we, an indestructible sacredness? On which ground, too, it was well said there lay in the acknowledged strongest a divine right, as surely there might in the strongest, whether acknowledged or not, considering who it was that made him strong. And so, in the midst of confusions and unutterable incongruities, as all growth is confused, did this of royalty, with loyalty environing it, spring up and grow mysteriously, subduing and assimilating, for a principle of life was in it, till it also had grown world-great and was among the main facts of our modern existence. Such a fact that Louis Roman XIV, for example, could answer the expostulatory magistrate with his "L'état c'est moi," the state. "I am the state," and be replied to by silence and abashed looks. So far had accident and forethought, had your Louis XIs with the leaden Virgin in their hatband and torture wheels and conical oubliettes man-eating. Under their feet, your Henry IVs with their prophesied social millennium, when every peasant should have his fowl in the pot, and on the whole the fertility of this most fertile existence, named of good and evil, brought it in the matter of the kingship. Wondrous. Concerning which may we not again say, that in the huge mass of evil, as it rolls and swells, there is ever some good working imprisoned, working towards deliverance and triumph. How such ideals do realize themselves, and grow wondrously from amid the incongruous ever-fluctuating chaos of the actual. This is what world history, if it teach anything, has to teach us, how they grow, and after long stormy growth, bloom out mature, supreme. Then quickly, for the blossom is brief, fall into decay, sorrowfully dwindle, and crumble down or rush down, noisily or noiselessly disappearing. The blossom is so brief, as of some centennial cactus flower, which after a century of waiting shines out for hours. Thus from the day when rough Clovis, in the Champ de Mars, in sight of his whole army, had to cleave retributively the head of that rough Frank, with sudden battle-axe and the fierce words, "It was thus thou clavest the vase." Saint Remy's and mine, at Soissons, forward to Louis the Grand and his L'état c'est moi, we count some 1200 years. And now this the very next Louis is dying, and so much dying with him? Nay, thus too, if Catholicism, with and against feudalism, but not against nature and her bounty, gave us English a Shakespeare and era of Shakespeare, and so produced a blossom of Catholicism, it was not till Catholicism itself, so far as law could abolish it, had been abolished here. But of those decadent ages in which no ideal either grows or blossoms, when belief and loyalty have passed away, and only the cant and false echo of them remains, and all solemnity has become pageantry, and the creed of persons in authority has become one of two things, an imbecility or a Machiavellism. Alas, of these ages world history can take no notice. They have to become compressed more and more, and finally suppressed in the annals of mankind, blotted out as spurious, which indeed they are. Hapless ages, wherein, if ever in any, it is an unhappiness to be born and to learn only by every tradition and example, that God's universe is Belial's and a lie, and the supreme quack the hierarch of men. In which mournfulest faith, nevertheless, do we not see whole generations, two, and sometimes even three successively, live, what they call living, and vanish, without chance of reappearance. In such a decadent age, or one fast verging that way, had our poor Louis been born. Grant also that if the French kingship had not, by course of nature, long to live, he of all men was the man to accelerate nature. The blossom of French royalty, cactus-like, has accordingly made an astonishing progress. In those Metz days it was still standing with all its petals, though bedimmed by Orleans regents and Rouet ministers and cardinals, but now we behold it bald, and the virtue nigh gone out of it. Disastrous indeed does it look with those same, realized ideals, one and all. The Church, which in its palmy season, 700 years ago, could make an emperor wait barefoot in penance shift, 3 days in the snow, has for centuries seen itself decaying, reduced even to forget old purposes and enmities, and join interest with the kingship. On this younger strength it would fain stay its decrepitude, and these two will henceforth stand and fall together. Alas, the Sorbonne still sits there in its old mansion, but mumbles only jargon of dotage and no longer leads the consciences of men. Not the Sorbonne. It is encyclopedies, philosophy, and who knows what nameless innumerable multitude of ready writers, profane singers, romancers, players, disputators, and pamphleteers that now form the spiritual guidance of the world. The world's practical guidance, too, is lost, or has glided into the same miscellaneous hands. Who is it that the king able man, named also Roy, Rex, or Director, now guides? His own huntsmen and prickers, when there is to be no hunt, it is well said, Le roi n'y fear rien, today his majesty will do nothing. He lives and lingers there because he is living there, and none has yet laid hands on him. The nobles, in like manner, have nearly ceased either to guide or misguide, and are now, as their master is, little more than ornamental figures. It is long since they have done with butchering one another or their king. The workers, protected and encouraged by majesty, have ages ago built walled towns, and there ply their crafts, will permit no robber baron to live by the saddle, but maintain a gallows to prevent it. Ever since that period of the Fronde, the noble has changed his fighting sword into a court rapier, and now loyally attends his king as ministering satellite, divides the spoil, not now by violence and murder, but by soliciting and finesse. These men call themselves supports of the throne, singular gilt pasteboard caryatides in that singular edifice. For the rest, their privileges every way are now much curtailed. That law authorizing a seigneur, as he returned from hunting, to kill not more than 2 serfs, and refresh his feet in their warm blood and bowels, has fallen into perfect desuetude, and even into incredibility. For if Deputy Lappel can believe in it and call for the abrogation of it, so cannot we. No Charleroi, for these last 50 years, though never so fond of shooting, has been in use to bring down slaters and plumbers and see them roll from their roofs, but contents himself with partridges and grouse. Close viewed, their industry and function is that of dressing gracefully and eating sumptuously. As for their debauchery and depravity, it is perhaps unexampled since the era of Tiberius and Commodus. Nevertheless, one has still partly a feeling with the Lady Maréchale. Depend upon it, sir, God thinks twice before damning a man of that quality. These people of old surely had virtues, uses, or they could not have been there. Nay, one virtue they are still required to have, for mortal man cannot live without a conscience, the virtue of perfect readiness to fight duels. Such are the shepherds of the people, and now how fares it with the flock? With the flock, as is inevitable, it fares ill and ever worse. They are not tended, they are only regularly shorn, they are sent for to do statute labor, to pay statute taxes, to fatten battlefields named bed of honor, with their bodies, in quarrels which are not theirs. Their hand and toil is in every possession of man, but for themselves they have little or no possession. Untaught, uncomforted, unfed, to pine dully in thick obscuration, in squalid destitution and obstruction, this is the lot of the millions, pupil tailable et corvéable et merci et miséricorde. In Brittany, they once rose in revolt at the first introduction of pendulum clocks, thinking it had something to do with the gay bell. Paris requires to be cleared out periodically by the police, and the horde of hunger-stricken vagabonds to be sent wandering again over space, for a time. During one such periodical clearance, says Lacretelle, in May 1750, the police had presumed withal to carry off some reputable people's children, in the hope of extorting ransoms for them. The mothers fill the public places with cries of despair. Crowds gather, get excited. So many women in distraction run about exaggerating the alarm. An absurd and horrid fable arises among the people. It is said that the doctors have ordered a great person to take baths of young human blood for the restoration of his own, all spoiled by debaucheries. Some of the rioters, adds Lacretelle, quite coolly, were hanged on the following days. The police went on. "Oh, ye poor naked wretches." And this, then, is your inarticulate cry to heaven, as of a dumb tortured animal, crying from uttermost depths of pain and debasement. Do these azure skies, like a dead crystalline vault, only reverberate the echo of it on you? Respond to it only by hanging on the following days? Not so, not forever. Ye are heard in heaven. And the answer too will come, in a horror of great darkness, and shakings of the world, and a cup of trembling which all the nations shall drink. Remark, meanwhile, how from amid the wrecks and dust of this universal decay new powers are fashioning themselves, adapted to the new time and its destinies. Besides the old noblesse, originally of fighters, there is a new recognized noblesse of lawyers, whose gala day and proud battle day even now is. An unrecognized noblesse of commerce, powerful enough, with money in its pocket. Lastly, powerfulest of all, least recognized of all, a noblesse of literature, without steel on their thigh, without gold in their purse, but with the grand thaumaturgic faculty of thought in their head. French philosophism has arisen, in which little word how much do we include. Here, indeed, lies properly the cardinal symptom of the whole widespread malady. Faith is gone out, skepticism is come in. Evil abounds and accumulates. No man has faith to withstand it, to amend it, to begin by amending himself. It must even go on accumulating. While hollow languor and vacuity is the lot of the upper, and want and stagnation of the lower, and universal misery is very cert, what other thing is cert? That a lie cannot be believed. Philosophism knows only this. Her other belief is mainly that, in spiritual supersensual matters, no belief is possible. Unhappy. Nay, as yet the contradiction of a lie is some kind of belief. But the lie with its contradiction once swept away, what will remain? The 5 unsatiated senses will remain, the 6th insatiable sense of vanity. The whole demonic nature of man will remain, hurled forth to rage blindly without rule or reign, savage itself, yet with all the tools and weapons of civilization, a spectacle new in history. In such a France, as in a powder tower, where fire unquenched and now unquenchable is smoking and smoldering all round, has Louis Roman 15 lain down to die. With Pompadourism and Dubarryism, his fleur-de-lis has been shamefully struck down in all lands and on all seas. Poverty invades even the royal exchequer, and tax farming can squeeze out no more. There is a quarrel of 25 years, standing with the Parliament. Everywhere want, dishonesty, unbelief, and hot-brained sciolists for state physicians. It is a portentous hour. Such things can the eye of history see in this sick room of King Louis, which were invisible to the courtiers there. It is 20 years gone Christmas Day since Lord Chesterfield, summing up what he had noted of this same France, wrote, and sent off by post, the following words that have become memorable. In short, all the symptoms which I have ever met with in history, previous to great changes and revolutions in government, now exist and daily increase in France. Chapter 1, 1 Roman 3, Viaticum. For the present, however, the grand question with the governors of France is, shall extreme unction or other ghostly viaticum, to Louis, not to France, be administered? It is a deep question, for if administered, if so much is spoken of, must not, on the very threshold of the business, which Dubarry vanish, hardly to return should Louis even recover, with her vanishes Duke d'Aiguillon and company and all their Armida palace, as was said. Chaos swallows the whole again, and there is left nothing but a smell of brimstone. But then, on the other hand, what will the Dauphinists and Choiseulists say? Nay, what may the royal martyr himself say, should he happen to get deadly worse without getting delirious? For the present, he still kisses the Dubarry hand, so we from the anteroom can note, but afterwards. Doctors' bulletins may run as they are ordered, but it is confluent smallpox, of which, as is whispered too, the gatekeeper's once so buxom daughter lies ill, and Louis Roman 15 is not a man to be trifled with in his viaticum. Was he not wont to catechize his very girls in the Parcock serfs, and pray with and for them, that they might preserve their orthodoxy? A strange fact, not an unexampled one, for there is no animal so strange as man. For the moment, indeed, it were all well could Archbishop Beaumont but be prevailed upon to wink with one eye. Alas, Beaumont would himself so fain do it. For singular to tell, the Church too, and whole posthumous hope of Jesuitism, now hangs by the apron of this same unmentionable woman. But then, the force of public opinion. Rigorous Christophe de Beaumont, who has spent his life in persecuting hysterical Jansenists and incredulous nonconfessors, or even their dead bodies, if no better might be, how shall he now open heaven's gate and give absolution with the corpus delicti still under his nose? Our Grand Almoner Rochhymen, for his part, will not higgle with a royal sinner about turning of the key. But there are other churchmen, there is a king's confessor, foolish Abbé Maudon, and fanaticism and decency are not yet extinct. On the whole, what is to be done? The doors can be well watched, the medical bulletin adjusted, and much, as usual, be hoped for from time and chance. The doors are well watched, no improper figure can enter. Indeed, few wish to enter, for the putrid infection reaches even to the Old de Boeuf, so that more than 50 fall sick and 10 die. Mesdames the princesses alone wait at the loathsome sickbed, impelled by filial piety. The 3 princesses, Grail, Chiff, Cotch, Rag, Snip, Pig, as he was wont to name them, are assiduous there, when all have fled. The 4th princess, Loke Dud, as we guess, is already in the nunnery, and can only give her orisons. Poor Grail and sisterhood, they have never known a father. Such is the hard bargain grandeur must make. Scarcely at the débâtre, when royalty took off its boots, could they snatch up their enormous hoops, gird the long train round their waists, huddle on their black cloaks of taffeta up to the very chin. And so, in fit appearance of full dress, every evening at 6, walk majestically in, receive their royal kiss on the brow, and then walk majestically out again, to embroidery, small scandal, prayers, and vacancy. If majesty came some morning, with coffee of its own making, and swallowed it with them hastily while the dogs were uncoupling for the hunt, it was received as a grace of heaven. Poor withered ancient women! In the wild tossings that yet await your fragile existence, before it be crushed and broken, as ye fly through hostile countries, over tempestuous seas, are almost taken by the Turks, and wholly in the sansculottic earthquake, know not your right hand from your left, be this always an assured place in your remembrance. For the act was good and loving. To us also it is a little sunny spot, in that dismal howling waste, where we hardly find another. Meanwhile, what shall an impartial prudent courtier do? In these delicate circumstances, while not only death or life, but even sacrament or no sacrament, is a question, the skillfulest may falter. Few are so happy as the Duc d'Orléans and the Prince de Condé, who can themselves, with volatile salts, attend the king's antechamber, and at the same time send their brave sons, Duc de Chartres, égalité that is to be, Duc de Bourbon, one day Condé too, and famous among dotards, to wait upon the Dauphin. With another few, it is a resolution taken, jacta est alia. Old Richelieu, when Beaumont, driven by public opinion, is at last for entering the sick-room, will twitch him by the rochet into a recess, and there, with his old dissipated mastiff face and the oiliest vehemence, be seen pleading, and even, as we judge by Beaumont's change of color, prevailing, that the king be not killed by a proposition in divinity. Duc de Fronsac, son of Richelieu, can follow his father. When the curé of Versailles whimpers something about sacraments, he will threaten to throw him out of the window if he mentions such a thing. Happy these, we may say, but to the rest that hover between two opinions, is it not trying? He who would understand to what a pass Catholicism, and much else, had now got, and how the symbols of the holiest have become gambling dice of the basest, must read the narrative of those things by Besenval and Soulavie and the other court newsmen of the time. He will see the Versailles galaxy all scattered asunder, grouped into new ever-shifting constellations. There are nods and sagacious glances, go-betweens, silk dowagers mysteriously gliding with smiles for this constellation, sighs for that. There is tremor of hope or desperation in several hearts. There is the pale grinning shadow of death, ceremoniously ushered along by another grinning shadow of etiquette. At intervals the growl of chapel organs, like prayer by machinery, proclaiming, as in a kind of horrid diabolic horse laughter, vanity of vanities, all is vanity. Chapter 1, 1 Roman 4, Louis the Unforgot. Poor Louis, with these it is a hollow phantasmagory, where like mimes they mope and mole, and utter false sounds for hire. But with thee it is frightful earnest. Frightful to all men is death, from of old named king of terrors, our little compact home of an existence where we dwelt complaining, yet as in a home, is passing, in dark agonies, into an unknown of separation, foreignness, unconditioned possibility. The heathen emperor asks of his soul, "Into what places art thou now departing?" The Catholic king must answer, "To the judgment bar of the Most High God." Yes, it is a summing up of life, a final settling, and giving in the account of the deeds done in the body. They are done now, and lie there unalterable, and do bear their fruits, long as eternity shall last. Louis Roman 15 had always the kingliest abhorrence of death, unlike that praying Duke of Orleans, Égalité's grandfather, for indeed several of them had a touch of madness, who honesty believed that there was no death. He, if the court newsmen can be believed, started up once on a time, glowing with sulphurous contempt and indignation on his poor secretary, who had stumbled on the words Feu roi d'Espagne, the late king of Spain. Feu roi, monsieur, Monseigneur, hastily answered the trembling but adroit man of business. C'est une titre quils prenant, 'tis a title they take. Louis, we say, was not so happy, but he did what he could. He would not suffer death to be spoken of, avoided the sight of churchyards, funereal monuments, and whatsoever could bring it to mind. It is the resource of the ostrich, who, hard-hunted, sticks his foolish head in the ground, and would fain forget that his foolish, unseeing body is not unseen too. Or sometimes, with a spasmodic antagonism, significant of the same thing, and of more, he would go, or stopping his court carriages, would send into churchyards and ask how many new graves there were today, though it gave his poor Pompadour the disagreeablest qualms. We can figure the thought of Louis that day, When all royally caparisoned for hunting, he met, at some sudden turning in the wood of Senart, a ragged peasant with a coffin. For whom? It was for a poor brother slave, whom Majesty had sometimes noticed slaving in those quarters. What did he die of? Of hunger. The king gave his steed the spur. But figure his thought, when death is now clutching at his own heartstrings, unlooked for, inexorable. Yes, poor Louis, death has found thee. No palace walls or lifeguards, gorgeous tapestries or gilt buckram of stiffest ceremonial could keep him out. But he is here, here at thy very life-breath, and will extinguish it. Thou, whose whole existence hitherto was a chimera and scenic show, at length becomest a reality. Sumptuous Versailles bursts asunder, like a dream, into void immensity. Time is done, and all the scaffolding of time falls wrecked with hideous clangor round thy soul. The pale kingdoms yawn open, there must thou enter, naked, all unkinged, and await what is appointed thee. Unhappy man, there as thou turnest, in dull agony, on thy bed of weariness, what a thought is thine? Purgatory and hellfire, now all too possible in the prospect, in the retrospect. Alas, what thing didst thou do that were not better undone? What mortal didst thou generously help? What sorrow hadst thou mercy on? Do the 500,000 ghosts, who sank shamefully on so many battlefields from Rossbach to Quebec, that thy harlot might take revenge for an epigram, crowd round thee in this hour? Thy foul harem, the curses of mothers, the tears and infamy of daughters. Miserable man! Thou hast done evil as thou couldst. Thy whole existence seems one hideous abortion and mistake of nature, the use and meaning of the not yet known. Wert thou a fabulous griffin, devouring the works of men, daily dragging virgins to thy cave, clad also in scales that no spear would pierce, no spear but death. A griffin not fabulous but real, frightful, O Louis, seem these moments for thee. We will pry no further into the horrors of a sinner's deathbed. And yet let no meanest man lay flattering unction to his soul. Louis was a ruler, but art not thou also one? His wide France, look at it from the fixed stars, themselves not yet infinitude, is no wider than thy narrow brickfield, where thou too didst faithfully or didst unfaithfully. Man, symbol of eternity imprisoned into time. It is not thy works, which are all mortal, infinitely little, and the greatest no greater than the least, but only the spirit thou workest in, that can have worth or continuance. But reflect in any case what a life problem this of poor Louis, when he rose as bien-aimé from that Metz sickbed, really was. What son of Adam could have swayed such incoherences into coherence? Could he? Blindest fortune alone has cast him on the top of it. He swims there, can as little sway it as the drift log sways the wind-tossed, moon-stirred Atlantic. What have I done to be so loved? He said then. He may say now, what have I done to be so hated? Thou hast done nothing, poor Louis. Thy fault is properly even this, that thou didst nothing. What could poor Louis do? Abdicate and wash his hands of it, in favor of the first that would accept. Other clear wisdom there was none for him. As it was, he stood gazing dubiously, the absurdest mortal extant, a very solecism incarnate, into the absurdest confused world, wherein at last nothing seemed so certain as that he, the incarnate solecism, had 5 senses, that were flying tables volants which vanish through the floor to come back reloaded, and a parcock surfs. Whereby at least we have again this historical curiosity, a human being in an original position, swimming passively, as on some boundless mother of dead dogs, towards issues which he partly saw. For Louis had withal a kind of insight in him. So, when a new minister of marine, or what else it might be, came announcing his new era, the Scarlet Woman would hear from the lips of Majesty at supper. Yes, he spread out his ware like another, promised the beautifulest things in the world, not a thing of which will come, he does not know this region, he will see. Or again, 'tis the 20th time I hear all that, France will never get a navy, I believe. How touching also was this. If I were lieutenant of police, I would prohibit those Paris cabriolets. Doomed mortal, for is it not a doom to be solecism incarnate? A new Roy faignant, King Donothing, but with the strangest new mayor of the palace. No bow-legged Pepin now for mayor, but that same cloud-capped, fire-breathing spectre of democracy, incalculable which is enveloping the world. Was Louis no wickeder than this or the other private Donothing and Etal, such as we often enough see, under the name of man, and even man of pleasure, cumbering God's diligent creation, for a time? Say, wretcheder. His life solecism was seen and felt of a whole scandalized world. Him endless oblivion cannot engulf, and swallow to endless depths. Not yet for a generation or two. However, be this as it will, we remark, not without interest, that on the evening of the 4th, Dame Dewberry issues from the sick room with perceptible trouble in her visage. It is the 4th evening of May, year of grace 1774. Such a whispering in the Audiobook. Is he dying then? What can be said is that Dewberry seems making up her packages. She sails weeping through her gilt boudoirs as if taking leave. Deguilin and company are near their last card. Nevertheless, they will not yet throw up the game. But as for the sacramental controversy, it is as good as settled without being mentioned. Louis can send for his Abbé Maudon in the course of next night, be confessed by him, some say for the space of 17 minutes, and demand the sacraments of his own accord. Nay, already in the afternoon, behold, is not this your sorceress Dewberry with the handkerchief at her eyes, mounting Deguilin's chariot, rolling off in his duchess's consolatory arms? She is gone, and her place knows her no more. Vanish, false sorceress, into space, needless to hover at neighboring Rouen, for thy day is done. Shut are the royal palace gates for evermore. Hardly in coming years shalt thou, under cloud of night, descend once, in black domino, like a black night-bird, and disturb the fair Antoinette's music party in the park, all birds of paradise flying from thee, and musical windpipes growing mute. Thou unclean, yet unmalignant, not unpitiable thing. What a course was thine, from that first trucklebed in Joan of Arc's country, where thy mother bore thee with tears to an unnamed father, forward through lowest subterranean depths and over highest sunlit heights of harlotdom and rascaldom to the guillotine axe which shears away thy vainly whimpering head. Rest there uncursed, only buried and abolished. What else befitted thee? Louis, meanwhile, is in considerable impatience for his sacraments, sends more than once to the window to see whether they are not coming. Be of comfort, Louis, what comfort thou canst. They are under way, those sacraments. Towards 6 in the morning they arrive. Cardinal Grandalmoner Rochhymen is here. In pontificals with his pyxes and his tools, he approaches the royal pillow, elevates his wafer, mutters or seems to mutter somewhat, and so, as the Abbé Georgel in words that stick to one expresses it, has Louis made the amend honorable to God. So does your Jesuit construe it. Wah, wah, as the Wilde Clotaire groaned out when life was departing, what great God is this that pulls down the strength of the strongest kings? Amend honorable what legal apology you will to God, but not if Deguilin can help it to man. Dewberry still hovers in his mansion at Rouen, and while there is life, there is hope. Grandalmoner Rochhymen, accordingly, for he seems to be in the secret, has no sooner seen his pyxes and gear repacked, than he is stepping majestically forth again, as if the work were done. But King's confessor Abbé Maudon starts forward, with anxious acidulant face, twitches him by the sleeve, whispers in his ear. Whereupon the poor cardinal must turn round, and declare audibly, that his majesty repents of any subjects of scandal he may have given a coup d'honneur, and purposes, by the strength of heaven assisting him, to avoid the like for the future. Words listened to by Richelieu with mastiff face, growing blacker, answered to aloud, with an epithet, which Besenval will not repeat. Old Richelieu, conqueror of Minorca, companion of flying table orgies, perforator of bedroom walls, is thy day also done. Alas, the chapel organs may keep going, the shrine of Saint Genevieve be let down and pulled up again, without effect. In the evening the whole court, with Dauphin and Dauphiness, assist at the chapel. Priests are hoarse with chanting their prayers of 40 hours, and the heaving bellows blow. Almost frightful, for the very heaven blackens, battering rain torrents dash with thunder, almost drowning the organ's voice, and electric fire flashes make the very flambeaux on the altar pale. So that the most, as we are told, retired when it was over with hurried steps, in a state of meditation reculement, and said little or nothing. So it has lasted for the better half of a fortnight, the Dewberry gone almost a week. Besenval says all the world was getting impatient que cela finit, that poor Louis would have done with it. It is now the 10th of May 1774. He will soon have done now. This 10th May day falls into the loathsome sickbed, but dull unnoticed there. For they that look out of the windows are quite darkened, the cistern wheel moves discordant on its axis, life like a spent steed is panting towards the goal. In their remote apartments, Dauphin and Dauphiness stand rode ready, all grooms and equerries booted and spurred, waiting for some signal to escape the house of pestilence. And hark! Across the Audiobook, what sound is that? Sound, terrible and absolutely like thunder. It is the rush of the whole court, rushing as in wager to salute the new sovereigns. Hail to your majesties! The Dauphin and Dauphiness are king and queen. Overpowered with many emotions, they too fall on their knees together and, with streaming tears, exclaim, "O God, guide us, protect us. We are too young to reign, too young indeed." Thus, in any case, with a sound absolutely like thunder, has the horologe of time struck, and an old era passed away. The Louis that was lies forsaken, a mass of abhorred clay, abandoned to some poor persons and priests of the chapelle ardent, who make haste to put him in 2 lead coffins, pouring in abundant spirits of wine. The new Louis with his court is rolling towards Choisy. Through the summer afternoon, the royal tears still flow, but a word mispronounced by Monseigneur d'Artois sets them all laughing, and they weep no more. Light mortals, how ye walk your light life minuet, over bottomless abysses, divided from you by a film. For the rest, the proper authorities felt that no funeral could be too unceremonious. Besenval himself thinks it was unceremonious enough. 2 carriages containing 2 noblemen of the usher species and a Versailles clerical person, some score of mounted pages, some 50 palfreniers, these, with torches, but not so much as in black, start from Versailles on the 2nd evening with their leaden bier. At a high trot they start, and keep up that pace. For the gibes brocards of those Parisians, who stand planted in 2 rows, all the way to St. Denis, and give vent to their pleasantry, the characteristic of the nation, do not tempt one to slacken. Towards midnight the vaults of St. Denis receive their own, unwept by any eye of all these, if not by poor Locke his neglected daughters, whose nunnery is hard by. Him they crush down, and huddle underground in this impatient way, him and his era of sin and tyranny and shame, for behold a new era is come, the future all the brighter that the past was base. Book 1 Roman 2, The Paper 8. Chapter 1 2I, Estria Redux. A paradoxical philosopher, carrying to the uttermost length that aphorism of Montesquieu s, "Happy the people whose annals are tiresome," has said, "Happy the people whose annals are vacant." In which saying, mad as it looks, may there not still be found some grain of reason? For truly, as it has been written, silence is divine, and of heaven, so in all earthly things too there is a silence which is better than any speech. Consider it well, the event, the thing which can be spoken of and recorded, is it not? In all cases, some disruption, some solution of continuity. Were it even a glad event, it involves change, involves loss of active force. And so far, either in the past or in the present, is an irregularity, a disease. Stillest perseverance were our blessedness, not dislocation and alteration, could they be avoided. The oak grows silently in the forest 1,000 years. Only in the 1,000th year, when the woodman arrives with his axe, is there heard an echoing through the solitudes, and the oak announces itself when, with a far-sounding crash, it falls. How silent, too, was the planting of the acorn, scattered from the lap of some wandering wind. Nay, when our oak flowered or put on its leaves, its glad events, what shout of proclamation could there be? Hardly from the most observant a word of recognition. These things befell not, they were slowly done, not in an hour, but through the flight of days. What was to be said of it? This hour seemed altogether as the last was, as the next would be. It is thus everywhere that foolish rumor babbles not of what was done, but of what was misdone or undone. And foolish history, ever more or less, the written epitomized synopsis of rumor, knows so little that we're not as well unknown. Attila invasions, Walter the Penniless crusades, Sicilian vespers, 30 years' wars, mere sin and misery, not work but hindrance of work. For the earth all this while was yearly green and yellow with her kind harvests. The hand of the craftsman, the mind of the thinker rested not. And so, after all and in spite of all, we have this so glorious high-domed blossoming world, concerning which poor history may well ask, with wonder, whence it came? She knows so little of it, knows so much of what obstructed it, what would have rendered it impossible. Such, nevertheless, by necessity or foolish choice, is her rule and practice, whereby that paradox, happy the people whose annals are vacant, is not without its true side. And yet, what seems more pertinent to note here, there is a stillness, not of unobstructed growth, but of passive inertness, and symptom of imminent downfall. As victory is silent, so is defeat. Of the opposing forces the weaker has resigned itself, the stronger marches on, noiseless now, but rapid, inevitable. The fall and overturn will not be noiseless. How all grows and has its period, even as the herbs of the fields, be it annual, centennial, millennial. All grows and dies, each by its own wondrous laws in wondrous fashion of its own, spiritual things most wondrously of all. Inscrutable to the wisest are these latter, not to be prophesied of or understood. If when the oak stands proudliest flourishing to the eye, you know that its heart is sound, it is not so with the man, how much less with the society, with the nation of men? Of such it may be affirmed even that the superficial aspect, that the inward feeling of full health, is generally ominous. For indeed it is of apoplexy, so to speak, and a plethoric lazy habit of body, that churches, kingships, social institutions oftenest die. Sad when such institution plethorically says to itself, "Take thy ease, thou hast goods laid up," like the fool of the gospel, to whom it was answered, "Fool, this night thy life shall be required of thee." Is it the healthy peace or the ominous unhealthy that rests on France for these next 10 years, over which the historian can pass lightly without call to linger? For as yet events are not, much less performances. Time of sunniest stillness, shall we call it, what all men thought it, the new age of gold? Call it at least of paper, which in many ways is the succedaneum of gold. Bank paper, wherewith you can still buy when there is no gold left. Book paper, splendent with theories, philosophies, sensibilities, beautiful art, not only of revealing thought, but also of so beautifully hiding from us the want of thought. Paper is made from the rags of things that did once exist. There are endless excellences in paper. What wisest philosopher in this halcyon uneventful period could prophesy that there was approaching, big with darkness and confusion, the event of events? Hope ushers in a revolution, as earthquakes are preceded by bright weather. On the 5th of May, 15 years hence, old Louis will not be sending for the sacraments, but a new Louis, his grandson, with the whole pomp of astonished, intoxicated France, will be opening the States General. Dubarrydom and its Dagalins are gone forever. There is a young, still docile, well-intentioned king, a young, beautiful and bountiful, well-intentioned queen, and with them all France, as it were, become young. Maupeou and his parliament have to vanish into thick night. Respectable magistrates, not indifferent to the nation, were it only for having been opponents of the court, can descend unchained from their steep rocks at Crow and Cambrales and elsewhere, and return singing praises. The old Parliament of Paris resumes its functions. Instead of a profligate bankrupt Abbé Terray, we have now, for Controller General, a virtuous philosophically turgot, with a whole reformed France in his head, by whom whatsoever is wrong, in finance or otherwise, will be righted, as far as possible. Is it not as if wisdom herself were henceforth to have seat and voice in the council of kings? Turgot has taken office with the noblest plainness of speech to that effect, been listened to with the noblest royal trustfulness. It is true, as King Louis objects, they say he never goes to mass. But liberal France likes him little worse for that. Liberal France answers, the Abbé Terray always went. Philosophism sees, for the first time, a philosophe, or even a philosopher, in office. She in all things will applausively second him, neither will light old Maurepas obstruct, if he can easily help it. Then how sweet are the manners, vice losing all its deformity, becoming decent as established things, making regulations for themselves do, becoming almost a kind of sweet virtue. Intelligence so abounds, irradiated by wit and the art of conversation. Philosophism sits joyful in her glittering saloons, the dinner guest of opulence grown ingenuous, the very nobles proud to sit by her, and preaches, lifted up over all Bastilles, a coming millennium. From far Ferny, patriarch Voltaire gives sign. Veterans Diderot, D'Alembert have lived to see this day. These with their younger Marmontals, Morlets, Chamforts, Raynals make glad the spicy board of rich ministering dowager, of philosophically farmer general. O nights and suppers of the gods! Of a truth, the long demonstrated will now be done. The age of revolutions approaches, as Jean-Jacques wrote, but then of happy blessed ones. Man awakens from his long somnambulism, chases the phantasms that beleaguered and bewitched him. Behold the new morning glittering down the eastern steeps, fly, false phantasms, from its shafts of light. Let the absurd fly, utterly forsaking this lower earth forever. It is truth and astrea redux that, in the shape of philosophism, henceforth reign. For what imaginable purpose was man made, if not to be happy? By victorious analysis and progress of the species, happiness enough now awaits him. Kings can become philosophers, or else philosophers kings. Let but society be once rightly constituted, by victorious analysis. The stomach that is empty shall be filled, the throat that is dry shall be wetted with wine. Labor itself shall be all one as rest, not grievous but joyous. Wheatfields, one would think, cannot come to grow untilled, no man made clayey or made weary thereby, unless indeed machinery will do it. Gratuitous tailors and restaurateurs may start up, at fit intervals, one as yet sees not how. But if each will, according to rule of benevolence, have a care for all, then surely no one will be uncared for. Nay, who knows but by sufficiently victorious analysis, human life may be indefinitely lengthened, and men get rid of death, as they have already done of the devil, we shall then be happy in spite of death and the devil. So preaches magniloquent philosophism her redunt Saturnia Regna. The prophetic Song of Paris and its philosophs is audible enough in the Versailles Audiobook, and the Audiobook, intent chiefly on nearer blessedness, can answer, at worst, with a polite why not. Good old cheery Maurepas is too joyful a prime minister to dash the world's joy. Sufficient for the day be its own evil. Cheery old man, he cuts his jokes and hovers careless along, his cloak well adjusted to the wind, if so be he may please all persons. The simple young king, whom a Maurepas cannot think of troubling with business, has retired into the interior apartments. Taciturn, irresolute, though with a sharpness of temper at times, he at length determines on a little smithwork, and so, in apprenticeship with a seer gamin, whom one day he shall have little cause to bless, is learning to make locks. It appears further, he understood geography, and could read English. Unhappy young king, his childlike trust in that foolish old Maurepas deserved another return. But friend and foe, destiny and himself have combined to do him hurt. Meanwhile the fair young queen in her halls of state walks like a goddess of beauty, the cynosure of all eyes, as yet mingles not with affairs, heeds not the future, least of all dreads it. Weber and Campen have pictured her, there within the royal tapestries, in bright boudoirs, baths, peignoirs, and the grand and little toilette, with a whole brilliant world waiting obsequious on her glance. Fair young daughter of time, what things has time in store for thee? Like earth's brightest appearance, she moves gracefully, environed with the grandeur of earth, a reality and yet a magic vision, for behold shall not utter darkness swallow it. The soft young heart adopts orphans, portions meritorious maids, delights to succor the poor, such poor as come picturesquely in her way, and sets the fashion of doing it. For as was said, benevolence has now begun reigning. In her Duchess de Polignac in Princess de Lamballe, she enjoys something almost like friendship. Now too, after 7 long years, she has a child and soon even a dauphin of her own, can reckon herself, as queens go, happy in a husband. Events, the grand events are but charitable feasts of morals, fêtes des mowers, with their prizes and speeches, poissard processions to the dauphin's cradle, above all, flirtations, their rise, progress, decline, and fall. There are snow statues raised by the poor in hard winter to a queen who has given them fuel. There are masquerades, theatricals, beautifyings of little Trianon, purchase and repair of St. Cloud, journeyings from the summer court elysium to the winter one. There are poutings and grudgings from the Sardinian sisters-in-law, for the princes too are wedded. Little jealousies, which court etiquette can moderate. Wholly the lightest-hearted frivolous foam of existence, yet an artfully refined foam, pleasant were it not so costly, like that which mantles on the wine of champagne. Monsieur, the king's elder brother, has set up for a kind of wit, and leans towards the philosoph side. Monseigneur d'Artois pulls the mask from a fair impertinent, fights a duel in consequence, almost drawing blood. He has breeches of a kind new in this world, a fabulous kind. 4 tall lackeys, says Mercier, as if he had seen it, hold him up in the air that he may fall into the garment without vestige of wrinkle, from which rigorous encasement the same 4 in the same way, and with more effort, must deliver him at night. This last is he who now, as a grey time-worn man, sits desolate at Gratz, having winded up his destiny with the 3 days. In such sort are poor mortals swept and shovelled to and fro. Chapter 1, 2, Roman 2, Petition and Hieroglyphs. With the working people, again it is not so well. Unlucky, for there are 20 to 25 millions of them, whom, however, we lump together into a kind of dim compendious unity, monstrous but dim far off as the canaille, or more humanely as the masses. Masses indeed, and yet singular to say, if with an effort of imagination thou follow them over broad France into their clay hovels, into their garrets and hutches, the masses consist all of units. Every unit of whom has his own heart and sorrows, stands covered there with his own skin, and if you prick him, he will bleed. O purple sovereignty, holiness, reverence! Thou, for example, Cardinal Grand Almoner, with thy plush covering of honor, who hast thy hands strengthened with dignities and moneys, and art set on thy world watchtower solemnly in sight of God for such ends, what a thought! that every unit of these masses is a miraculous man, even as thyself art, struggling with vision or with blindness for his infinite kingdom, this life which he has got once only in the middle of eternities. With a spark of the divinity, what thou callest an immortal soul in him. Dreary, languid do these struggle in their obscure remoteness, their hearth cheerless, their diet thin. For them in this world rises no era of hope, hardly now in the other, if it be not hope in the gloomy rest of death, for their faith too is failing, untaught, uncomforted, unfed. A dumb generation, their voice only an inarticulate cry. Spokesmen in the king's council, in the world's forum, they have none that finds credence. At rare intervals, as now in 1775, they will fling down their hoes and hammers, and, to the astonishment of thinking mankind, flock hither and thither dangerous, aimless, get the length even of versales. Turgot is altering the corn trade, abrogating the absurdest corn laws. There is dearth, real, or were it even factitious, an indubitable scarcity of bread. And so, on the 2nd day of May 1775, these waste multitudes do hear, at Versailles Chateau, in widespread wretchedness, in sallow faces, squalor, winged raggedness, present, as in legible hieroglyphic writing, their petition of grievances. The Chateau gates have to be shut, but the king will appear on the balcony and speak to them. They have seen the king's face. Their petition of grievances has been, if not read, looked at. For answer, 2 of them are hanged, on a new gallows 40 feet high, and the rest driven back to their dens for a time. Clearly a difficult point for government, that of dealing with these masses, if indeed it be not rather the sole point and problem of government, and all other points mere accidental crotchets, superficialities, and beatings of the wind. For let charter chests, use and want, law common and special say what they will, the masses count to so many millions of units, made to all appearance by God, whose earth this is declared to be. Besides, the people are not without ferocity, they have sinews and indignation. Do but look what holiday old Marquis Murraybow, the crabbed old friend of men, looked on in these same years from his lodging at the baths of Mont d'Or. The savages descending in torrents from the mountains, our people ordered not to go out. The curate in surplice and stole, justice in its peruke, Merchesy sabre in hand, guarding the place till the bagpipes can begin. The dance interrupted in a quarter of an hour by battle. The cries, the squealings of children, of infirm persons, and other assistants, tarring them on as the rabble does when dogs fight. Frightful men, or rather frightful wild animals, clad in jupes of coarse woolen with large girdles of leather studded with copper nails, of gigantic stature, heightened by high wooden clogs, sabots, rising on tiptoe to see the fight, tramping time to it, rubbing their sides with their elbows. Their faces haggard figures halves, and covered with their long greasy hair, the upper part of the visage waxing pale, the lower distorting itself into the attempt at a cruel laugh and a sort of ferocious impatience. And these people pay the tale, and you want further to take their salt from them. And you know not what it is you are stripping bearer, or, as you call it, governing, what by the spurt of your pen, in its cold dastard indifference, you will fancy you can starve always with impunity, always till the catastrophe come. Ah, madame, such government by blindman's buff, stumbling along too far, will end in the general overturn, culbute gainerail. Undoubtedly a dark feature this in an age of gold, age, at least, of paper and hope. Meanwhile, trouble us not with thy prophecies, O croaking friend of men. 'Tis long that we have heard such, and still the old world keeps wagging in its old way. Chapter 1 to Roman 3, questionable. Or is this same age of hope itself but a simulacrum, as hope too often is? Cloud vapor with rainbows painted on it, beautiful to see, to sail towards, which hovers over Niagara Falls? In that case, victorious analysis will have enough to do. Alas, yes, a whole world to remake if she could see it, work for another than she. For all is wrong and gone out of joint, the inward spiritual and the outward economical, head or heart there is no soundness in it. As indeed, evils of all sorts are more or less of kin, and do usually go together. Especially it is an old truth, that wherever huge physical evil is, there, as the parent and origin of it, has moral evil to a proportionate extent been. Before those 25 laboring millions, for instance, could get that haggardness of face, which old Murraybow now looks on, in a nation calling itself Christian, and calling man the brother of man. What unspeakable, nigh infinite dishonesty, of seeming and not being in all manner of rulers, and appointed watchers, spiritual and temporal, must there not, through long ages, have gone on accumulating. It will accumulate. Moreover, it will reach a head. For the first of all gospels is this, that a lie cannot endure forever. In fact, if we pierce through that rose-pink vapor of sentimentalism, philanthropy, and feasts of morals, there lies behind it one of the sorriest spectacles. You might ask, what bonds that ever held a human society happily together, or held it together at all, are in force here? It is an unbelieving people, which has suppositions, hypotheses, and froth systems of victorious analysis. And for belief this mainly, that pleasure is pleasant. Hunger they have for all sweet things, and the law of hunger, but what other law, within them or over them properly none. Their king has become a king popinjay, with his Maurepas government, gyrating as the weathercock does, blown about by every wind. Above them they see no God, or they even do not look above, except with astronomical glasses. The church indeed still is, but in the most submissive state, quite tamed by philosophism, in a singularly short time, for the hour was come. Some 20 years ago, your Archbishop Beaumont would not even let the poor Jansenists get buried. Your Lamini Brienne, a rising man, whom we shall meet with yet, could, in the name of the clergy, insist on having the anti-Protestant laws, which condemn to death for preaching, put in execution. And alas, now not so much as Baron Halbach's atheism can be burnt, except as pipe matches by the private speculative individual. Our church stands haltered dumb like a dumb ox lowing only for provender of tithes, content if it can have that, or dumbly, dully expecting its further doom. And the 20 millions of haggard faces, and as fingerpost and guidance to them in their dark struggle, a gallows 40 feet high. Certainly a singular golden age, with its feasts of morals, its sweet manners, its sweet institutions deuces, betokening nothing but peace among men. Peace. O philosoph sentimentalism, what hast thou to do with peace, when thy mother's name is Jezebel? Foul product of still fouler corruption, thou with the corruption art doomed. Meanwhile it is singular how long the rotten will hold together, provided you do not handle it roughly. For whole generations it continues standing, with a ghastly affectation of life, after all life and truth has fled out of it. So loth are men to quit their old ways, and, conquering indolence and inertia, venture on new. Great truly is the actual, is the thing that has rescued itself from bottomless deeps of theory and possibility, and stands there as a definite indisputable fact, whereby men do work and live, or once did so. Widely shall men cleave to that, while it will endure, and quit it with regret, when it gives way under them. Rash enthusiast of change, beware. Hast thou well considered all that habit does in this life of ours? How all knowledge and all practice hang wondrous over infinite abysses of the unknown, impracticable. And our whole being is an infinite abyss, overarched by habit, as by a thin earth rind, laboriously built together. But if every man, as it has been written, holds confined within him a madman, what must every society do? Society which in its commonest state is called the standing miracle of this world. Without such earth rind of habit, continues our author, call it system of habits, in a word, fixed ways of acting and of believing, society would not exist at all. With such it exists, better or worse. Herein too, in this its system of habits, acquired, retained how you will, lies the true law code and constitution of a society, the only code, though an unwritten one, which it can in no wise disobey. The thing we call written code, constitution, form of government, and the like, what is it but some miniature image and solemnly expressed summary of this unwritten code? Is, or rather alas, is not, but only should be and always tends to be, in which latter discrepancy lies struggle without end. And now we add in the same dialect, let but by ill chance in such ever-enduring struggle, your thin earth rind be once broken. The fountains of the great deep boil forth, fire fountains enveloping, engulfing. Your earth rind is shattered, swallowed up. Instead of a green flowery world, there is a waste wild weltering chaos, which has again, with tumult and struggle, to make itself into a world. On the other hand, be this conceded, where thou findest a lie that is oppressing thee, extinguish it. Lies exist there only to be extinguished, they wait and cry earnestly for extinction. Think well meanwhile in what spirit thou wilt do it, not with hatred, with headlong selfish violence, but in clearness of heart, with holy zeal, gently, almost with pity. Thou wouldst not replace such extinct lie by a new lie, which a new injustice of thy own were, the parent of still other lies. Whereby the latter end of that business were worse than the beginning. So, however, in this world of ours, which has both an indestructible hope in the future and an indestructible tendency to persevere as in the past, must innovation and conservation wage their perpetual conflict, as they may and can. Wherein the demonic element, that lurks in all human things, may doubtless, some once in the 1,000 years, get vent. But indeed may we not regret that such conflict, which, after all, is but like that classical one of hate-filled Amazons with heroic youths, and will end in embraces, should usually be so spasmodic. For conservation, strengthened by that mightiest quality in us, our indolence, sits for long ages, not victorious only which she should be, but tyrannical, incommunicative. She holds her adversary as if annihilated, such adversary lying, all the while, like some buried Enceladus, who, to gain the smallest freedom, must stir a whole Trinacria with it eatnas. Wherefore, on the whole, we will honor a paper age too, an era of hope. For in this same frightful process of Enceladus revolt, when the task, on which no mortal would willingly enter, has become imperative, inevitable, is it not even a kindness of nature that she lures us forward by cheerful promises, fallacious or not, and a whole generation plunges into the Erebus blackness, lighted on by an era of hope? It has been well said, man is based on hope, he has properly no other possession but hope, this habitation of his is named the place of hope. Chapter 1-2, Roman 4 Maurepas. But now, among French hopes, is not that of old M. de Maurepas one of the best grounded, who hopes that he by dexterity shall contrive to continue minister. Nimble old man, who for all emergencies has his light jest, and ever in the worst confusion will emerge, cork-like, unsunk. Small care to him is perfectibility, progress of the species, and astrea redux. Good only, that a man of light wit, verging towards fourscore, can in the seat of authority feel himself important among men. Shall we call him, as haughty Chateauroux was wont of old, M. Faquinet diminutive of scoundrel? In courtier dialect he is now named the Nestor of France, such governing Nestor as France has. At bottom, nevertheless, it might puzzle one to say where the government of France in these days specially is. In that Château of Versailles we have Nestor, king, queen, ministers, and clerks with paper bundles tied in tape. But the government? For government is a thing that governs, that guides, and if need be, compels. Visible in France there is not such a thing. Invisible, inorganic, on the other hand, there is, in philosoph saloons, in old Boeuf galleries, in the tongue of the babbler, in the pen of the pamphleteer. Her Majesty appearing at the opera is applauded. She returns all radiant with joy. Anon the applauses wax fainter or threaten to cease. She is heavy of heart, the light of her face has fled. Is sovereignty some poor Montgolfier, which, blown into by the popular wind, grows great and mounts, or sinks flaccid if the wind be withdrawn? France was long a despotism tempered by epigrams, and now, it would seem, the epigrams have get the upper hand. Happy were a young Louis the Desired to make France happy, if it did not prove too troublesome and he only knew the way. But there is endless discrepancy round him, so many claims and clamors, a mere confusion of tongues. Not reconcilable by man, not manageable, suppressible, save by some strongest and wisest men, which only a lightly jesting, lightly gyrating M. de Maurepas can so much as subsist amidst. Philosophism claims her new era, meaning thereby innumerable things. And claims it in no faint voice, for France at large, hitherto mute, is now beginning to speak also, and speaks in that same sense. A huge, many-toned sound, distant, yet not unimpressive. On the other hand, the old Boeuf, which, as nearest one can hear best, claims with shrill vehemence that the monarchy be as heretofore a horn of plenty, wherefrom loyal courtiers may draw, to the just support of the throne. Let liberalism and a new era, if such is the wish, be introduced, only no curtailment of the royal moneys, which latter condition, alas, is precisely the impossible one. Philosophism, as we saw, has got her Turgot made Controller General, and there shall be endless reformation. Unhappily, this Turgot could continue only 20 months. With a miraculous Fortunatus purse in his treasury, it might have lasted longer. With such purse, indeed, every French Controller General, that would prosper in these days, ought first to provide himself. But here again, may we not remark the bounty of nature in regard to hope? Man after man advances confident to the Augean stable, as if he could clean it, expends his little fraction of an ability on it with such cheerfulness, does, in so far as he was honest, accomplish something. Turgot has faculties, honesty, insight, heroic volition, but the Fortunatus purse he has not. sanguine controller general, a whole Pacific French Revolution may stand schemed in the head of the thinker, but who shall pay the unspeakable indemnities that will be needed? Alas, far from that. On the very threshold of the business, he proposes that the clergy, the noblesse, the very parlements be subjected to taxes. One shriek of indignation and astonishment reverberates through all the Shadow galleries. M. de Maurepas has to gyrate. The poor king, who had written few weeks ago, Il ni aque vous et moi qui aimions le peuple, there is none but you and I that has the people's interest at heart, must write now a dismissal, and let the French Revolution accomplish itself, pacifically or not, as it can. Hope then is deferred, not destroyed or abated. Is not this, for example, our patriarch Voltaire after long years of absence revisiting Paris? With face shriveled to nothing, with huge peruke à la Louis XIV, which leaves only 2 eyes visible glittering like carbuncles, the old man is here. What an outburst! Sneering Paris has suddenly grown reverent, devotional with hero worship. Nobles have disguised themselves as tavern waiters to obtain sight of him. The loveliest of France would lay their hair beneath his feet. His chariot is the nucleus of a comet, whose train fills whole streets. They crown him in the theater with immortal vivats, finally stifle him under roses, for old Richelieu recommended opium in such state of the nerves, and the excessive patriarch took too much. Her Majesty herself had some thought of sending for him, but was dissuaded. Let Majesty consider it nevertheless. The purport of this man's existence has been to wither up and annihilate all whereon majesty and worship for the present rests. And is it so that the world recognizes him, with apotheoses, as its prophet and speaker, who has spoken wisely the thing it longed to say? Add only that the body of this same rose-stifled, beatified patriarch cannot get buried except by stealth. It is wholly a notable business, and France, without doubt, is big what the Germans call of good hope. We shall wish her a happy birth hour and blessed fruit. Beaumarchais too has now winded up his law pleadings, memoirs, not without result to himself and to the world. Karen Beaumarchais or de Beaumarchais, for he got ennobled, had been born poor but aspiring, esurient, with talents, audacity, adroitness, above all with the talent for intrigue, a lean but also a tough, indomitable man. Fortune and dexterity brought him to the harpsichord of Mesdames, our good princesses Loque, Grail, and Sisterhood. Still better, Paris Duvernnier, the court banker, honored him with some confidence, to the length even of transactions in cash. Which confidence, however, Duvernier's heir, a person of quality, would not continue. Quite otherwise, there springs a lawsuit from it, wherein tough Beaumarchais, losing both money and repute, is, in the opinion of judge-reporter Gozman, of the Parlement Maupeou, of a whole indifferent acquiescing world, miserably beat. In all men's opinions, only not in his own. Inspired by the indignation, which makes, if not verses, satirical law papers, the withered music master, with a desperate heroism, takes up his lost cause in spite of the world. Fights for it against reporters, parliaments, and principalities with light banter, with clear logic. Adroitly, with an inexhaustible toughness and resource like the skillfulest fencer, on whom, so skillful is he, the whole world now looks. 3 long years it lasts, with wavering fortune. In fine, after labors comparable to the 12 of Hercules, our unconquerable Charon triumphs, regains his lawsuit and lawsuits, strips reporter Gozman of the judicial ermine, covering him with a perpetual garment of obloquy instead. And in regard to the Parlement Maupeou, which he has helped to extinguish, to parliaments of all kinds, and to French justice generally, gives rise to endless reflections in the minds of men. Thus has Beaumarchais, like a lean French Hercules, ventured down, driven by destiny, into the nether kingdoms, and victoriously tamed hell-dogs there. He also is henceforth among the notabilities of his generation. Chapter 1-2v, Astrea Redux without cash. Observe, however, beyond the Atlantic has not the new day verily dawned. Democracy, as we said, is born, storm-girt, is struggling for life and victory. A sympathetic France rejoices over the rights of man. In all saloons, it is said, what a spectacle. Now too behold our Dean, our Franklin American plenipotentiaries, here in position soliciting. The sons of the Saxon Puritans, with their old Saxon temper, old Hebrew culture, sleek Selahs, sleek Benjamin, here on such errand, among the light children of heathenism, monarchy, sentimentalism, and the Scarlet Woman. A spectacle indeed, over which saloons may cackle joyous, though Kaiser Joseph, questioned on it, gave this answer, most unexpected from a philosophe. Madame, the trade I live by is that of royalist, mon métier à moi c'est d'être royaliste. So thinks light Maurepas too, but the wind of philosophism and force of public opinion will blow him round. Best wishes, meanwhile, are sent, clandestine privateers armed. Paul Jones shall equip his bon homme Richard. Weapons, military stores can be smuggled over if the English do not seize them, wherein, once more Beaumarchais, dimly as the giant smuggler becomes visible, filling his own lank pocket withal. But surely, in any case, France should have a navy. For which great object were not now the time. Now when that proud termagant of the seas has her hands full, it is true, an impoverished treasury cannot build ships, but the hint once given, which Beaumarchais says he gave, this and the other loyal seaport, Chamber of Commerce, will build and offer them. Goodly vessels bound into the waters, a Ville de Paris, leviathan of ships. And now when gratuitous three-deckers dance there at anchor, with streamers flying, and a Lutheromaniac philosophdom grows ever more clamorous, what can a Maurepas do but gyrate? Squadrons cross the ocean, Gages, Lees, rough Yankee generals, with woolen nightcaps under their hats, present arms to the far-glancing chivalry of France, and newborn democracy sees, not without amazement, despotism tempered by epigrams fight at her side. So, however, it is. King's forces and heroic volunteers, Rochambeaus, Bouillets, Weymouths, Lafayettes, have drawn their swords in this sacred quarrel of mankind. Shall draw them again elsewhere, in the strangest way. Off Ushant some naval thunder is heard, in the course of which did our young prince, Duc de Chartres, hide in the hold, or did he materially, by active heroism, contribute to the victory? Alas, by a second edition, we learn that there was no victory, or that English Capel had it. Our poor young prince gets his opera plaudits changed into mocking tehis, and cannot become Grand Admiral, the source to him of woes which one may call endless. Woe also for Ville de Paris, the leviathan of ships. English Rodney has clutched it and led it home with the rest, so successful was his new maneuver of breaking the enemy's line. It seems as if, according to Louis Roman 15, France were never to have a navy. Brave Suffren must return from Hyder Ally and the Indian waters, with small result, yet with great glory for 6 non-defeats, which indeed, with such seconding as he had, one may reckon heroic. Let the old sea hero rest now, honored of France in his native Cevennes mountains, sends smoke, not of gunpowder but mere culinary smoke, through the old chimneys of the castle of jails, which one day in other hands shall have other fame. Brave Lapérouse shall by and by lift anchor on philanthropic voyage of discovery, for the king knows geography. But alas, this also will not prosper. The brave navigator goes and returns not. The seekers search far seas for him in vain. He has vanished trackless into blue immensity, and only some mournful, mysterious shadow of him hovers long in all heads and hearts. Neither, while the war yet lasts, will Gibraltar surrender. Not though Crillon Nassau Siegen with the ablest projectors extant are there, and Prince Condé and Prince d'Artois have hastened to help. Wondrous leather-roofed floating batteries, set afloat by French-Spanish Pacte de Famia, give gallant summons, to which, nevertheless, Gibraltar answers plutonically with mere torrents of red-hot iron, as if stone calp had become a throat of the pit, and utters such a doom's blast of a no as all men must credit. And so, with this loud explosion, the noise of war has ceased, an age of benevolence may hope forever. Our noble volunteers of freedom have returned to be her missionaries. Lafayette, as the matchless of his time, glitters in the Versailles Œil de Bœuf, has his bust set up in the Paris Hôtel de Ville. Democracy stands inexpugnable, immeasurable in her new world, has even a foot lifted towards the old, and our French finances, little strengthened by such work, are in no healthy way. What to do with the finance? This indeed is the great question, a small but most black weather symptom, which no radiance of universal hope can cover. We saw Turgot cast forth from the controllership with shrieks, for want of a fortunatus purse. As little could M. de Clugny manage the duty, or indeed do anything but consume his wages, attain a place in history, where as an ineffectual shadow thou beholdest him still lingering, and let the duty manage itself. Did Genovese Necker possess such a purse, then? He possessed banker's skill, banker's honesty, credit of all kinds, for he had written academic prize essays, struggled for India companies, given dinners to philosophers, and realized a fortune in 20 years. He possessed, further, a taciturnity and solemnity, of depth or else of dullness. How singular for Celadon Gibbon, false swain as he had proved, whose father, keeping most probably his own gig, would not hear of such a union, to find now his forsaken demoiselle Kirchad sitting in the high places of the world, as minister's madame, and Necker not jealous. A new young demoiselle, one day to be famed as a madame and de Stael, was romping about the knees of the decline and fall. The Lady Necker founds hospitals, gives solemn philosoph dinner parties to cheer her exhausted controller general. Strange things have happened. By clamor of philosophism, management of Marquis de Pezet, and poverty constraining even kings. And so Necker, Atlas-like, sustains the burden of the finances for 5 years long. Without wages, for he refused such, cheered only by public opinion and the ministering of his noble wife. With many thoughts in him, it is hoped, which however he is shy of uttering. His Comte Rendu, published by the royal permission, fresh sign of a new era, shows wonders, which what but the genius of some Atlas Necker can prevent from becoming portents. In Necker's head too there is a whole Pacific French Revolution, of its kind, and in that taciturn dull depth or deep dullness, ambition enough. Meanwhile, alas, his Fortunatus purse turns out to be little other than the old vectigal of parsimony. Nay, he too has to produce his scheme of taxing, clergy noblesse to be taxed, provincial assemblies, and the rest, like a mere turgot. The expiring M. de Maurepas must gyrate one other time. Let Necker also depart, not unlamented. Great in a private station, Necker looks on from the distance, abiding his time. 80,000 copies of his new book, which he calls Administration des Finances, will be sold in few days. He is gone, but shall return, and that more than once, borne by a whole shouting nation. Singular Controller General of the Finances, once clerk in the Lussens Bank. Chapter 1-2 Roman 6 Windbags. So marches the world, in this its paper age or era of hope. Not without obstructions, war explosions, which, however, heard from such distance, are little other than a cheerful marching music. If indeed that dark living chaos of ignorance and hunger, 25 million strong under your feet, were to begin playing. For the present, however, consider Longchamp, now when Lent is ending, and the glory of Paris and France has gone forth, as in annual wont. Not to assist at tenebrous masses, but to sun itself and show itself, and salute the young spring. Manifold, bright-tinted, glittering with gold, all through the Bois de Boulogne in long-drawn variegated rows, like long-drawn living flower borders, tulips, dahlias, lilies of the valley, all in their moving flower-pots of new-gilt carriages, pleasure of the eye and pride of life. So rolls and dances the procession, steady, of firm assurance as if it rolled on adamant and the foundations of the world, not on mere heraldic parchment, under which smolders a lake of fire. Dance on, ye foolish ones, ye sought not wisdom, neither have ye found it. Ye and your fathers have sown the wind, ye shall reap the whirlwind. Was it not, from of old, written, the wages of sin is death? But at Longchamp, as elsewhere, we remark for one thing that dame and cavalier are waited on each by a kind of human familiar named Jokai. Little elf or imp, though young, already withered, with its withered air of premature vice, of knowingness, of completed elfhood, useful in various emergencies. The name Jokai jockey comes from the English, as the thing also fancies that it does. Our Anglomania, in fact, is grown considerable, prophetic of much. If France is to be free, why shall she not, now when mad war is hushed, love neighboring freedom? Cultivated men, your Dukes de Liancourt, de la Rochefoucauld admire the English constitution, the English national character, would import what of it they can. Of what is lighter, especially if it be light as wind, how much easier the freightage. Non-Admiral Duc de Chartres, not yet d'Orléans or Égalité, flies to and fro across the strait, importing English fashions. This he, as hand and glove with an English Prince of Wales, is surely qualified to do. Carriages and saddles, top boots and raiding goats, as we call riding coats. Nay, the very mode of riding, for now no man on a level with his age but will trot à l'anglaise, rising in the stirrups, scornful of the old sit-fast method, in which, according to Shakespeare, butter and eggs go to market. Also, he can urge the fervid wheels, this brave Chartres of ours. No whip in Paris is rasher and surer than the unprofessional one of Monseigneur. Elf jockeys we have seen, but see now real Yorkshire jockeys and what they ride on and train, English racers for French races. These likewise we owe first, under the providence of the devil, to Monseigneur. Prince d'Artois also has his stud of racers. Prince d'Artois has withal the strangest horseleech, a moonstruck, much-enduring individual of Neuchâtel in Switzerland, named Jean-Paul Marat. A problematic Chevalier Dion, now in petticoats, now in breeches, is no less problematic in London than in Paris, and causes bets and lawsuits. Beautiful days of international communion. Swindlery and blackguardism have stretched hands across the channel and saluted mutually. On the racecourse of Vincennes or Sablons, behold an English curricle for, wafted glorious among the principalities and rascalities, an English Dr. Dodd, for whom also the two early gallows gapes. Duc de Chartres was a young prince of great promise, as young princes often are, which promise unfortunately has belied itself, with the huge Orleans property, with Duc de Penthièvre for father-in-law, and now the young brother-in-law Lamballe killed by excesses. He will one day be the richest man in France. Meanwhile, his hair is all falling out, his blood is quite spoiled by early transcendentalism of debauchery. Carbuncles stud his face, dark studs on a ground of burnished copper. A most signal failure, this young prince. The stuff prematurely burnt out of him, little left but foul smoke and ashes of expiring sensualities. What might have been thought, insight, and even conduct gone now or fast-going, to confused darkness, broken by bewildering dazzlements, to obstreperous crotchets, to activities which you may call semi-delirious or even semi-galvanic. Paris affects to laugh at his charioteering, but he heeds not such laughter. On the other hand, what a day not of laughter was that when he threatened for lucre's sake to lay sacrilegious hand on the Palais Royal garden. The flower parterres shall be riven up, the chestnut avenues shall fall, time-honored boskages under which the opera hamadryads were wont to wander, not inexorable to men. Paris moans aloud. Philidor, from his Café de la Régence, shall no longer look on greenness. The loungers and losels of the world, where now shall they haunt? In vain is moaning. The axe glitters, the sacred groves fall crashing, for indeed Monseigneur was short of money. The opera hamadryads fly with shrieks. Shriek not, ye opera hamadryads, or not as those that have no comfort. He will surround your garden with new edifices and piazzas. Though narrowed, it shall be replanted, dizened with hydraulic jets, cannon which the sun fires at noon. Things bodily, things spiritual, such as man has not imagined. And in the Palais Royal shall again, and more than ever, be the sorcerer's Sabbath and Satan at home of our planet. What will not mortals attempt? From remote Annonay in the Vivarais, the brothers Montgolfier send up their paper dome, filled with the smoke of burnt wool. The Vivarais Provincial Assembly is to be prorogued this same day. Vivarais Assembly members applaud, and the shouts of congregated men. Will victorious analysis scale the very heavens then? Paris hears with eager wonder. Paris shall ere long see. From Revelion's paper warehouse there, in the Rue Saint-Antoine, a noted warehouse, the new Montgolfier airship launches itself. Ducks and poultry are born skyward, but now shall men be born. Nay, chemist Charles thinks of hydrogen and glazed silk. Chemist Charles will himself ascend from the Tuileries garden, Montgolfier solemnly cutting the cord. By heaven, he also mounts, he and another. 10 times 10,000 hearts go palpitating, all tongues are mute with wonder and fear. Till a shout like the voice of seas rolls after him on his wild way, he soars, he dwindles upwards, has become a mere gleaming circlet, like some turgotine snuff-box, what we call turgotine platitude, like some new daylight moon. Finally he descends, welcomed by the universe. Duchess Polignac with a party is in the Bois de Boulogne, waiting, though it is drizzly winter, this of December 1783. The whole chivalry of France, Duc de Chartres foremost, gallops to receive him. Beautiful invention, mounting heavenward so beautifully, so unguardably, emblem of much and of our age of hope itself, which shall mount, specifically light majestically in this same manner, and hover, tumbling whither fate will. Well if it do not piletter-like explode and demount all the more tragically, so, riding on windbags, will men scale the Empyrean. Or observe Herr Dr. Mesmer in his spacious magnetic halls. Long-stoled he walks, reverent, glancing upwards as in rapt commerce, an antique Egyptian hierophant in this new age. Soft music flits, breaking fitfully the sacred stillness. Round their magnetic mystery, which to the eye is mere tubs with water, sit breathless, rod in hand, the circles of beauty and fashion, each circle a living circular passion flower, expecting the magnetic afflatus and new manufactured heaven on earth. O women, O men, great is your infidel faith. A parliamentary Duport, a burgess d'Espremesnil we notice there, chemist Berthollet too, on the part of Monseigneur de Chartres. Had not the Academy of Sciences, with its Baileys, Franklins, Lavoisiers interfered, but it did interfere. Lacretelle, 18 siècle, Roman 3 258. Mesmer may pocket his hard money and withdraw. Let him walk silent by the shore of the Bodensee, by the ancient town of Constance, meditating on much. For so, under the strangest new vesture, the old great truth, since no vesture can hide it, begins again to be revealed. That man is what we call a miraculous creature, with miraculous power over men, and on the whole with such a life in him and such a world round him as victorious analysis, with her physiologies, nervous systems, physic and metaphysic, will never completely name, to say nothing of explaining. Wherein also the quack shall in all ages come in for his share. Chapter 1 to Roman 7, Contrat Social. In such succession of singular prismatic tints, flush after flush suffusing our horizon, does the era of hope dawn on towards fulfillment. Questionable. As indeed, with an era of hope that rests on mere universal benevolence, victorious analysis, vice cured of its deformity, and in the long run on 25 dark savage millions, looking up in hunger and weariness to that ex signum of theirs, 40 feet high. How could it but be questionable? Through all time, if we read aright, sin was, is, will be the parent of misery. This land calls itself most Christian and has crosses and cathedrals, but its high priest is some Rochhyman, some necklace Cardinal Louis de Rohan. The voice of the poor, through long years, ascends inarticulate in Jacqueries meal mobs, low whimpering of infinite moan, unheeded of the earth, not unheeded of heaven. Always, moreover, where the millions are wretched, there are the thousands straitened, unhappy, only the units can flourish. Or say rather, be ruined the last, industry, all noosed and haltered, as if it too were some beast of chase for the mighty hunters of this world to bait, and cut slices from, cries passionately to these its well-paid guides and watchers, not guide me, but laissez faire, leave me alone of your guidance. What market has industry in this France? For two things there may be market and demand. For the coarser kind of field fruits, since the millions will live. For the fine kinds of luxury and spicery, of multiform taste, from opera melodies down to racers and courtesans, since the units will be amused. It is at bottom but a mad state of things. To mend and remake all which we have, indeed, victorious analysis. Honor to victorious analysis. Nevertheless, out of the workshop and laboratory, what thing was victorious analysis yet known to make? Detection of incoherences, mainly, destruction of the incoherent. From of old, doubt was but half a magician, she evokes the spectres which she cannot quell. We shall have endless vortices of froth logic, whereon first words and then things are whirled and swallowed. Remark, accordingly, as acknowledged grounds of hope, at bottom mere precursors of despair. This perpetual theorizing about man, the mind of man, philosophy of government, progress of the species and such like. The main thinking furniture of every head. Time and so many Montesquieu's, Mable's spokesmen of time, have discovered innumerable things. And now has not Jean-Jacques promulgated his new evangel of a contrat social, explaining the whole mystery of government and how it is contracted and bargained for, to universal satisfaction? Theories of government. Such have been and will be in ages of decadence. Acknowledge them in their degree, as processes of nature, who does nothing in vain, as steps in her great process. Meanwhile, what theory is so certain as this, that all theories, were they never so earnest, painfully elaborated, are and by the very conditions of them must be incomplete, questionable, and even false. Thou shalt know that this universe is, what it professes to be, an infinite one. Attempt not to swallow it for thy logical digestion. Be thankful if, skillfully planting down this and the other fixed pillar in the chaos, thou prevent its swallowing thee. That a new young generation has exchanged the skeptic creed, what shall I believe? For passionate faith in this gospel according to Jean-Jacques is a further step in the business, and betokens much. Blessed also is hope, and always from the beginning there was some millennium prophesied, millennium of holiness. But what is notable, never till this new era, any millennium of mere ease and plentiful supply. In such prophesied lubberland of happiness, benevolence, and vice cured of its deformity, trust not, my friends. Man is not what one calls a happy animal, his appetite for sweet victual is so enormous. How in this wild universe, which storms in on him, infinite, vague menacing, shall poor man find, say not happiness, but existence and footing to stand on, if it be not by girding himself together for continual endeavor and endurance? Woe, if in his heart there dwelt no devout faith, if the word duty had lost its meaning for him. For as to this of sentimentalism, so useful for weeping with over-romances and on pathetic occasions, it otherwise verily will avail nothing, nay less. The healthy heart that said to itself, "How healthy am I?" was already fallen into the fatalist sort of disease. Is not sentimentalism twin sister to cant, if not one and the same with it? Is not cant the materia prima of the devil, from which all falsehoods, imbecilities, abominations body themselves, from which no true thing can come? For cant is itself properly a double-distilled lie, the second power of a lie. And now if a whole nation fall into that, in such case, I answer, infallibly they will return out of it. For life is no cunningly devised deception or self-deception. It is a great truth that thou art alive, that thou hast desires, necessities, neither can these subsist and satisfy themselves on delusions, but on fact. To fact, depend on it, we shall come back, to such fact, blessed or cursed, as we have wisdom for. The lowest, least blessed fact one knows of, on which necessitous mortals have ever based themselves, seems to be the primitive one of cannibalism, that I can devour thee. What if such primitive fact were precisely the one we had, with our improved methods, to revert to and begin anew from? Chapter 1-2, Roman 8, printed paper. In such a practical France, let the theory of perfectibility say what it will, discontents cannot be wanting, your promised reformation is so indispensable, yet it comes not, who will begin it with himself? Discontent with what is around us, still more with what is above us, goes on increasing, seeking ever new vents. Of street ballads, of epigrams that from of old tempered despotism, we need not speak. Nor of manuscript newspapers, nouvelles à la main, do we speak. Bacamont and his journeymen and followers may close those 30 volumes of scurrilous eavesdropping, and quit that trade, for at length if not liberty of the press, there is license. Pamphlets can be surreptitiously vended and read in Paris, did they even bear to be printed at Pekin. We have a Courrier de l'Europe in those years, regularly published at London, by a de Morand whom the guillotine has not yet devoured. Thereto an unruly linked, still unguillotined when his own country has become too hot for him and his brother advocates have cast him out, can emit his hoarse wailings, and Bastille dévoilée, Bastille unveiled. Loquacious Abbé Raynal at length has his wish, sees the Histoire philosophique, with its lubricity, unveracity, loose loud eleutheromaniac rant, contributed, they say, by philosophdom at large, though in the Abbé's name, and to his glory, burnt by the common hangman, and sets out on his travels as a martyr. It was the edition of 1781, perhaps the last notable book that had such fire, beatitude, the hangman discovering now that it did not serve. Again, in courts of law, with their money quarrels, divorce cases, wheresoever a glimpse into the household existence can be had, what indications? The parlements of Besançon and Aix ring, audible to all France with the amours and destinies of a young Murraybow. He, under the nurture of a friend of men, has in state prisons, in marching regiments, Dutch authors' garrets, and quite other scenes, been for 20 years learning to resist despotism of men, and alas also of gods. How, beneath this rose-colored veil of universal benevolence and astrea redux, is the sanctuary of home so often a dreary void, or a dark contentious hell on earth. The old friend of men has his own divorce case too, and at times, his whole family but one under lock and key. He writes much about reforming and enfranchising the world, and for his own private behoof he has needed 60 letters de cachet. Man of insight too, with resolution even with manful principle. But in such an element, inward and outward, which he could not rule but only madden. Audacity, rapacity, quite contrary to the finer sensibilities of the heart, fools, that expect your verdant millennium and nothing but love and abundance, brooks running wine, winds whispering music, with the whole ground and basis of your existence champed into a mud of sensuality, which, daily growing deeper, will soon have no bottom but the abyss. Or consider that unutterable business of the diamond necklace, red-hatted Cardinal Louis de Rohan, Sicilian jailbird Balsamo Cagliostro, milliner Dame de Lamotte, with a face of some piquancy. The highest church dignitaries waltzing, in Walpurgis dance, with quack prophets, pick-purses, and public women. A whole Satan's invisible world displayed, working there continually under the daylight visible one, the smoke of its torment going up forever. The throne has been brought into scandalous collision with the treadmill. Astonished Europe rings with the mystery for 10 months, sees only lie unfold itself from lie, corruption among the lofty and the low, guilosity, credulity, imbecility, strength nowhere but in the hunger. Weep, fair queen, thy first tears of unmixed wretchedness. Thy fair name has been tarnished by foul breath, irremediably while life lasts. No more shalt thou be loved and pitied by living hearts, till a new generation has been born, and thy own heart lies cold, cured of all its sorrows. The epigrams henceforth become, not sharp and bitter, but cruel, atrocious, unmentionable. On that 31st of May, 1786, a miserable Cardinal Grandalmoner Rohan, on issuing from his Bastille, is escorted by hurrahing crowds, unloved he and worthy of no love, but important since the court and queen are his enemies. How is our bright era of hope dimmed, and the whole sky growing bleak with signs of hurricane and earthquake? It is a doomed world, gone all obedience that made men free. Fast going the obedience that made men slaves, at least to one another. Slaves only of their own lusts they now are and will be, slaves of sin, inevitably also of sorrow. Behold the mouldering mass of sensuality and falsehood, round which plays foolishly, itself a corrupt phosphorescence, some glimmer of sentimentalism, and over all, rising as ark of their covenant, the grim patibulary fork, 40 feet high, which also is now nigh rotted. Add only that the French nation distinguishes itself among nations by the characteristic of excitability, with the good, but also with the perilous evil, which belongs to that. Rebellion, explosion of unknown extent is to be calculated on. There are, as Chesterfield wrote, all the symptoms I have ever met with in history. Shall we say, then, woe to philosophism that it destroyed religion, what it called extinguishing the abomination écraseur l'infâme? Woe rather to those that made the holy an abomination and extinguishable. Woe at all men that live in such a time of world abomination and world destruction. Nay, answer the courtiers, it was Turgot, it was Necker with their mad innovating, it was the queen's want of etiquette, it was he, it was she, it was that. Friends. It was every scoundrel that had lived, and quack-like pretended to be doing, and been only eating and misdoing in all provinces of life, as shoeblack or as sovereign lord, each in his degree, from the time of Charlemagne and earlier. All this, for be sure no falsehood perishes, but is as seed sown out to grow, has been storing itself for thousands of years, and now the account day has come. And rude will the settlement be, of wrath laid up against the day of wrath. O my brother, be not thou a quack. Die rather, if thou wilt take counsel. Tease but dying once, and thou art quit of it for ever. Cursed is that trade, and bears curses, thou knowest not how, long ages after thou art departed, and the wages thou hadst are all consumed. Nay, as the ancient wise have written, through eternity itself, and is verily marked in the doom book of a god. Hope deferred maketh the heart sick. And yet, as we said, hope is but deferred, not abolished, not abolishable. It is very notable, and touching, how this same hope does still light onwards the French nation through all its wild destinies. For we shall still find hope shining, be it for fond invitation, be it for anger and menace. As a mild heavenly light it shone, as a red conflagration it shines, burning sulphurous blue, through darkest regions of terror, it still shines, and goes sent out at all, since desperation itself is a kind of hope. Thus is our era still to be named of hope, though in the saddest sense, when there is nothing left but hope. But if anyone would know summarily what a Pandora's box lies there for the opening, he may see it in what by its nature is the symptom of all symptoms, the surviving literature of the period. Abbé Raynal, with his lubricity and loud loose rant, has spoken his word. And already the fast-hastening generation responds to another. Glance at Beaumarchais' Marriage de Figaro, which now in 1784, after difficulty enough, has issued on the stage, and runs its 100 nights, to the admiration of all men. By what virtue or internal vigor it so ran, the reader of our day will rather wonder, and indeed will know so much the better that it flattered some pruriency of the time, that it spoke what all were feeling and longing to speak. Small substance in that Figaro, thin wire-drawn intrigues, thin wire-drawn sentiments and sarcasms, a thing lean, barren, yet which winds and whisks itself, as through a wholly mad universe adroitly with a high-sniffing air, wherein each, as was hinted, which is the grand secret, may see some image of himself and of his own state and ways. So it runs its 100 nights, and all France runs with it, laughing applause. If the soliloquizing barber ask, "What has your lordship done to earn all this?" and can only answer, "You took the trouble to be born, vous erts donné la peine de naître," all men must laugh, and a gay, horse-racing Anglomaniac noblest loudest of all. For how can small books have a great danger in them? Asks the seer Karen, and fancies his thin epigram may be a kind of reason. Conqueror of a golden fleece by giant smuggling, tamer of hell dogs in the Parlement Maupeou, and finally crowned Orpheus in the Theater Francais, Beaumarchais has now culminated and unites the attributes of several demigods. We shall meet him once again in the course of his decline. Still more significant are two books produced on the eve of the ever-memorable explosion itself and read eagerly by all the world: Saint Pierre's Paul et Virginie and Louvet's Chevalier de Fables. Noteworthy books, which may be considered as the last speech of old feudal France. In the first there rises melodiously, as it were, the wail of a moribund world, everywhere wholesome nature in unequal conflict with diseased perfidious art, cannot escape from it in the lowest hut, in the remotest island of the sea. Ruin and death must strike down the loved one, and what is most significant of all, death even here not by necessity, but by etiquette. What a world of prurient corruption lies visible in that super-sublime of modesty. Yet, on the whole, our good Saint Pierre is musical, poetical though most morbid. We will call his book the swan song of old dying France. Louvet's again, let no man account musical. Truly, if this wretched Fables is a death speech, it is one under the gallows and by a felon that does not repent. Wretched cloaca of a book, without depth even as a cloaca, what picture of French society is here? Picture properly of nothing, if not of the mind that gave it out as some sort of picture. Yet symptom of much, above all, of the world that could nourish itself thereon. Book 1, Roman 3, The Parlement of Paris. Chapter 1, 3I, Dishonored Bills. While the unspeakable confusion is everywhere weltering within, and through so many cracks in the surface sulfur smoke is issuing, the question arises: through what crevice will the main explosion carry itself? Through which of the old craters or chimneys, or must it at once form a new crater for itself? In every society are such chimneys, are institutions serving as such. Even Constantinople is not without its safety valves. There too discontent can vent itself, in material fire. By the number of nocturnal conflagrations, or of hanged bakers, the reigning power can read the signs of the times and change course according to these. We may say that this French explosion will doubtless first try all the old institutions of escape. For by each of these there is, or at least there used to be, some communication with the interior deep. They are national institutions in virtue of that. Had they even become personal institutions, and what we can call choked up from their original uses, there nevertheless must the impediment be weaker than elsewhere. Through which of them, then? An observer might have guessed, through the law parliaments, above all through the Parlement of Paris. Men, though never so thickly clad in dignities, sit not inaccessible to the influences of their time, especially men whose life is business, who at all turns, were it even from behind judgment seats, have come in contact with the actual workings of the world. The Councillor of Parliament, the President himself, who has bought his place with hard money that he might be looked up to by his fellow creatures. How shall he, in all philosophe soirees and saloons of elegant culture, become notable as a friend of darkness? Among the Paris long robes there may be more than one patriotic Malesherbes, whose rule is conscience and the public good. There are clearly more than one hit-headed D'Espremesnil, to whose confused thought any loud reputation of the Brutus sort may seem glorious. The Lepelletiers, Lamignons have titles and wealth, yet at court are only styled noblesse of the robe. There are Duports of deep scheme, Fredos, Sabatiers of incontinent tongue, all nursed more or less on the milk of the contrat social. Nay, for the whole body, is not this patriotic opposition also a fighting for oneself? Awake, Parlement of Paris, renew thy long warfare. Was not the Parlement Maupeou abolished with ignominy? Not now haste thou to dread a Louis Roman XIV. With the crack of his whip and his Olympian looks, not now a Richelieu and Bastilles. No, the whole nation is behind thee. Thou too, O heavens, mayest become a political power, and with the shakings of thy horsehair wigs shake principalities and dynasties, like a very Jove with his ambrosial curls. Light old M. de Maurepas, since the end of 1781, has been fixed in the frost of death. Nevermore, said the good Louis, shall I hear his step overhead. His light jestings and gyratings are at an end. No more can the importunate reality be hidden by pleasant wit, and today's evil be deftly rolled over upon tomorrow. The morrow itself has arrived, and now nothing but a solid phlegmatic M. de Vergennes sits there, in dull matter-of-fact, like some dull, punctual clerk, which he originally was, admits what cannot be denied, let the remedy come whence it will. In him is no remedy, only clerk-like dispatch of business according to routine. The poor king, grown older yet hardly more experienced, must himself, with such no faculty as he has, begin governing, wherein also his queen will give help. Bright queen, with her quick clear glances and impulses, clear and even noble, but all too superficial, vehement shallow for that work. To govern France were such a problem, and now it has grown well-nigh too hard to govern even the Audiobook. For if a distressed people has its cry, so likewise and more audibly has a bereaved court. To the Audiobook it remains inconceivable how, in a France of such resources, the horn of plenty should run dry, did it not use to flow. Nevertheless, Necker, with his revenue of parsimony, has suppressed above 600 places, before the courtiers could oust him, parsimonious finance pedant as he was. Again, a military pedant, Saint Germain with his Prussian maneuvers, with his Prussian notions, as if merit and not coat of arms should be the rule of promotion, has disaffected military men. The Mousquetaires with much else are suppressed, for he too was one of your suppressors, and unsettling and oversetting did mere mischief to the Audiobook. Complaints abound, scarcity, anxiety. It is a changed Audiobook. Besenval says, already in these years, 1781, there was such a melancholy, such a tristesse about court, compared with former days, as made it quite dispiriting to look upon. No wonder that the Audiobook feels melancholy when you are suppressing its places. Not a place can be suppressed, but some purse is the lighter for it, and more than one heart the heavier, for did it not employ the working classes too, manufacturers, male and female, of laces, essences, of pleasure generally, whosoever could manufacture pleasure? Miserable economies never felt over 25 millions. So, however, it goes on, and is not yet ended. Few years more and the wolf-hounds shall fall suppressed, the bear-hounds, the falconry, places shall fall thick as autumnal leaves. Duc de Polignac demonstrates to the complete silencing of ministerial logic that his place cannot be abolished, then gallantly turning to the queen surrenders it since her majesty so wishes. Less chivalrous was Duc de Coigny, and yet not luckier. We got into a real quarrel, Coigny and I, said King Louis, but if he had even struck me, I could not have blamed him. In regard to such matters there can be but one opinion. Baron Besenval, with that frankness of speech which stamps the independent man, plainly assures Her Majesty that it is frightful, a frou. You go to bed, and are not sure but you shall rise impoverished on the morrow. One might as well be in Turkey. It is indeed a dog's life. How singular this perpetual distress of the royal treasury, and yet it is a thing not more incredible than undeniable. A thing mournfully true, the stumbling block on which all ministers successively stumble and fall. Be it want of fiscal genius, or some far other want, there is the palpable discrepancy between revenue and expenditure. A deficit of the revenue, you must choke, comblur the deficit, or else it will swallow you. This is the stern problem, hopeless seemingly as squaring of the circle. Controller Joly de Fleury, who succeeded Necker, could do nothing with it. Nothing but propose loans which were tardily filled up, impose new taxes, unproductive of money, productive of clamor and discontent. As little could Controller Dormesson do, or even less, for if Joly maintained himself beyond year and day, Dormesson reckons only by months, till the king purchased Rambouillet without consulting him, which he took as a hint to withdraw. And so, towards the end of 1783, matters threatened to come to still stand. Vain seems human ingenuity. In vain has our newly devised Council of Finances struggled, our Intendants of Finance, Controller General of Finances. There are unhappily no finances to control. Fatal paralysis invades the social movement. Clouds of blindness or of blackness envelop us. Are we breaking down, then, into the black horrors of national bankruptcy? Great is bankruptcy, the great bottomless gulf into which all falsehoods, public and private, do sink, disappearing, whither from the first origin of them they were all doomed. For nature is true and not a lie. No lie you can speak or act, but it will come, after longer or shorter circulation, like a bill drawn on nature's reality, and be presented there for payment, with the answer, no effects. Pity only that it often had so long a circulation, that the original forger were so seldom he who bore the final smart of it. Lies, and the burden of evil they bring are passed on, shifted from back to back, and from rank to rank, and so land ultimately on the dumb lowest rank, who with spade and mattock, with sore heart and empty wallet, daily come in contact with reality, and can pass the cheat no further. Observe nevertheless how, by a just compensating law, if the lie with its burden in this confused whirlpool of society sinks and is shifted ever downwards, then in return the distress of it rises ever upwards and upwards. Whereby, after the long pining and demi-starvation of those 20 millions, a Duke de Coigny and his Majesty come also to have their real quarrel. Such is the law of just nature, bringing, though at long intervals, and were it only by bankruptcy, matters round again to the mark. But with a Fortunatus purse in his pocket, through what length of time might not almost any falsehood last? Your society, your household, practical or spiritual arrangement is untrue, unjust, offensive to the eye of God and man. Nevertheless, its hearth is warm, its larder well replenished. The innumerable Swiss of heaven, with a kind of natural loyalty, gather round it, will prove by pamphleteering, musketeering that it is a truth, or if not an unmixed, unearthly, impossible truth, then better, a wholesomely attempered one, as wind is to the shorn lamb and works well. Changed outlook, however, when purse and larder grow empty. Was your arrangement so true, so accordant to nature's ways, then how in the name of wonder has nature, with her infinite bounty, come to leave it famishing there? To all men, to all women, and all children, it is now indubitable that your arrangement was false. Honor to bankruptcy, ever righteous on the great scale, though in detail it is so cruel. Under all falsehoods it works, unweariedly mining. No falsehood, did it rise heaven high and cover the world, but bankruptcy, one day will sweep it down and make us free of it. Chapter 1-3, Roman 2, Controller Calonne. Under such circumstances of tristesse, obstruction, and sick languor, when to an exasperated court it seems as if fiscal genius had departed from among men, what apparition could be welcomer than that of M. de Calonne? Calonne, a man of indisputable genius, even fiscal genius, more or less. Of experience both in managing finance and parlements, for he has been intendant at Metz, at Lille, king's procureur at Douai. A man of weight, connected with the moneyed classes, of unstained name, if it were not some peccadillo, of showing a client's letter, in that old Dagelin Lacheloti's business, as good as forgotten now. He has kinsmen of heavy purse, felt on the stock exchange. Our Foulon's Berthier's intrigue for him. Old Foulon, who has now nothing to do but intrigue, who is known and even seen to be what they call a scoundrel, but of unmeasured wealth, who, from commissariat clerk which he once was, may hope, some think, if the game go right, to be minister himself one day. Such propping and backing has M. de Calonne, and then intrinsically such qualities. Hope radiates from his face, persuasion hangs on his tongue. For all straits he has present remedy, and will make the world roll on wheels before him. On the of November 1783, the Audiobook rejoices in its new Controller General. Calonne also shall have trial. Calonne also, in his way, as Turgot and Necker had done in theirs, shall forward the consummation. Suffuse, with one other flush of brilliancy, our now too leaden-colored era of hope, and wind it up into fulfillment. Great, in any case, is the felicity of the Audiobook. Stinginess has fled from these royal abodes. Suppression ceases, your Besenval may go peaceably to sleep, sure that he shall awake unplundered. Smiling plenty, as if conjured by some enchanter, has returned, scatters contentment from her new-flowing horn, and mark what suavity of manners. A bland smile distinguishes our controller. To all men he listens with an air of interest, nay of anticipation, makes their own wish clear to themselves, and grants it, or at least grants conditional promise of it. I fear this is a matter of difficulty, said Her Majesty. Madam, answered the controller, if it is but difficult, it is done, if it is impossible, it shall be done si fiera. A man of such facility withal. To observe him in the pleasure vortex of society, which none partakes of with more gusto, you might ask, when does he work? And yet his work, as we see, is never behindhand. Above all, the fruit of his work, ready money. Truly a man of incredible facility. Facile action, facile elocution, facile thought. How, in mild suasion, philosophically depth sparkles up from him, as mere wit and lambent sprightliness. And in Her Majesty's soirees, with the weight of a world lying on him, he is the delight of men and women. By what magic does he accomplish miracles? By the only true magic, that of genius. Men name him the minister. as indeed when was there another such? Crooked things are become straight by him, rough places plain, and over the Audiobook there rests an unspeakable sunshine. Nay, in seriousness, let no man say that Calonne had not genius for persuading, before all things for borrowing. With the skillfulest judicious appliances of underhand money, he keeps the stock exchanges flourishing, so that loan after loan is filled up as soon as opened. Calculators likely to know have calculated that he spent in extraordinaries at the rate of 1,000,000 daily, which indeed is some £50,000 sterling. But did he not procure something with it, namely peace and prosperity for the time being? Philosophdom grumbles and croaks, buys, as we said, 80,000 copies of Necker's new book. But non-peril Calonne, in Her Majesty's apartment, with the glittering retinue of dukes, duchesses, and mere happy admiring faces, can let Necker and Philosophdom croak. The misery is, such a time cannot last. Squandering and payment by loan is no way to choke a deficit. Neither is oil the substance for quenching conflagrations, but only for assuaging them, not permanently. To the nonpareil himself, who wanted not insight, it is clear at intervals, and dimly certain at all times, that his trade is by nature temporary, growing daily more difficult, that changes incalculable lie at no great distance. Apart from financial deficit, the world is wholly in such a newfangled humor, all things working loose from their old fastenings, towards new issues and combinations. There is not a dwarf Jokai, a cropped Brutus head, or Anglomaniac horseman rising on his stirrups, that does not betoken change. But what then? The day, in any case, passes pleasantly, for the morrow, if the morrow come, there shall be counsel too. Once mounted by munificence, suasion, magic of genius, high enough in favor with the Audiobook, with the king, queen, stock exchange, and so far as possible with all men, a nonpareil controller may hope to go careering through the inevitable, in some unimagined way, as handsomely as another. At all events, for these 3 miraculous years, it has been expedient heaped on expedient, till now, with such cumulation and height, the pile topples perilous. And here has this world's wonder of a diamond necklace brought it at last to the clear verge of tumbling. Genius in that direction can no more, mounted high enough, or not mounted, we must fare forth. Hardly is poor Rohan, the necklace cardinal, safely bestowed in the Auvergne mountains, Dame de Lamotte unsafely in the Salpêtrière, and that mournful business hushed up, when our sanguine controller once more astonishes the world. An expedient, unheard of for these 160 years, has been propounded, and by dint of suasion for his light audacity, his hope and eloquence are matchless, has been got adopted, convocation of the notables. Let notable persons, the actual or virtual rulers of their districts, be summoned from all sides of France. Let a true tale of His Majesty's patriotic purposes and wretched pecuniary impossibilities be suasively told them, and then the question put, what are we to do? Surely to adopt healing measures, such as the magic of genius will unfold, such as, once sanctioned by notables, all parliaments and all men must, with more or less reluctance, submit to. Chapter 1, 3 Roman 3, The Notables. Here then is verily a sign and wonder, visible to the whole world, bodeful of much. The Audiobook dolorously grumbles, were we not well as we stood, quenching conflagrations by oil? Constitutional philosophdom starts with joyful surprise, stares eagerly what the result will be. The public creditor, the public debtor, the whole thinking and thoughtless public have their several surprises, joyful and sorrowful. Count Murraybow, who has got his matrimonial and other lawsuits huddled up, better or worse, and works now in the dimmest element at Berlin, compiling Prussian monarchies, pamphlets on Cagliostro. Writing, with pay but not with honorable recognition, innumerable dispatches for his government. Scents or descries richer quarry from afar, he, like an eagle or vulture, or mixture of both, preens his wings for flight homewards. M. de Calonne has stretched out an Aaron's rod over France, miraculous, and is summoning quite unexpected things. Audacity and hope alternate in him with misgivings, though the sanguine valiant side carries it. Anon he writes to an intimate friend, Je me fais pitié à moi-même, I am an object of pity to myself. Anon, invites some dedicating poet or poetaster to sing this assembly of the notables and the revolution that is preparing. Preparing indeed, and a matter to be sung, only not till we have seen it and what the issue of it is. In deep obscure unrest, all things have so long gone rocking and swaying, Will M. de Calonne, with this his alchemy of the notables, fasten all together again and get new revenues, or wrench all asunder, so that it go no longer rocking and swaying, but clashing and colliding. Be this as it may, in the bleak short days, we behold men of weight and influence threading the great vortex of French locomotion, each on his several line, from all sides of France towards the shade of Versailles. Summoned thither de par le Roi. There, on the 22d day of February 1787, they have met and got installed, notables to the number of 137, as we count them name by name. Add 7 princes of the blood, it makes the round gross of notables. Men of the sword, men of the robe, peers, dignified clergy, parliamentary presidents, divided into 7 boards, bureau. Under are 7 princes of the blood, Monsieur, D'Artois, Penthievre, and the rest, among whom let not our new Duke d'Orléans, for, since 1785, he is Chartres no longer be forgot. Never yet made admiral, and now turning the corner of his 40th year with spoiled blood and prospects. Half weary of a world which is more than half weary of him, Monseigneur's future is most questionable. Not in illumination and insight, not even in conflagration, but, as was said, in dull smoke and ashes of outburnt sensualities, does he live and digest. Sumptuosity and sordidness, revenge, life-weariness, ambition, darkness, putrescence, and say in sterling money 300,000 a year, were this poor prince once to burst loose from his court moorings, to what regions with what phenomena might he not sail and drift? Happily as yet he affects to hunt daily. Sits there, since he must sit, presiding that bureau of his, with dull moon visage, dull glassy eyes, as if it were a mere tedium to him. We observe finally that Count Murraybau has actually arrived. He descends from Berlin on the scene of action, glares into it with flashing sun-glance, discerns that it will do nothing for him. He had hoped these notables might need a secretary. They do need one, but have fixed on Dupont de Nemers, a man of smaller fame, but then of better, who indeed, as his friends often hear, labors under this complaint, surely not a universal one, of having 5 kings to correspond with. The pen of a Murraybau cannot become an official one, nevertheless it remains a pen. In defect of secretaryship, he sets to denouncing stock brokerage, denunciation de l'agiotage, testifying, as his wont is, by loud bruit, that he is present and busy, till, warned by friend Talleyrand, and even by Calonne himself underhand, that a 17th letter de cachet may be launched against him, he timefully flits over the marches. And now, in stately royal apartments, as pictures of that time still represent them, our 144 notables sit organized, ready to hear and consider. Controller Calonne is dreadfully behindhand with his speeches, his preparatives. However, the man's facility of work is known to us. For freshness of style, lucidity, ingenuity, largeness of view, that opening harangue of his was unsurpassable, had not the subject matter been so appalling. A deficit, concerning which accounts vary, and the controller's own account is not unquestioned, but which all accounts agree in representing as enormous. This is the epitome of our controller's difficulties, and then his means. Mere turgotism, for thither, it seems, we must come at last. Provincial assemblies, new taxation, nay, strangest of all, new land tax, what he calls subvention territorial, from which neither privileged nor unprivileged noblemen, clergy, nor parliamenters shall be exempt. Foolish enough, these privileged classes have been used to tax, levying toll, tribute, and custom at all hands while a penny was left, but to be themselves taxed. Of such privileged persons, meanwhile, do these notables all but the merest fraction consist. Headlong Calonne had given no heed to the composition or judicious packing of them, but chosen such notables as were really notable, trusting for the issue to offhand ingenuity, good fortune, and eloquence that never yet failed. Headlong Controller General. Eloquence can do much, but not all. Orpheus, with eloquence grown rhythmic, musical, what we call poetry, drew iron tears from the cheek of Pluto, but by what witchery of rhyme or prose wilt thou from the pocket of Plutus draw gold? Accordingly, the storm that now rose and began to whistle round Calonne, first in these 7 bureaus, and then on the outside of them, awakened by them, spreading wider and wider over all France, threatens to become unappeasable. A deficit so enormous, mismanagement, profusion is too clear. Peculation itself is hinted at. Nay, Lafayette and others go so far as to speak it out, with attempts at proof. The blame of his deficit our brave Calonne, as was natural, had endeavored to shift from himself on his predecessors, not excepting even Necker. But now Necker vehemently denies, whereupon an angry correspondence, which also finds its way into print. In the Audiobook and Her Majesty's private apartments, an eloquent controller with his Madame, if it is but difficult, had been persuasive. But alas, the cause is now carried elsewhither. Behold him, one of these sad days, in Monsieur's bureau, to which all the other bureaus have sent deputies. He is standing at bay, alone, exposed to an incessant fire of questions, interpellations, objurgations from those 137 pieces of logic ordnance, what we may well call Boucher's a few, fire-mouths literally. Never, according to Besenval, or hardly ever, had such display of intellect, dexterity, coolness, suasive eloquence been made by man. To the raging play of so many fire-mouths he opposes nothing angrier than light beams, self-possession, and fatherly smiles. With the imperturbablest bland clearness, he, for 5 hours long, keeps answering the incessant volley of fiery captious questions, reproachful interpellations, in words prompt as lightning, quiet as light. Nay, the crossfire too, such side questions and incidental interpellations as in the heat of the main battle, he, having only one tongue, could not get answered. These also he takes up at the first slake, answers even these. Could blandest suasive eloquence have saved France, she were saved. Heavy-laden controller. In the 7 bureaus seems nothing but hindrance. In Monsieur's bureau, a Lamini de Brienne, Archbishop of Toulouse, with an eye himself to the controllership, stirs up the clergy. There are meetings, underground intrigues. Neither from without anywhere comes sign of help or hope. For the nation, where Merkbau is now, with stentor lungs, denouncing agio, the controller has hitherto done nothing, or less. For philosophdom he has done as good as nothing, sent out some scientific lapuraus or the like, and is he not in angry correspondence with its Necker? The very Audiobook looks questionable. A falling controller has no friends. Solid M. de Vergennes, who with his phlegmatic, judicious punctuality might have kept down many things, died the very week before these sorrowful notables met. And now a seal-keeper, garde des Sceaux Miramanel, is thought to be playing the traitor, spinning plots for Lamini Brienne. Queen's reader Abbé de Vermond, unloved individual, was Brienne's creature, the work of his hands from the first. It may be feared the backstairs passage is open, ground getting mined under our feet. Treacherous garde des Sceaux Miramanel at least should be dismissed. Lamignan, the eloquent notable, a staunch man, with connections and even ideas, Parliament president yet intent on reforming parliaments, were not he the right keeper? So, for one, thinks busy Besenval, and at dinner table rounds the same into the controller's ear, who always, in the intervals of landlord duties, listens to him as with charmed look, but answers nothing positive. Alas, what to answer? The force of private intrigue, and then also the force of public opinion, grows so dangerous, confused, philosophdom sneers aloud, as if its Necker already triumphed. The gaping populace gapes over woodcuts or copper-cuts, where, for example, a rustic is represented convoking the poultry of his barnyard, with this opening address. Dear animals, I have assembled you to advise me what sauce I shall dress you with. To which a cock responding, we don't want to be eaten, is checked by, you wander from the point, vous écartez de la question. Laughter and logic, ballad singer, pamphleteer, epigram, and caricature. What wind of public opinion is this, as if the cave of the winds were bursting loose? At nightfall, President Lamignan steals over to the controller's, finds him walking with large strides in his chamber, like one out of himself. With rapid, confused speech, the controller begs de Lamignan to give him an advice. Lamignan candidly answers that, except in regard to his own anticipated keepership, unless that would prove remedial, he really cannot take upon him to advise. On the Monday after Easter, the 9th of April 1787, a date one rejoices to verify, for nothing can excel the indolent falsehood of these histoires and memoirs. On the Monday after Easter, as I, Besenval, was riding towards Romainville to the Maréchal de Ségur, I met a friend on the boulevards, who told me that M. de Calonne was out. A little further on came M. the Duc d'Orléans, dashing towards me, head to the wind, trotting at l'Anglaise, and confirmed the news. It is true news. Treacherous garde des Sceaux Miramanel is gone, and Lamignan is appointed in his room, but appointed for his own profit only, not for the controller's. Next day the controller also has had to move. A little longer he may linger near, be seen among the money changers, and even working in the controller's office, where much lies unfinished, but neither will that hold. Two strong blows and beats this tempest of public opinion, of private intrigue, as from the cave of all the winds, and blows him, higher authority giving sign, out of Paris and France, over the horizon, into invisibility or outer darkness. Such destiny the magic of genius could not forever avert, ungrateful old Boeuf. Did he not miraculously rain gold manna on you, so that, as a courtier said, all the world held out its hand, and I held out my hat, for a time? Himself is poor, penniless, had not a financier's widow in Lorraine offered him, though he was turned of 50, her hand and the rich purse it held. Dim henceforth shall be his activity, though unwearied, letters to the king, appeals, prognostications, pamphlets from London, written with the old suasive facility, which however do not persuade. Luckily his widow's purse fails not. Once, in a year or two, some shadow of him shall be seen hovering on the northern border, seeking election as national deputy, but be sternly beckoned away. Dimmer then, far borne over utmost European lands, in uncertain twilight of diplomacy, he shall hover, intriguing for exiled princes, and have adventures, be overset into the Rhine stream and half drowned, nevertheless save his papers dry. Unwearied, but in vain, in France he works miracles no more, shall hardly return thither to find a grave. Farewell, thou facile sanguine controller general, with thy light rash hand, thy suasive mouth of gold. Worse men there have been, and better. But to thee also was allotted a task, of raising the wind and the winds, and thou hast done it. But now, while ex-controller Calonne flies storm-driven over the horizon, in this singular way, what has become of the controllership? It hangs vacant, one may say, extinct, like the moon in her vacant interlunar cave. Two preliminary shadows, poor M, Forque, poor M Villaguel, do hold in quick succession some simulacrum of it, as the new moon will sometimes shine out with a dim preliminary old one in her arms. Be patient, ye notables. An actual new controller is certain, and even ready, were the indispensable maneuvers but gone through. Long-headed Lammignon, with Home Secretary Bretuel and Foreign Secretary Montmorin have exchanged looks. Let these three once meet and speak. Who is it that is strong in the Queen's favor, and the Abbé de Vermans? That is a man of great capacity. Or at least that has struggled, these 50 years, to have it thought great, now, in the clergy's name, demanding to have Protestant death penalties put in execution. No flaunting it in the old Boeuf as the gayest man-pleaser and woman-pleaser, gleaning even a good word from philosophdom and your Voltaires and D'Alemberts, with a party ready-made for him in the notables, Lamini de Brienne, Archbishop of Toulouse. Answer all the three, with the clearest instantaneous concord, and rush off to propose him to the king. In such haste, says Besenval, that M. de Lammignon had to borrow a simar, seemingly some kind of cloth apparatus necessary for that. Lamini Brienne, who had all his life felt a kind of predestination for the highest offices, has now therefore obtained them. He presides over the finances. He shall have the title of Prime Minister itself, and the effort of his long life be realized. Unhappy only that it took such talent and industry to gain the place, that to qualify for it hardly any talent or industry was left disposable. Looking now into his inner man, what qualification he may have, Lamini beholds, not without astonishment, next to nothing but vacuity and possibility, principles or methods, acquirement outward or inward, for his very body is wasted by hard tear, and where he finds none, not so much as a plan, even an unwise one. Lucky, in these circumstances, that Calonne has had a plan. Calonne's plan was gathered from Turgot's and Necker's by compilation, shall become Lamini's by adoption. Not in vain has Lamini studied the working of the British Constitution, for he professes to have some Anglomania of a sort. Why, in that free country, does one minister, driven out by Parliament, vanish from his king's presence, and another enter, borne in by Parliament? Surely not for mere change, which is ever wasteful, but that all men may have share of what is going, and so the strife of freedom indefinitely prolong itself, and no harm be done. The notables, mollified by Easter festivities by the sacrifice of Calonne, are not in the worst humor. Already His Majesty, while the interlunar shadows were in office, had held session of notables, and from his throne delivered promissory conciliatory eloquence. The Queen stood waiting at a window till his carriage came back, and Monsieur from afar clapped hands to her, in sign that all was well. It has had the best effect, if such do but last. Leading notables meanwhile can be caressed. Brienne's new gloss, Lammignon's long head will profit somewhat. conciliatory eloquence shall not be wanting. On the whole, however, is it not undeniable that this of ousting Calonne and adopting the plans of Calonne is a measure which, to produce its best effect, should be looked at from a certain distance, cursorily, not dwelt on with minute-near scrutiny? In a word, that no service the notables could now do were so obliging as, in some handsome manner, to take themselves away. Their 6 propositions about provisional assemblies, suppression of corvées and such like, can be accepted without criticism. The subvention on land tax and much else one must glide hastily over, safe nowhere but in flourishes of conciliatory eloquence. Till at length on this 25th of May, year 1787, in solemn final session, there bursts forth what we can call an explosion of eloquence. King, Loménie, Lammignon, and retinue taking up the successive strain, in herrings to the number of 10, besides his Majesty's, which last the livelong day. Whereby, as in a kind of choral anthem or bravura peal of thanks, praises, promises, the notables are, so to speak, organed out and dismissed to their respective places of abode. They had sat and talked some 9 weeks. They were the first notables since Richelieu's in the year 1626. By some historians, sitting much at their ease, in the safe distance, Loménie has been blamed for this dismissal of his notables. Nevertheless, it was clearly time. There are things, as we said, which should not be dwelt on with minute close scrutiny. Over hot coals you cannot glide too fast. In these 7 bureaus, where no work could be done, unless talk were work, the questionablest matters were coming up. Lafayette, for example, in Monseigneur d'Artois' bureau, took upon him to set forth more than one deprecatory oration about letters, decachet, liberty of the subject, agio, and such like, which Monseigneur endeavoring to repress, was answered that a notable being summoned to speak his opinion must speak it. Thus to his Grace the Archbishop of Aix perorating once, with a plaintive pulpit tone, in these words, "Tithe, that free-will offering of the piety of Christians, tithe," interrupted Duke La Rochefoucauld, with the cold business manner he has learned from the English, "that free-will offering of the piety of Christians, on which there are now 40,000 lawsuits in this realm." Nay, Lafayette, bound to speak his opinion, went the length, one day, of proposing to convoke a national assembly. "You demand States General?" asked Monseigneur with an air of minatory surprise. "Yes, Monseigneur, and even better than that." "Write it," said Monseigneur to the clerks. "Written accordingly it is, and what is more, will be acted by and by." Chapter 1-3, Roman IV Loménie's Edicts. Thus then have the notables returned home, carrying to all quarters of France such notions of deficit, decrepitude, distraction, and that States General will cure it, or will not cure it but kill it. Each notable, we may fancy, is as a funeral torch, disclosing hideous abysses better left hid. The unquietest humor possesses all men, ferments, seeks issue in pamphleteering, caricaturing, projecting, declaiming, vain jangling of thought, word, and deed. It is spiritual bankruptcy, long tolerated, verging now towards economical bankruptcy and become intolerable. For from the lowest dumb rank, the inevitable misery, as was predicted, has spread upwards. In every man is some obscure feeling that his position, oppressive or else oppressed, is a false one. All men in one or the other acrid dialect, as assaulters or as defenders, must give vent to the unrest that is in them. Of such stuff national well-being and the glory of rulers is not made. O Loménie, what a wild heaving, waste-looking, hungry and angry world hast thou, after lifelong effort, got promoted to take charge of. Loménie's first edicts are mere soothing ones: creation of provincial assemblies, for apportioning the imposts, when we get any, suppression of corvées or statute labor, alleviation of gabelle. Soothing measures, recommended by the notables, long clamored for by all liberal men. Oil cast on the waters has been known to produce a good effect. Before venturing with great essential measures, Loménie will see this singular swell of the public mind abate somewhat. Most proper, surely, but what if it were not a swell of the abating kind? There are swells that come of upper tempest and wind gust. But again, there are swells that come of subterranean pent wind, some say, and even of inward decomposition, of decay that has become self-combustion. As when, according to Neptuno-Plutonic geology, the world is all decayed down into detritus of this sort, and shall now be exploded and new made. These latter abate not by oil. The fool says in his heart, how shall not tomorrow be as yesterday, as all days, which were once tomorrows? The wise man, looking on this France, moral, intellectual, economical, sees, In short, all the symptoms he has ever met with in history, unabatable by soothing edicts. Meanwhile, abate or not, cash must be had, and for that quite another sort of edicts, namely bursal or fiscal ones. How easy were fiscal edicts? Did you know for certain that the Parliament of Paris would what they call register them? Such right of registering, properly of mere writing down, the Parliament has got by old wont, and though but a law court, can remonstrate, and higgle considerably about the same. Hence many quarrels, desperate mop-you devices, and victory and defeat, a quarrel now near 40 years long. Hence fiscal edicts, which otherwise were easy enough, become such problems. For example, is there not Calonne's subvention territorial, universal, unexempting land tax, the sheet anchor of finance? Or, to show, so far as possible, that one is not without original finance talent, Lomini himself can devise an edit du timbre or stamp tax, borrowed also, it is true, but then from America. May it prove luckier in France than there. France has her resources. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied, the aspect of that Parliament is questionable. Already among the notables, in that final symphony of dismissal, the Paris president had an ominous tone. Adrien Duport, quitting magnetic sleep in this agitation of the world, threatens to rouse himself into preternatural wakefulness. Shallower but also louder, there is magnetic D'Espremesnil, with his tropical heat, he was born at Madras, with his dusky confused violence. Holding of illumination, animal magnetism, public opinion, Adam Weishaupt, Harmodius and Aristogiton, and all manner of confused violent things, of whom can come no good. The very peerage is infected with the leaven. Our peers have in too many cases laid aside their frogs, laces, bagwigs, and go about in English costume or ride rising in their stirrups, in the most headlong manner nothing but insubordination, eleutheromania, confused unlimited opposition in their heads. Questionable, not to be ventured upon if we had a Fortunatus purse. But Lomini has waited all June, casting on the waters what oil he had, and now, betide as it may, the two finance edicts must out. On the 6th of July, he forwards his proposed stamp tax and land tax to the Parliament of Paris, and, as if putting his own leg foremost, not his borrowed Calonne's leg, places the stamp tax first in order. Alas, the Parliament will not register. The Parliament demands instead a state of the expenditure, a state of the contemplated reductions. States enough which His Majesty must decline to furnish. Discussions arise, patriotic eloquence, the peers are summoned. Does the Nemean lion begin to bristle? Here surely is a duel which France and the universe may look upon with prayers, at lowest with curiosity and bets. Paris stirs with new animation. The outer courts of the Palais de Justice roll with unusual crowds, coming and going. Their huge outer hum mingles with the clang of patriotic eloquence within and gives vigor to it. Poor Lomini gazes from the distance, little comforted, has his invisible emissaries flying to and fro, assiduous, without result. So pass the sultry dog days in the most electric manner, and the whole month of July. And still, in the sanctuary of justice, sounds nothing but Harmodius Aristogiton eloquence, environed with the hum of crowding Paris, and no registering accomplished, and no states furnished. States, said a lively parliamenteer, Messieurs, the states that should be furnished us, in my opinion, are the States General. On which timely joke there follow cachinnatory buzzes of approval. What a word to be spoken in the Palais de Justice! Old Dormesson, the ex-controller's uncle, shakes his judicious head, far enough from laughing. But the outer courts and Paris and France catch the glad sound and repeat it, shall repeat it and re-echo and reverberate it till it grow a deafening peal. Clearly enough here is no registering to be thought of. The pious proverb says, there are remedies for all things but death. When a parliament refuses registering, the remedy, by long practice, has become familiar to the simplest. A bed of justice. One complete month this parliament has spent in mere idle jargoning and sound and fury, the timbre edict not registered, or like to be, the subvention not yet so much as spoken of. On the 6th of August, let the whole refractory body roll out in wheeled vehicles as far as the king's chateau of Versailles. There shall the king, holding his bed of justice, order them, by his own royal lips, to register. They may remonstrate in an undertone, but they must obey, lest a worse unknown thing befall them. It is done, the Parliament has rolled out on royal summons, has heard the express royal order to register. Whereupon it has rolled back again, amid the hushed expectancy of men. And now, behold, on the morrow, this Parliament, seated once more in its own palais, with crowds inundating the outer courts, not only does not register, but, o portent, declares all that was done on the prior day to be null, and the bed of justice as good as a futility. In the history of France here verily is a new feature. Nay, better still, our heroic Parliament, getting suddenly enlightened on several things, declares that, for its part, it is incompetent to register tax edicts at all, having done it by mistake during these late centuries, that for such act one authority only is competent, the assembled 3 estates of the realm. To such length can the universal spirit of a nation penetrate the most isolated body corporate. Say rather, with such weapons, homicidal and suicidal, in exasperated political duel, will bodies corporate fight. But in any case, is not this the real death grapple of war and internecine duel, Greek meeting Greek, whereon men, had they even no interest in it, might look with interest unspeakable? Crowds, as was said, inundate the outer courts. Inundation of young eleutheromaniac noblemen in English costume, uttering audacious speeches. Of procureurs, bassage clerks who are idle in these days, of loungers, newsmongers, and other nondescript classes, rolls tumultuous there. From 3,000 to 4,000 persons, waiting eagerly to hear the arertes, resolutions, you arrive at within, applauding with bravos, with the clapping of from 6,000 to 8,000 hands. Sweet also is the meed of patriotic eloquence, when your D'Espremesnil, your Fredo or Sabatier, issuing from his Demosthenic Olympus, the thunder being hushed for the day, is welcomed in the outer courts with a shout from 4,000 throats, is borne home shoulder high with benedictions, and strikes the stars with his sublime head. Chapter 1-3v, Lamini's Thunderbolts. Arise, Lamini Brienne, here is no case for letters of Justion, for faltering or compromise. Thou seest the whole loose fluent population of Paris, whatsoever is not solid, and fixed to work inundating these outer courts, like a loud destructive deluge, the very bassage of lawyers' clerks talk sedition. The lower classes, in this duel of authority with authority, Greek throttling Greek, have ceased to respect the city watch. Police satellites are marked on the back with chalk. The M signifies mouchard, spy. They are hustled, hunted like fairy natchery. Subordinate rural tribunals send messengers of congratulation, of adherence. Their fountain of justice is becoming a fountain of revolt. The provincial parliaments look on, with intent eye, with breathless wishes, while their elder sister of Paris does battle. The whole 12 are of one blood and temper. The victory of one is that of all. Ever worse it grows. On the 10th of August there is plaint emitted touching the prodigalities of Calonne, and permission to proceed against him. No registering, but instead of it denouncing, of dilapidation, peculation, and ever the burden of the song, States General. Have the royal armories no thunderbolt, that thou couldst, O Lamini, with red right hand, launch it among these Demosthenic theatrical thunderbarrels, mere resin and noise for most part, and shatter and smite them silent. On the night of the 14th of August, Lamini launches his thunderbolt, or handful of them. Letters named of the seal de cachet, as many as needful, some 60 and odd, are delivered overnight. And so, next day betimes, the whole Parliament, once more set on wheels, is rolling incessantly towards Troyes in Champagne. Escorted, says history, with the blessings of all people, the very innkeepers and postilions looking gratuitously reverent. This is the 15th of August. What will not people bless, in their extreme need? Seldom had the Parliament of Paris deserved much blessing, or received much. An isolated body corporate which, out of old confusions, while the scepter of the sword was confusedly struggling to become a scepter of the pen, had got itself together, better and worse as bodies corporate do, to satisfy some dim desire of the world, and many clear desires of individuals. And so had grown, in the course of centuries, on concession, on acquirement and usurpation, to be what we see it. A prosperous social anomaly, deciding lawsuits, sanctioning or rejecting laws. And withal disposing of its places and offices by sale for ready money, which method sleek President Hainault, after meditation, will demonstrate to be the indifferent best. In such a body, existing by purchase for ready money, there could not be excess of public spirit. There might well be excess of eagerness to divide the public spoil. Men in helmets have divided that, with swords, men in wigs, with quill and inkhorn, do divide it, and even more hatefully these latter, if more peaceably, for the wig method is at once irresistibler and baser. By long experience, says Besenval, It has been found useless to sue a parlementaire at law. No officer of justice will serve a writ on one. His wig and gown are his Vulcan's panoply, his enchanted cloak of darkness. The Parliament of Paris may count itself an unloved body, mean, not magnanimous on the political side. Were the king weak always, as now, has his parliament barked, cur-like at his heels with what popular cry there might be. Were he strong, it barked before his face, hunting for him as his alert beagle. An unjust body, where foul influences have more than once worked shameful perversion of judgment. Does not, in these very days, the blood of murdered Lally cry aloud for vengeance? Baited, circumvented, driven mad like the snared lion, valor had to sink extinguished under vindictive chicane. Behold him, that hapless Lally, his wild dark soul looking through his wild dark face, trailed on the ignominious death hurdle, the voice of his despair choked by a wooden gag. The wild fire soul that has known only peril and toil, and for 80 years has buffeted against fate's obstruction and men's perfidy, like genius and courage amid poltroonery, dishonesty, and commonplace. Faithfully enduring and endeavoring, O Parliament of Paris, dost thou reward it with a gibbet and a gag. The dying Lally bequeathed his memory to his boy. A young Lally has arisen, demanding redress in the name of God and man. The Parliament of Paris does its utmost to defend the indefensible, abominable. Nay, what is singular, dusky-glowing Aristogiton d'Espremesnil is the man chosen to be its spokesman in that. Such social anomaly is it that France now blesses, an unclean social anomaly, but in duel against another worse. The exiled Parliament is felt to have covered itself with glory. There are quarrels in which even Satan, bringing help, were not unwelcome. Even Satan, fighting stiffly, might cover himself with glory, of a temporary sort. But what a stir in the outer courts of the Palais, when Paris finds its Parliament trundled off to Troyes and Champagne, and nothing left but a few mute keepers of records, the Demosthenic thunder become extinct, the martyrs of liberty clean gone. Confused wail and menace rises from the 4,000 throats of procureurs, bassotch clerks, nondescripts, and Anglomaniac noblesse. Ever new idlers crowd to see and hear. Rascality, with increasing numbers and vigor, hunts mouchards. Loud whirlpool rolls through these spaces. The rest of the city, fixed to its work, cannot yet go rolling. Audacious placards are legible. In and about the Palais, the speeches are as good as seditious. Surely the temper of Paris is much changed. On the third day of this business, 18th of August, Monsieur and Monseigneur d'Artois, coming in state carriages, according to use and wont to have these late obnoxious arreartés and protests expunged from the records, are received in the most marked manner. Monsieur, who is thought to be in opposition, is met with vivats and strewed flowers. Monseigneur, on the other hand, with silence, with murmurs which rise to hisses and groans. Nay, an irreverent rascality presses towards him in floods with such hissing vehemence that the captain of the guards has to give order. Hout less arms, handle arms. At which thunderword, indeed, and the flash of the clear iron, the rascal flood recoils through all avenues fast enough. New features these. Indeed, as good M. de Malesherbes pertinently remarks, it is a quite new kind of contest this with the Parliament. No transitory sputter, as from collision of hard bodies, but more like the first sparks of what, if not quenched, may become a great conflagration. This good Malesherbes sees himself now again in the King's Council, after an absence of 10 years. Lomini would profit if not by the faculties of the man, yet by the name he has. As for the man's opinion, it is not listened to, wherefore he will soon withdraw, a second time, back to his books and his trees. In such King's Council what can a good man profit? Turgot tries it not a second time. Turgot has quitted France and this earth some years ago, and now cares for none of these things. Singular enough a Turgot, this same Lomini, and the Abbé Morlet were once a trio of young friends, fellow scholars in the Sorbonne. 40 new years have carried them severally thus far. Meanwhile the Parliament sits daily at Troyes, calling cases, and daily adjourns, no procureur making his appearance to plead. Troyes is as hospitable as could be looked for. Nevertheless, one has comparatively a dull life. No crowds now to carry you, shoulder high, to the immortal gods. Scarcely a patriot or two will drive out so far and bid you be of firm courage. You are in furnished lodgings, far from home and domestic comfort. Little to do but wander over the unlovely champagne fields, seeing the grapes ripen, taking counsel about the 1,000 times consulted, a prey to tedium, in danger even that Paris may forget you. Messengers come and go. Pacific Lamini is not slack in negotiating, promising. Dormesson and the prudent elder members see no good in strife. After a dull month, the Parliament, yielding and retaining, makes truce as all parliaments must. The stamp tax is withdrawn, the subvention land tax is also withdrawn, but in its stead there is granted what they call a prorogation of the second 20th, itself a kind of land tax but not so oppressive to the influential classes, which lies mainly on the dumb class. Moreover, secret promises exist on the part of the elders that finances may be raised by loan. Of the ugly word States General, there shall be no mention. And so, on the 20th of September, our exiled Parliament returns, D'Espremesnil said. It went out covered with glory, but had come back covered with mud to bow. Not so, Aristogiton, or if so, thou surely art the man to clean it. Chapter 1-3, Roman 6 Lamini's plots. Was ever unfortunate chief minister so bested as Lamini Brienne? The reins of the state fairly in his hand these 6 months, and not the smallest motive power of finance to stir from the spot with this way or that. He flourishes his whip, but advances not. Instead of ready money, there is nothing but rebellious debating and recalcitrating. Far is the public mind from having calmed, it goes chafing and fuming ever worse, and in the royal coffers with such yearly deficit running on, there is hardly the color of coin. Ominous prognostics. Malesherbes, seeing an exhausted, exasperated France grow hotter and hotter, talks of conflagration. Murraybow without talk, has, as we perceive, descended on Paris again, close on the rear of the Parliament, not to quit his native soil any more. Over the frontiers, behold Holland invaded by Prussia, the French party oppressed, England and the stadtholder triumphing, to the sorrow of War Secretary Montmorin and all men. But without money, sinews of war, as of work, and of existence itself, what can a chief minister do? Taxes profit little. This of the second 20th falls not due till next year, and will then, with its strict valuation, produce more controversy than cash. Taxes on the privileged classes cannot be got registered, are intolerable to our supporters themselves. Taxes on the unprivileged yield nothing, as from a thing drained dry more cannot be drawn. Hope is nowhere, if not in the old refuge of loans. To Lamini, aided by the long head of Lamignan, deeply pondering this sea of troubles, the thought suggested itself. Why not have a successive loan, emprunte successif, or loan that went on lending year after year as much as needful, say till 1792? The trouble of registering such loan were the same. We had then breathing time, money to work with, at least to subsist on. Edict of a successive loan must be proposed. To conciliate the philosophs, let a liberal edict walk in front of it, for emancipation of Protestants. Let a liberal promise guard the rear of it, that when our loan ends, in that final 1792, the States General shall be convoked. Such liberal edict of Protestant emancipation, the time having come for it, shall cost a Lamini as little as the death penalties to be put in execution did. As for the liberal promise of States General, it can be fulfilled or not. The fulfillment is 5 good years off. In 5 years much intervenes. But the registering? Ah, truly, there is the difficulty. However, we have that promise of the elders, given secretly at Troyes. Judicious gratuities, cajoleries, underground intrigues with old Foulon, named Ame Damnée, familiar demon of the Parliament, may perhaps do the rest. At worst and lowest, the royal authority has resources, which ought it not to put forth. If it cannot realize money, the royal authority is as good as dead. Dead of that surest and miserablest death, inanition. Risk and win, without risk all is already lost. For the rest, as in enterprises of pith, a touch of stratagem often proves furthersome. His Majesty announces a royal hunt for the 19th of November next, and all whom it concerns are joyfully getting their gear ready. Royal hunt indeed, but of 2-legged unfeathered game. At 11 in the morning of that royal hunt day, 19th of November 1787, unexpected blare of trumpeting, tumult of charioteering and cavalcading disturbs the seat of justice. His Majesty is come, with garde des Sceaux Lamignan, and peers and retinue, to hold royal session and have edicts registered. What a change, since Louis Roman XIV. Entered here, in boots, and, whip in hand, ordered his registering to be done, with an Olympian look which none durst gainsay, and did, without stratagem, in such unceremonious fashion, hunt as well as register. For Louis Roman XVI. On this day the registering will be enough, if indeed he and the day suffice for it. Meanwhile, with fit ceremonial words, the purpose of the royal breast is signified. 2 edicts, for Protestant emancipation, for successive loan. Of both which edicts our trusty Garde des Sceaux Lamagnan will explain the purport. On both which a trusty Parliament is requested to deliver its opinion, each member having free privilege of speech. And so, Lamagnan too having perorated not amiss, and wound up with that promise of States General, the sphere music of parliamentary eloquence begins. Explosive, responsive, sphere-answering sphere, it waxes louder and louder. The peers sit attentive, of diverse sentiment, unfriendly to States General, unfriendly to despotism, which cannot reward merit and is suppressing places. But what agitates His Highness d'Orléans? The rubicund moonhead goes wagging, darker beams the copper visage, like unscoured copper, in the glazed eye is disquietude. He rolls uneasy in his seat as if he meant something. Amid unutterable satiety, has sudden new appetite for new forbidden fruit been vouchsafed him? Disgust and audacity, laziness that cannot rest, futile ambition, revenge, non-admiralship. Oh, within that carbuncled skin what a confusion of confusions sits bottled. 8 couriers, in course of the day, gallop from Versailles, where Loménie waits palpitating, and gallop back again, not with the best news. In the outer courts of the Palais, huge buzz of expectation reigns. It is whispered the chief minister has lost 6 votes overnight. And from within resounds nothing but forensic eloquence, pathetic and even indignant, heartrending appeals to the royal clemency that His Majesty would please to summon States General forthwith and be the savior of France. Wherein dusky glowing d'Espremesnil, but still more Sabatier de Caber and Frey, since named Camille Fredo, Goody Fredo, are among the loudest. For 6 mortal hours it lasts in this manner, the infinite hubbub unslackened. And so now, when brown dusk is falling through the windows, and no end visible, His Majesty, on hint of Garde des Sceaux, Lamagnan opens his royal lips once more to say, in brief, that he must have his loan edict registered. Momentary deep pause. See, Monseigneur d'Orléans rises. With moon visage turned towards the royal platform, he asks, with a delicate graciosity of manner covering unutterable things, whether it is a bed of justice, then, or a royal session. Fire flashes on him from the throne and neighborhood. Surly answer that it is a session. In that case, Monseigneur will crave leave to remark that edicts cannot be registered by order in a session, and indeed to enter, against such registry, his individual humble protest. Vous erts bien le maître, you will do your pleasure, answers the king, and thereupon, in high state, marches out, escorted by his court retinue, d'Orléans himself, as in duty bound, escorting him, but only to the gate. Which duty done, d'Orléans returns in from the gate, redacts his protest, in the face of an applauding Parliament and applauding France, and so, has cut his court moorings, shall we say, and will now sail and drift fast enough towards chaos. Thou foolish d'Orléans, equality that art to be, is royalty grown a mere wooden scarecrow, whereon thou, pert scald-headed crow, mayest alight at pleasure and peck, not yet wholly. Next day, a letter de cachet sends d'Orléans to bethink himself in his shadow of Villers-Cotterets, where, alas, is no Paris with its joyous necessaries of life, no fascinating, indispensable Madame de Buffon, light wife of a great naturalist much too old for her. Monseigneur, it is said, does nothing but walk distractedly at Villers-Cotterets, cursing his stars. Versailles itself shall hear penitent wail from him, so hard is his doom. By a second, simultaneous letter de cachet, Goody Fredo is hurled into the stronghold of Ham, amid the Norman marshes. By a third, Sabatier de Caber into Mont Saint-Michel, amid the Norman quicksands. As for the Parliament, it must, on summons, travel out to Versailles with its register book under its arm to have the protest buffet expunged, not without admonition and even rebuke. A stroke of authority which, one might have hoped, would quiet matters. Unhappily, no, it is a mere taste of the whip to rearing coursers, which makes them rear worse. When a team of 25 millions begins rearing, what is Loménie's whip? The Parliament will nowise acquiesce meekly, and set to register the Protestant edict and do its other work in salutary fear of these 3 letters, de cachet. Far from that, it begins questioning letters, de cachet generally, their legality and durability, emits dolorous objurgation, petition on petition to have its 3 martyrs delivered. Cannot, till that be complied with, so much as think of examining the Protestant edict, but puts it off always, till this day week. In which objurgatory strain Paris and France joins it, or rather has preceded it, making fearful chorus. And now also the other parlements at length opening their mouths begin to join, some of them, as at Grenoble and at Rents, with portentous emphasis, threatening, by way of reprisal, to interdict the very tax-gatherer. In all former contests, as Malesherbes remarks, it was the Parlement that excited the public, but here it is the public that excites the Parlement. Chapter 1, 3 Roman 7, Internecine. What a France through these winter months of the year 1787. The very old Beowulf is doleful, uncertain, with a general feeling among the suppressed that it were better to be in Turkey. The wolf-hounds are suppressed, the bear-hounds, Duc de Coigny, Duc de Polignac. In the Trianon Little Heaven, Her Majesty one evening takes Besenval's arm, asks his candid opinion. The intrepid Besenval, having, as he hopes, nothing of the sycophant in him, plainly signifies that, with a parlement in rebellion and an old Beowulf in suppression, the king's crown is in danger. Whereupon, singular to say, Her Majesty, as if hurt, changed the subject, et nimi parla plus de reine. To whom, indeed, can this poor queen speak? In need of wise counsel, if ever mortal was, yet beset here only by the hubbub of chaos. Her dwelling place is so bright to the eye, and confusion and black care darkens it all. Sorrows of the sovereign, sorrows of the woman, think coming sorrows environ her more and more. Lamotte, the necklace countess, has in these late months escaped, perhaps been suffered to escape, from the Salpêtrière. Vain was the hope that Paris might thereby forget her, and this ever-widening lie and heap of lies subside. The Lamotte, with a V for Voluus, thief, branded on both shoulders, has got to England, and will therefrom emit lie on lie, defiling the highest queenly name, mere distracted lies, which, in its present humor, France will greedily believe. For the rest, it is too clear our successive loan is not filling, as indeed, in such circumstances, a loan registered by expunging of protests was not the likeliest to fill. Denunciation of letters de cachet of despotism generally abates not. The 12 parlements are busy, the 1,200 placarders, ballad singers, pamphleteers. Paris is what in figurative speech they call flooded with pamphlets, regorged to brochures, flooded and eddying again. Hot deluge, from so many patriot ready writers, all at the fervid or boiling point, each ready writer, now in the hour of eruption, going like an Iceland geyser. Against which what can a judicious friend Morlet do? A riverol, an unruly linked, well paid for it, spouting cold. Now also, at length, does come discussion of the Protestant edict, but only for new embroilment, in pamphlet and counter-pamphlet, increasing the madness of men. Not even orthodoxy, bedrid as she seemed, but will have a hand in this confusion. She, once again in the shape of Abbé Lenfant, whom prelates drive to visit and congratulate, raises audible sound from her pulpit drum. Or mark how D'Espremesnil, who has his own confused way in all things, produces at the right moment in parliamentary harangue a pocket crucifix with the apostrophe, "Will ye crucify him afresh?" Him, O D'Espremesnil, without scruple, considering what poor stuff of ivory and filigree he's made of. To all which add only that poor Brienne has fallen sick. So hard was the tear and wear of his sinful youth, so violent, incessant is this agitation of his foolish old age. Bayed it through so many throats, his grace, growing consumptive, inflammatory with humor de darter, lies reduced to milk diet, in exasperation, almost in desperation, with repose, precisely the impossible recipe, prescribed as the indispensable. On the whole, what can a poor government do but once more recoil ineffectual? The king's treasury is running towards the lees, and Paris eddies with a flood of pamphlets. At all rates, let the latter subside a little. D'Orléans gets back to Raincy, which is nearer Paris and the fair frail Buffon, finally to Paris itself. Neither are Fredo and Sabatier banished forever. The Protestant edict is registered, to the joy of Boissy Danglas and good Malesherbes. Successive loan, all protests expunged or else withdrawn, remains open, the rather as few or none come to fill it. States General, for which the Parliament has clamored and now the whole nation clamors, will follow in 5 years, if indeed not sooner. O Parliament of Paris, what a clamor was that! Messieurs, said old Dormesson, you will get States General, and you will repent it. Like the horse in the fable, who, to be avenged of his enemy, applied to the man. The man mounted, did swift execution on the enemy, but unhappily would not dismount. Instead of 5 years, let 3 years pass, and this clamorous Parliament shall have both seen its enemy hurled prostrate, and been itself ridden to foundering, say rather, jugulated for hide and shoes, and lie dead in the ditch. Under such omens, however, we have reached the spring of 1788. By no path can the king's government find passage for itself, but is everywhere shamefully flung back. Beleaguered by 12 rebellious parliaments, which are grown to be the organs of an angry nation, it can advance no hither, can accomplish nothing, obtain nothing, not so much as money to subsist on, but must sit there, seemingly, to be eaten up of deficit. The measure of the iniquity, then, of the falsehood which has been gathering through long centuries is nearly full. At least, that of the misery is. For the hovels of the 25 millions, the misery, permeating upwards and forwards, as its law is, has got so far, to the very Audiobook of Versailles. Man's hand in this blind pain is set against man, not only the low against the higher, but the higher against each other. Provincial noblesse is bitter against court noblesse, robe against sword, rochet against pen. But against the king's government who is not bitter, not even Besenval, in these days? To it all men and bodies of men are become as enemies. It is the center whereon infinite contentions unite and clash. What new universal vertiginous movement is this? Of institution, social arrangements, individual minds which once worked cooperative, now rolling and grinding in distracted collision? Inevitable. It is the breaking up of a world solecism, worn out at last, down even to bankruptcy of money. And so this poor Versailles court, as the chief or central solecism, finds all the other solecisms arrayed against it. Most natural. For your human solecism, be it person or combination of persons, is ever, by law of nature, uneasy. If verging towards bankruptcy, it is even miserable. And when would the meanest solecism consent to blame or amend itself, while there remained another to amend? These threatening signs do not terrify Loménie, much less teach him. Loménie, though of light nature, is not without courage of a sort. Nay, have we not read of lightest creatures, trained canary birds that could fly cheerfully with lighted matches and fire cannon, fire whole powder magazines? To sit and die of deficit is no part of Loménie's plan. The evil is considerable, but can he not remove it, can he not attack it? At lowest, he can attack the symptom of it. These rebellious parliaments he can attack and perhaps remove. Much is dim to Loménie, but two things are clear: that such parliamentary duel with royalty is growing perilous, nay internecine. Above all, that money must be had. Take thought, brave Loménie, thou garde des Sceaux Lamagnan who hast ideas, so often defeated, balked cruelly when the golden fruit seemed within clutch, rally for one other struggle. To tame the parliament, to fill the king's coffers, these are now life and death questions. Parliaments have been tamed more than once. Set to perch on the peaks of rocks inaccessible except by litters, a parliament grows reasonable. O Maupeou, thou bold man, had we left thy work where it was, but apart from exile or other violent methods, is there not one method, whereby all things are tamed, even lions, the method of hunger? What if the parliament's supplies were cut off, namely its lawsuits? Minor courts for the trying of innumerable minor causes might be instituted. These we could call grand bailliages, whereon the parliament, shortened of its prey, would look with yellow despair. But the public, fond of cheap justice, with favor and hope. Then for finance, for registering of edicts, why not from our own Audiobook of dignitaries, our princes, dukes, marshals, make a thing we could call plenary court, and there, so to speak, do our registering ourselves? St. Louis had his plenary court of great barons, most useful to him. Our great barons are still here, at least the name of them is still here. Our necessity is greater than his. Such is the Loménie-Lamagnan device. Welcome to the king's council, as a light beam in great darkness. The device seems feasible, it is eminently needful. Be it once well executed, great deliverance is wrought. Silent, then, and steady, now or never, the world shall see one other historical scene, and so singular a man as Loménie de Brienne still the stage manager there. Behold, accordingly, a Home Secretary Bretuel beautifying Paris, in the peaceablest manner, in this hopeful spring weather of 1788, the old hovels and hutches disappearing from our bridges, as if for the state too there were halcyon weather and nothing to do but beautify. Parliament seems to sit acknowledged victor. Brienne says nothing of finance, or even says and prints that it is all well. How is this, such halcyon quiet, though the successive loan did not fill? In a victorious Parliament, Councillor Goslard de Montsabert even denounces that levying of the second 20th on strict valuation, and gets decree that the valuation shall not be strict, not on the privileged classes. Nevertheless, Brienne endures it, launches no letter de cachet against it. How is this? Smiling is such vernal weather, but treacherous, sudden. For one thing, we hear it whispered, the intendants of provinces have all got order to be at their posts on a certain day. Still more singular, what incessant printing is this that goes on at the king's shadow under lock and key? Sentries occupy all gates and windows, the printers come not out, they sleep in their workrooms, their very food is handed in to them. A victorious parliament smells new danger. D'Espremesnil has ordered horses to Versailles, prowls round that guarded printing office, prying, snuffing, if so be the sagacity and ingenuity of man may penetrate it. To a shower of gold most things are penetrable. D'Espremesnil descends on the lap of a printer's Danae, in the shape of 500 louis d'or. The Danae's husband smuggles a ball of clay to her, which she delivers to the golden councillor of Parliament, kneaded within it their stick-printed proof sheets. By heaven, the royal edict of that same self-registering plenary court, of those grand bailliages that shall cut short our lawsuits. It is to be promulgated over all France on one and the same day. This, then, is what the intendants were bid wait for at their posts. This is what the court sat hatching as its accursed cicatrice egg, and would not stir, though provoked, till the brood were out. Hie with it, D'Espremesnil, home to Paris, convoke instantaneous sessions, let the Parliament and the earth and the heavens know it. Chapter 1-3, Roman 8, Loménie's death throes. On the morrow, which is the 3rd of May, 1788, an astonished Parliament sits convoked, listens speechless to the speech of D'Espremesnil, unfolding the infinite misdeed. Deed of treachery, of unhallowed darkness, such as despotism loves. Denounce it, O Parliament of Paris, awaken France and the universe. Roll what thunder barrels of forensic eloquence thou hast. With thee too it is verily now or never. The Parliament is not wanting, at such juncture. In the hour of his extreme jeopardy, the lion first incites himself by roaring, by lashing his sides. So here the Parliament of Paris. On the motion of D'Espremesnil, a most patriotic oath of the one-and-all sort is sworn with united throat, an excellent new idea, which in these coming years shall not remain unimitated. Next comes indomitable declaration, almost of the rights of man, at least of the rights of Parliament, invocation to the friends of French freedom in this and in subsequent time. All which, or the essence of all which, is brought to paper, in a tone wherein something of plaintiveness blends with and tempers heroic valor. And thus, having sounded the storm bell, which Paris hears, which all France will hear, and hurled such defiance in the teeth of Loménie and despotism, the Parliament retires as from a tolerable first day's work. But how Loménie felt to see his cockatrice egg, so essential to the salvation of France, broken in this premature manner, let readers fancy. Indignant he clutches at his thunderbolts de cachet of the seal, and launches 2 of them, a bolt for D'Espremesnil, a bolt for that busy Goslard, whose service in the 2nd 20th and strict valuation is not forgotten. Such bolts clutched promptly overnight, and launched with the early new morning, shall strike agitated Paris if not into requiescence, yet into wholesome astonishment. Ministerial thunderbolts may be launched, but if they do not hit, D'Espremesnil and Goslard, warned both of them, as is thought, by the singing of some friendly bird, elude the Loménie tipstaves, escape disguised through sky windows, over roofs, to their own Palais de Justice. The thunderbolts have missed. Paris, for the buzz flies abroad, is struck into astonishment, not wholesome. The 2 martyrs of liberty doff their disguises, don their long gowns. Behold, in the space of an hour, by aid of ushers and swift runners, the Parliament, with its councillors, presidents, even peers, sits anew assembled. The assembled Parliament declares that these its 2 martyrs cannot be given up to any sublunary authority, moreover that the session is permanent, admitting of no adjournment, till pursuit of them has been relinquished. And so, with forensic eloquence, denunciation and protest, with couriers going and returning, the Parliament, in this state of continual explosion that shall cease neither night nor day, waits the issue. Awakened Paris once more inundates those outer court spoils, in floods wilder than ever, through all avenues. Dissonant hubbub there is, jargon as of Babel, in the hour when they were first smitten, as here with mutual unintelligibility, and the people had not yet dispersed. Paris city goes through its diurnal epochs, of working and slumbering, and now, for the 2nd time, most European and African mortals are asleep. But here, in this whirlpool of words, sleep falls not. The night spreads her coverlet of darkness over it in vain. Within is the sound of mere martyr invincibility, tempered with the due tone of plaintiveness. Without is the infinite expectant hum, growing drowsier a little. So has it lasted for 36 hours. But hark, through the dead of midnight, what tramp is this? Tramp as of armed men, foot and horse, guards francases, guards Suisses, marching hither in silent regularity in the flare of torchlight. There are sappers, too, with axes and crowbars. Apparently, if the doors open not, they will be forced. It is Captain Dagoust, missioned from Versailles. Dagoust, a man of known firmness, who once forced Prince Condé himself, by mere incessant looking at him, to give satisfaction and fight, he now, with axes and torches, is advancing on the very sanctuary of justice. Sacrilegious, yet what help? The man is a soldier, looks merely at his orders, impassive, moves forward like an inanimate engine. The doors open on summons, there need no axes, door after door, and now the innermost door opens, discloses the long-gowned senators of France, 167 by tale, 17 of them peers, sitting there, majestic, in permanent session. Were not the men military, and of cast iron, this sight, this silence reaching the clank of his own boots might stagger him. For the 167 receive him in perfect silence, which some liken to that of the Roman Senate overfallen by Brennus, some to that of a nest of coiners surprised by officers of the police. Messieurs, said Dagoust, de par le roi, express order has charged Dagoust with the sad duty of arresting 2 individuals, M. Duval d'Espremesnil and M. Goslard de Montsabert, which respectable individuals, as he has not the honor of knowing them, are hereby invited in the king's name to surrender themselves. Profound silence. Buzz, which grows a murmur, we are all d'Espremesnils. Ventures a voice, which other voices repeat. The president inquires whether he will employ violence. Captain Dagoust, honored with His Majesty's commission, has to execute His Majesty's order, would so gladly do it without violence, will in any case do it. Grants an august Senate space to deliberate which method they prefer. And thereupon Dagoust, with grave military courtesy, has withdrawn for the moment. What boots it, august senators? All avenues are closed with fixed bayonets. Your courier gallops to Versailles through the dewy night, but also gallops back again, with tidings that the order is authentic, that it is irrevocable. The outer courts simmer with idle population, but Dagoust's grenadier ranks stand there as immovable floodgates. There will be no revolting to deliver you. Messieurs. Thus spoke d'Espremesnil. When the victorious Gauls entered Rome, which they had carried by assault, the Roman senators, clothed in their purple, sat there in their curule chairs with a proud and tranquil countenance, awaiting slavery or death. Such, too, is the lofty spectacle, which you, in this hour, offer to the universe at l'univers, after having generously, with much more of the like as can still be read. In vain, O d'Espremesnil, here is this cast-iron Captain Dagoust with his cast-iron military air come back. Despotism, constraint, destruction sit waving in his plumes. D'Espremesnil must fall silent, heroically give himself up, lest worst befall. Him Goslard heroically imitates. With spoken and speechless emotion, they fling themselves into the arms of their parliamentary brethren for a last embrace. And so amid plaudits and plaints from 165 throats, amid wavings, sobbings, a whole forest sigh of parliamentary pathos, they are led through winding passages to the rear gate, where in the grey of the morning 2 coaches with exempts stand waiting. There must the victims mount, bayonets menacing behind. D'Espremesnil's stern question to the populace, whether they have courage, is answered by silence. They mount and roll, and neither the rising of the May sun, it is the 6th morning, nor its setting shall lighten their heart, but they fare forward continually, d'Espremesnil towards the utmost isles of Sainte Marguerite or Hyères, supposed by some, if that is any comfort, to be Calypso's island. Goslard towards the land fortress of Pierre-Encise, extant then near the city of Lyon. Captain Dagoust may now therefore look forward to majorship, to commandantship of the Tuileries, and withal vanish from history, where nevertheless he has been fated to do a notable thing. For not only are d'Espremesnil and Goslard safe whirling southward, but the Parliament itself has straightway to march out, to that also his inexorable order reaches. Gathering up their long skirts, they file out, the whole 165 of them, through 2 rows of unsympathetic grenadiers, a spectacle to gods and men. The people revolt not, they only wonder and grumble. Also, we remark these unsympathetic grenadiers are guards francases, who one day will sympathize. In a word, the Palais de Justice is swept clear, the doors of it are locked, and Dagouste returns to Versailles with the key in his pocket, having, as was said, merited preferment. As for this Parlement of Paris, now turned out to the street, we will without reluctance leave it there. The beds of justice it had to undergo, in the coming fortnight, at Versailles, in registering, or rather refusing to register, those new-hatched edicts, and how it assembled in taverns and taprooms there, for the purpose of protesting, or hovered disconsolate with outspread skirts, not knowing where to assemble, and was reduced to lodge protest with a notary, and in the end to sit still, in a state of forced vacation, and do nothing. All this natural now, as the burying of the dead after battle, shall not concern us. The Parlement of Paris has as good as performed its part, doing and misdoing, so far, but hardly further could it stir the world. Loménie has removed the evil then? Not at all, not so much as the symptom of the evil, scarcely the 12th part of the symptom, and exasperated the other 11. The intendants of provinces, the military commandants are at their posts on the appointed 8th of May. But in no parliament, if not in the single one of Douai, can these new edicts get registered. Not peaceable signing with ink, but browbeating, bloodshedding, appeal to primary club law. Against these bailliages, against this plenary court, exasperated Themis everywhere shows face of battle. The provincial noblesse are of her party, and whoever hates Loménie and the evil time, with her attorneys and tipstaves, she enlists and operates down even to the populace. At Rents in Brittany, where the historical Bertrand de Molleville is intendant, it has passed from fatal continual dueling between the military and gentry to street fighting, to stone volleys and musket shot, and still the edicts remained unregistered. The afflicted Bretons send remonstrance to Loménie by a deputation of 12, whom, however, Loménie, having heard them, shuts up in the Bastille. A second larger deputation he meets by his scouts on the road and persuades or frightens back. But now a third largest deputation is indignantly sent by many roads. Refused audience on arriving, it meets to take counsel, invites Lafayette and all patriot Bretons in Paris to assist, agitates itself, becomes the Breton Club, first germ of the Jacobins' society. So many as 8 parliaments get exiled. Others might need that remedy, but it is one not always easy of appliance. At Grenoble, for instance, where a mounier, a barnave have not been idle, the Parliament had due order by letters detached to depart and exile itself. But on the morrow, instead of coaches getting yoked, the alarm bell bursts forth, ominous, and peals and booms all day. Crowds of mountaineers rush down with axes, even with firelocks, whom most ominous of all. The soldiery shows no eagerness to deal with. Axe overhead, the poor general has to sign capitulation, to engage that the letters de cachet shall remain unexecuted, and a beloved parliament stay where it is. Besançon, Dijon, Rouen, Bordeaux are not what they should be. At Pau in Béarn, where the old commandant had failed, the new one, a Grammont native to them, is met by a procession of townsmen with the cradle of Henry Quater, the palladium of their town, is conjured as he venerates this old tortoise-shell in which the great Henry was rocked not to trample on Béarnese liberty, is informed withal that His Majesty's cannon are all safe, in the keeping of His Majesty's faithful burghers of Pau, and do now lie pointed on the walls there, ready for action. At this rate, your grand bailliages are like to have a stormy infancy. As for the plenary court, it has literally expired in the birth. The very courtiers look shy at it. Old Marshal Broglie declined the honor of sitting therein. Assaulted by a universal storm of mingled ridicule and execration, this poor plenary court met once, and never any second time. Distracted country. Contention hisses up with forked hydrotongues wheresoever poor Loménie sets his foot. Let a commandant, a commissioner of the king, says Weber, enter one of these parliaments to have an edict registered, the whole tribunal will disappear, and leave the commandant alone with the clerk and first president. The edict registered and the commandant gone, the whole tribunal hastens back to declare such registration null. The highways are covered with grand deputations of parliaments, proceeding to Versailles, to have their registers expunged by the king's hand, or returning home, to cover a new page with a new resolution still more audacious. Such is the France of this year 1788. Not now a golden or paper age of hope, with its horse racings, balloon flyings, and finer sensibilities of the heart. Ah, gone is that. Its golden effulgence paled, bedarkened in this singular manner, brewing towards preternatural weather. For as in that wreck storm of Paul et Virginie and Saint Pierre, one huge motionless cloud, say, of sorrow and indignation, girdles our whole horizon, streams up hairy copper-edged over a sky of the color of lead. Motionless itself, but small clouds, as exiled parliaments and such-like, parting from it, fly over the zenith with the velocity of birds, till at last, with one loud howl, the whole four winds be dashed together, and all the world exclaim, there is the tornado. Tout le monde s'écria, voilà l'ouragan. For the rest, in such circumstances, the successive loan, very naturally, remains unfilled. Neither, indeed, can that impost of the second 20th, at least not on strict valuation, be levied to good purpose. Lenders, says Weber in his hysterical vehement manner, are afraid of ruin, tax-gatherers of hanging. The very clergy turn away their face. Convoked in extraordinary assembly, they afford no gratuitous gift, don gratuit, if it be not that of advice. Here too, instead of cash, is clamor for states general. O Lamini Brienne, with thy poor flimsy mind all bewildered, and now 3 actual cauteries on thy worn-out body, who art like to die of inflammation, provocation, milk diet, darters vives, and malady, best untranslated, and presidest over France with innumerable actual cauteries, which also is dying of inflammation and the rest. Was it wise to quit the bosky verdures of Brienne, and thy new ashlar chateau there, and what it held for this? Soft were those shades and lawns, sweet the hymns of poetasters, the blandishments of high-rouged graces, and always this and the other philosoph Morlet, nothing deeming himself or the questionable sham priest, could be so happy in making happy. And also, hadst thou known it, in the military school hard by there sat, studying mathematics, a dusky-complexioned taciturn boy, under the name of Napoleon Bonaparte. With 50 years of effort and one final deadlift struggle, thou hast made an exchange. Thou hast got thy robe of office, as Hercules had his Nessus shirt. On the 13th of July of this 1788, there fell, on the very edge of harvest, the most frightful hailstorm, scattering into wild waste the fruits of the year, which had otherwise suffered grievously by drought. For 60 leagues round Paris especially, the ruin was almost total. To so many other evils, then, there is to be added that of dearth, perhaps of famine. Some days before this hailstorm, on the 5th of July, and still more decisively some days after it, on the 8th of August, Lamini announces that the States General are actually to meet in the following month of May, till after which period, this of the plenary court and the rest shall remain postponed. Further, as in Lamini there is no plan of forming or holding these most desirable States General, thinkers are invited to furnish him with one, through the medium of discussion by the public press. What could a poor minister do? There are still 10 months of respite reserved. A sinking pilot will fling out all things, his very biscuit bags, lead, log, compass, and quadrant before flinging out himself. It is on this principle of sinking and the incipient delirium of despair that we explain likewise the almost miraculous invitation to thinkers. Invitation to chaos to be so kind as build, out of its tumultuous driftwood, an ark of escape for him. In these cases, not invitation but command has usually proved serviceable. The Queen stood, that evening pensive, in a window, with her face turned towards the garden. The chef de goblet had followed her with an obsequious cup of coffee, and then retired till it were sipped. Her Majesty beckoned Dame Campan to approach. "Grandia," murmured she, with the cup in her hand, "what a piece of news will be made public today. The King grants States General." Then raising her eyes to heaven, if Campan were not mistaken, she added, "'Tis a first beat of the drum, of ill omen for France. This noblesse will ruin us." During all that hatching of the plenary court, while Lamignan looked so mysterious, Besenval had kept asking him one question, whether they had cash. To which as Lamignan always answered, on the faith of Lamini, that the cash was safe, judicious Besenval rejoined that then all was safe. Nevertheless, the melancholy fact is that the royal coffers are almost getting literally void of coin. Indeed, apart from all other things, this invitation to thinkers, and the great change now at hand, are enough to arrest the circulation of capital, and forward only that of pamphlets. A few thousand gold louis are now all of money or money's worth that remains in the king's treasury. With another movement as of desperation, Lamini invites Necker to come and be controller of finances. Necker has other work in view than controlling finances for Lamini. With a dry refusal he stands taciturn, awaiting his time. What shall a desperate prime minister do? He has grasped at the strongbox of the king's theatre. Some lottery had been set on foot for those sufferers by the hailstorm. In his extreme necessity, Lamini lays hands even on this. To make provision for the passing day on any terms will soon be impossible. On the 16th of August, poor Weber heard at Paris and Versailles hawkers, with a hoarse stifled tone of voice, voix étouffée, soured, drawling and snuffling through the streets, an edict concerning payments, such was the soft title Rivarol had contrived for it. All payments at the royal treasury shall be made henceforth 3/5 in cash and the remaining 2/5 in paper bearing interest. Poor Weber almost swooned at the sound of these cracked voices, with their bodeful raven note, and will never forget the effect it had on him. But the effect on Paris, on the world generally? From the dens of stock brokerage, from the heights of political economy, of neckarism and philosophism, from all articulate and inarticulate throats, rise hootings and howlings, such as ear had not yet heard. Sedition itself may be imminent. Monseigneur d'Artois, moved by Duchess Polignac, feels called to wait upon Her Majesty and explain frankly what crisis matters stand in. The Queen wept, Brienne himself wept, for it is now visible and palpable that he must go. Remains only that the court, to whom his manners and garrulities were always agreeable, shall make his fall soft. The grasping old man has already got his archbishopship of Toulouse exchanged for the richer one of Sens. And now, in this hour of pity, he shall have the coadjutorship for his nephew, hardly yet of due age, a dameship of the palace for his niece, a regiment for her husband, for himself a red cardinal's hat, a coupe de bois cutting from the royal forests, and on the whole from 500 to 600,000 livres of revenue. Finally, his brother, the Comte de Brienne, shall still continue war minister. Buckled round with such bolsters and huge featherbeds of promotion, let him now fall as soft as he can. And so Lamini departs. Rich if court titles and money bonds can enrich him, but if these cannot, perhaps the poorest of all extant men. Hissed at by the people of Versailles, he drives forth to Jardy, southward to Brienne for recovery of health, then to Nice to Italy, but shall return, shall glide to and fro tremulous, faint twinkling, fallen on awful times, till the guillotine snuff out his weak existence. Alas, worse, for it is blown out or choked out foully pitiably on the way to the guillotine. In his palace of Sens, rude Jacobin bailiffs made him drink with them from his own wine cellars, feast with them from his own larder, and on the morrow morning the miserable old man lies dead. This is the end of Prime Minister, Cardinal Archbishop Lamini de Brienne. Flimsier mortal was seldom fated to do as weighty a mischief, to have a life as despicable envied, an exit as frightful. Fired, as the phrase is, with ambition, blown, like a kindled rag, the sport of winds, not this way, not that way, but of all ways, straight towards such a powder mine, which he kindled. Let us pity the hapless Lamini and forgive him, and, as soon as possible, forget him. Chapter 1-3, Roman 9, Burial with Bonfire. Besenval, during these extraordinary operations of payment 2/5 in paper and change of prime minister, had been out on a tour through his district of command, and indeed for the last months peacefully drinking the waters of Contrexeville. Returning now in the end of August towards Moulins and knowing nothing, he arrives one evening at Langres, finds the whole town in a state of uproar, grand rumour. Doubtless some sedition, a thing too common in these days. He alights nevertheless, inquires of a man tolerably dressed what the matter is. How? Answers the man, you have not heard the news, the archbishop is thrown out, and M. Necker is recalled, and all is going to go well. Such rumour and vociferous acclaim has risen round M. Necker, ever from that day when he issued from the Queen's apartments, a nominated minister. It was on the 24th of August. The galleries of the Château, the courts, the streets of Versailles, in few hours the capital, and as the news flew, all France resounded with the cry of Vive le Roi, Vive M. Necker. In Paris, indeed, it unfortunately got the length of turbulence. Petards, rockets go off in the Place Dauphine, more than enough. A wicker figure mannequin dozier, in Archbishop's stole, made emblematically, 3/5 of it satin, 2/5 of it paper, is promenaded, not in silence, to the popular judgment bar, is doomed, shriven by a mock Abbé de Vermond, then solemnly consumed by fire at the foot of Henry's statue on the Pont Neuf, with such petarding and huzzing that Chevalier Dubois and his city watch see good finally to make a charge, more or less ineffectual. And there wanted not burning of sentry boxes, forcing of guardhouses, and also dead bodies thrown into the Seine overnight, to avoid new effervescence. Parliaments therefore shall return from exile, plenary court, payment 2/5 in paper have vanished, gone off in smoke at the foot of Henry's statue. States General with a political millennium are now certain, nay, it shall be announced in our fond haste for January next, and all, as the Langers man said, is going to go. To the prophetic glance of Besenval, one other thing is too apparent. That friend Lamagnan cannot keep his keepership, neither he nor War Minister Comte de Brienne. Already old Foulon, with an eye to be War Minister himself, is making underground movements. This is that same Foulon named Ame Damné du Parlement, a man grown grey in treachery, in griping, projecting, intriguing, and iniquity, who once, when it was objected to some finance scheme of his, "What will the people do?" made answer, in the fire of discussion, "The people may eat grass," hasty words which fly abroad irrevocable and will send back tidings. Foulon, to the relief of the world, fails on this occasion, and will always fail. Nevertheless, it steads not M. de Lamagnan. It steads not the doomed man that he have interviews with the king, and be seen to return radia, emitting rays. Lamagnan is the hated of parliaments. Comte de Brienne is brother to the cardinal archbishop. The 24th of August has been, and the 14th September is not yet, when they too, as their great principal had done, descend, made to fall soft like him. And now, as if the last burden had been rolled from its heart, and assurance were at length perfect, Paris bursts forth anew into extreme jubilee. The Basoche rejoices aloud that the foe of parliaments is fallen, nobility, gentry, commonalty have rejoiced and rejoice. Nay now, with new emphasis, rascality itself, starting suddenly from its dim depths, will arise and do it, for down even thither the new political evangel, in some rude version or other, has penetrated. It is Monday, the 14th of September. Rascality assembles anew in great force in the Place Dauphine, lets off petards, fires blunderbusses to an incredible extent without interval for 18 hours. There is again a wicker figure, mannequin of osier, the center of endless howlings. Also Necker's portrait snatched or purchased from some print shop is borne processionally, aloft on a perch with huzzas, an example to be remembered. But chiefly on the Pont Neuf, where the great Henry in bronze rides sublime, there do the crowds gather. All passengers must stop, till they have bowed to the people's king and said audibly, "Vive Henry Quater, O diable Lamagnan!" No carriage but must stop, not even that of His Highness d'Orleans. Your coach doors are opened. Monsieur will please to put forth his head and bow, or even, if refractory, to alight altogether and kneel. From Madame a wave of her plumes, a smile of her fair face, there where she sits shall suffice, and surely a coin or two, to buy fusées, were not unreasonable from the upper classes, friends of liberty. In this manner it proceeds for days, in such rude horseplay, not without kicks. The city watch can do nothing, hardly save its own skin. For the last 12 months, as we have sometimes seen, it has been a kind of pastime to hunt the watch. Besenval indeed is at hand with soldiers, but they have orders to avoid firing and are not prompt to stir. On Monday morning the explosion of petards began, and now it is near midnight of Wednesday, and the wicker mannequin is to be buried, apparently in the antique fashion. Long rows of torches following it move towards the Hotel Lamagnan, but a servant of mine, Besenval S., has run to give warning, and there are soldiers come. Gloomy Lamagnan is not to die by conflagration, or this night, not yet for a year, and then by gunshot, suicidal or accidental is unknown. Foiled rascality burns its mannequin of osier under his windows, tears up the sentry box, and rolls off, to try Brienne, to try Dubois captain of the watch. Now, however, all is bestirring itself, guards francaises, invalids, horse patrol. The torch procession is met with sharp shot, with the thrusting of bayonets, the slashing of sabers. Even Dubois makes a charge with that cavalry of his, and the cruelest charge of all, there are a great many killed and wounded. Not without clangor, complaint, subsequent criminal trials, and official persons dying of heartbreak. So, however, with steel besom, rascality is brushed back into its dim depths, and the streets are swept clear. Not for a century and a half had rascality ventured to step forth in this fashion, not for so long showed its huge rude lineaments in the light of day. A wonder and new thing, as yet gambling merely in awkward Brobdingnag sport, not without quaintness, hardly in anger. Yet in its huge half-vacant laugh lurks a shade of grimness, which could unfold itself. However, the thinkers invited by Lamini are now far on with their pamphlets. States General on one plan or another will infallibly meet, if not in January, as was once hoped, yet at latest in May. Old Duke de Richelieu, moribund in these autumn days, opens his eyes once more, murmuring, "What would Louis XIV, whom he remembers, have said?" Then closes them again forever before the evil time. Book 1, Roman 4, States General. Chapter 1-4I, The Notables again. The universal prayer, therefore, is to be fulfilled. Always in days of national perplexity, when wrong abounded and help was not, this remedy of States General was called for. By a Maelsherbs, nay by a Fainellen, even parliaments calling for it were escorted with blessings. And now behold it is vouchsafed us. States General shall verily be. To say, let States General be, was easy. To say in what manner they shall be is not so easy. Since the year of 1614, there have no States General met in France. All trace of them has vanished from the living habits of men. Their structure, powers, methods of procedure, which were never in any measure fixed, have now become wholly a vague possibility. Clay which the potter may shape this way or that, say rather the 25 millions of potters, for so many have now, more or less, a vote in it. How to shape the States General? There is a problem. Each body corporate, each privileged, each organized class has secret hopes of its own in that matter, and also secret misgivings of its own. For, behold, this monstrous 20 million class, hitherto the dumb sheep which these others had to agree about the manner of shearing, is now also arising with hopes. It has ceased or is ceasing to be dumb. It speaks through pamphlets, or at least brays and growls behind them, in unison, increasing wonderfully their volume of sound. As for the Parliament of Paris, it has at once declared for the old form of 1614, which form had this advantage, that the tiers etat, third estate, or commons, figured there as a show mainly, whereby the noblesse and clergy had but to avoid quarrel between themselves and decide unobstructed what they thought best. Such was the clearly declared opinion of the Paris Parliament. But being met by a storm of mere hooting and howling from all men, such opinion was blown straightway to the winds, and the popularity of the Parliament along with it, never to return. The Parliament's part, we said above, was as good as played. Concerning which, however, there is this further to be noted, the proximity of dates. It was on the 22nd of September that the Parliament returned from vacation or exile in its estates, to be reinstalled amid boundless jubilee from all Paris. Precisely next day it was that this same Parliament came to its clearly declared opinion, and then on the morrow after that, you behold it covered with outrages. Its outer court, one vast sibilation, and the glory departed from it forevermore. A popularity of 24 hours was, in those times, no uncommon allowance. On the other hand, how superfluous was that invitation of Loménie S, the invitation to thinkers. Thinkers and unthinkers, by the million, are spontaneously at their post, doing what is in them. Clubs labor, Societe Publicole, Breton Club, Enraged Club, Club des Enrages. Likewise dinner parties in the Palais Royal, your Murraybows, Talleyrand's dining there, in company with Chamforts, Morlets, with Duponts, and hot parliamenters, not without object. For a certain Necker Ian Lyons provider, whom one could name, assembles them there, or even their own private determination to have dinner does it. And then as to pamphlets in figurative language, it is a sheer snowing of pamphlets, like to snow up the government thoroughfares. Now is the time for friends of freedom, sane and even insane. Count or self-styled Count d'Intrigues, the young Languedocian gentleman, with perhaps Chamfort the cynic to help him, rises into furor almost Pythic, highest where many are high. Foolish young Languedocian gentleman, who himself so soon, emigrating among the foremost, must fly indignant over the marches, with the contrat social in his pocket, towards outer darkness, thankless intriguings, ignis fatuus hoverings, and death by the stiletto. Abbé Sieyès has left Chartres cathedral and canonry and bookshelves there, has let his tonsure grow and come to Paris with a secular head of the most irrefragable sort to ask 3 questions and answer them. What is the third estate? All. What has it hitherto been in our form of government? Nothing. What does it want to become something? D'Orléans, for be sure he, on his way to chaos, is in the thick of this, promulgates his deliberations, fathered by him, written by Laclos of the Liaisons Dangereuses. The result of which comes out simply. The third estate is the nation. On the other hand, Monseigneur d'Artois, with other princes of the blood, publishes, in solemn memorial to the king, that if such things be listened to, privilege, nobility, monarchy, church, state, and strongbox are in danger. In danger truly, and yet if you do not listen, are they out of danger. It is the voice of all France, this sound that rises. immeasurable, manifold, as the sound of outbreaking waters. Wise were he who knew what to do in it, if not to fly to the mountains and hide himself. How an ideal, all-seeing Versailles government, sitting there on such principles, in such an environment, would have determined to demean itself at this new juncture, may even yet be a question. Such a government would have felt too well that its long task was now drawing to a close. That, under the guise of these States General, at length inevitable, a new omnipotent unknown of democracy was coming into being, in presence of which no Versailles government either could or should, except in a provisory character, continue extant. To enact which provisory character, so unspeakably important, might its whole faculties but have sufficed. And so a peaceable, gradual, well-conducted abdication and domain dimitives have been the issue. This for our ideal, all-seeing Versailles government. But for the actual irrational Versailles government? Alas, that is a government existing there only for its own behoof, without right, except possession, and now also without might. It foresees nothing, sees nothing, has not so much as a purpose, but has only purposes, and the instinct whereby all that exists will struggle to keep existing. Wholly a vortex, in which vain counsels, hallucinations, falsehoods, intrigues, and imbecilities whirl, like withered rubbish in the meeting of winds. The Audiobook has its irrational hopes, if also its fears. Since hitherto all States General have done as good as nothing, why should these do more? The Commons, indeed, look dangerous, but on the whole is not revolt, unknown now for 5 generations, an impossibility. The 3 estates can, by management, be set against each other, the third will, as heretofore, join with the king, will, out of mere spite and self-interest, be eager to tax and vex the other 2. The other 2 are thus delivered bound into our hands, that we may fleece them likewise. Whereupon, money being got, and the 3 estates all in quarrel, dismiss them, and let the future go as it can. As good Archbishop Lomini was wont to say, there are so many accidents, and it needs but one to save us. How many to destroy us? Poor Necker in the midst of such an anarchy does what is possible for him. He looks into it with obstinately hopeful face, lauds the known rectitude of the kingly mind, listens indulgent-like to the known perverseness of the queenly and courtly, emits if any proclamation or regulation, one favoring the tears at, but settling nothing, hovering afar off rather, and advising all things to settle themselves. The grand questions for the present have got reduced to 2, the double representation and the vote by head. Shall the Commons have a double representation, that is to say, have as many members as the noblesse and clergy united? Shall the States General, when once assembled, vote and deliberate in one body or in 3 separate bodies, vote by head or vote by class, order as they call it? These are the moot points now filling all France with jargon, logic, and eleutheromania. To terminate which, Necker bethinks him, might not a second convocation of the notables be fittest? Such second convocation is resolved on. On the 6th of November of this year, 1788, these notables accordingly have reassembled, after an interval of some 18 months. They are Calonne's old notables, the same 144, to show one's impartiality, likewise to save time. They sit there once again in their 7 bureaus in the hard winter weather. It is the hardest winter seen since 1709, thermometer below 0 of Fahrenheit, Seine River frozen over. Cold, scarcity, and eleutheromaniac clamor. A changed world since these notables were organed out, in May gone a year. They shall see now whether, under their 7 princes of the blood, in their 7 bureaus, they can settle the moot points. To the surprise of patriotism, these notables, once so patriotic, seem to incline the wrong way, towards the anti-patriotic side. They stagger at the double representation at the vote by head. There is not affirmative decision, there is mere debating, and that not with the best aspects. For indeed were not these notables themselves mostly of the privileged classes? They clamored once, now they have their misgivings, make their dolorous representations. Let them vanish, ineffectual, and return no more. They vanish after a month's session, on this 12th of December, year 1788. The last terrestrial notables, not to reappear any other time, in the history of the world. And so, the clamor still continuing, and the pamphlets, and nothing but patriotic addresses, louder and louder, pouting in on us from all corners of France. Necker himself some fortnight after, before the year is yet done, has to present his report, recommending at his own risk that same double representation. Nay, almost enjoining it, so loud is the jargon and eleutheromania. What dubitating, what circumambulating. These whole 6 noisy months, for it began with Brienne in July, has not report followed report, and one proclamation flown in the teeth of the other. However, that first moot point, as we see, is now settled. As for the second, that of voting by head or by order, it unfortunately is still left hanging. It hangs there, we may say, between the privileged orders and the unprivileged, as a ready-made battle prize and necessity of war from the very first, which battle prize whosoever seizes it may thenceforth bear as battle flag with the best omens. But so, at least, by royal edict of the 24th of January, does it finally, to impatient, expectant France, become not only indubitable that national deputies are to meet, but possible. So far and hardly farther has the royal regulation gone to begin electing them. Chapter 1, 4 Roman 2, the election. Up then and be doing. The royal signal word flies through France, as through vast forests the rushing of a mighty wind. At parish churches, in town halls, and every house of convocation, by bailliages, by seneschalcies, in whatsoever form men convene, there, with confusion enough, are primary assemblies forming. To elect your electors, such is the form prescribed. Then to draw up your writ of plaints and grievances, cahier de plaintes et doléances, of which latter there is no lack. With such virtue works this royal January edict, as it rolls rapidly in its leathern mails along these frostbound highways towards all the four winds, like some fiat or magic spell word, which such things do resemble. For always as it sounds out at the market cross, accompanied with trumpet blast, presided by baillie, seneschal, or other minor functionary with beefeaters, or in country churches is droned forth after sermon, O prone des messes parisales, and is registered, posted, and let fly over all the world, you behold how this multitudinous French people, so long simmering and buzzing in eager expectancy, begins heaping and shaping itself into organic groups. Which organic groups, again, hold smaller organic grouplets. The inarticulate buzzing becomes articulate speaking and acting. By primary assembly and then by secondary, by successive elections and infinite elaboration and scrutiny according to prescribed process, shall the genuine plaints and grievances be at length got to paper, shall the fit national representative be at length laid hold of. How the whole people shakes itself as if it had one life, and in thousand-voiced rumor announces that it is awake, suddenly out of long death sleep, and will thenceforth sleep no more. The long-looked-for has come at last. Wondrous news of victory, deliverance, enfranchisement sounds magical through every heart. To the proud strong man it has come, whose strong hands shall no more be gyved, to whom boundless unconquered continents lie disclosed. The weary day drudge has heard of it, the beggar with his crusts moistened in tears. What? To us also has hope reached down even to us. Hunger and hardship are not to be eternal. The bread we extorted from the rugged glebe, and, with the toil of our sinews, reaped and ground and kneaded into loaves, was not wholly for another then, but we also shall eat of it and be filled. Glorious news, answer the prudent elders, but all too unlikely. Thus, at any rate, may the lower people, who pay no money taxes and have no right to vote, assiduously crowd round those that do, and most halls of assembly, within doors and without, seem animated enough. Paris, alone of towns, is to have representatives, the number of them 20. Paris is divided into 60 districts, each of which, assembled in some church or the like, is choosing 2 electors. Official deputations pass from district to district, for all is inexperience as yet, and there is endless consulting. The streets swarm strangely with busy crowds, pacific yet restless and loquacious. At intervals is seen the gleam of military muskets, especially about the Palais, where Parliament, once more on duty, sits querulous, almost tremulous. Busy is the French world. In those great days, what poorest speculative craftsman but will leave his workshop, if not to vote, yet to assist in voting? On all highways is a rustling and bustling. Over the wide surface of France, ever and anon, through the spring months, as the sower casts his corn abroad upon the furrows, sounds of congregating and dispersing, of crowds in deliberation, acclamation, voting by ballot and by voice, rise discrepant towards the ear of heaven. To which political phenomena add this economical one, that trade is stagnant and also bread getting dear, for before the rigorous winter there was, as we said, a rigorous summer with drought, and on the 13th of July with destructive hail. What a fearful day, all cried while that tempest fell. Alas, the next anniversary of it will be a worse. Under such aspects is France electing national representatives. The incidents and specialties of these elections belong not to universal, but to local or parish history. For which reason let not the new troubles of Grenoble or Besançon, the bloodshed on the streets of Reims, and consequent march thither of the Breton, young men with manifesto by their mothers, sisters, and sweethearts, nor such like, detain us here. It is the same sad history everywhere, with superficial variations. A reinstated parliament, as at Besançon, which stands astonished at this behemoth of a States General it had itself evoked, starts forward, with more or less audacity, to fix a thorn in its nose, and, alas, is instantaneously struck down and hurled quite out, for the new popular force can use not only arguments but brickbats. Or else, and perhaps combined with this, it is an order of noblesse as in Brittany, which will beforehand tie up the third estate, that it harm not the old privileges. In which act of tying up, never so skillfully set about, there is likewise no possibility of prospering, but the behemoth Briareus snaps your cords like green rushes. Tie up, alas, messieurs, and then, as for your chivalry rapiers, valor and wager of battle, think one moment, how can that answer? The plebeian heart too has red life in it, which changes not to paleness at glance even of you, and the 600 Breton gentlemen assembled in arms for 72 hours in the Cordeliers' cloister at Rennes, have to come out again, wiser than they entered. For the Nantes youth, the Angers youth, all Brittany was astir. Mothers, sisters, and sweethearts, shrieking after them march, the Breton noblesse must even let the mad world have its way. In other provinces, the noblesse, with equal goodwill, finds it better to stick to protests, to well-redacted cahiers of grievances, and satirical writings and speeches. Such is partially their course in Provence, whither indeed Gabriel Honoré Riquetti Comte de Mirabeau has rushed down from Paris to speak a word in season. In Provence, the privileged, backed by their Aix-Parlement, discover that such novelties, enjoined though they be by royal edict, tend to national detriment, and what is still more indisputable, to impair the dignity of the noblesse. Whereupon Mirabeau protesting aloud, this same noblesse, amid huge tumult within doors and without, flatly determines to expel him from their assembly. No other method, not even that of successive duels, would answer with him, the obstreperous, fierce-glaring man. Expelled he accordingly is. In all countries, in all times, exclaims he departing, the aristocrats have implacably pursued every friend of the people, and with tenfold implacability, if such a one were himself born of the aristocracy. It was thus that the last of the Gracchi perished by the hands of the patricians. But he, being struck with the mortal stab, flung dust towards heaven and called on the avenging deities. And from this dust there was born Marius not so illustrious for exterminating the Cimbri, as for overturning in Rome the tyranny of the nobles. Casting up which new curious handful of dust, through the printing press, to breed what it can and may, Mirabeau stalks forth into the third estate. That he now, to ingratiate himself with this third estate, opened a cloth shop in Marseille, and for moments became a furnishing tailor, or even the fable that he did so, is to us always among the pleasant memorabilities of this era. Stranger clothier never wielded the ell-wand, and rent webs for men, or fractional parts of men. The fils adoptif is indignant at such disparaging fable, which nevertheless was widely believed in those days. But indeed, if Achilles in the heroic ages killed mutton, why should not Mirabeau in the unheroic ones measure broadcloth? More authentic are his triumph progresses through that disturbed district, with mob jubilee, flaming torches, windows hired for 2 louis, and voluntary guard of 100 men. He is deputy-elect both of Aix and of Marseille, but will prefer Aix. He has opened his far-sounding voice, the depths of his far-sounding soul. He can quell, such virtue is in a spoken word, the pride tumults of the rich, the hunger tumults of the poor, and wild multitudes move under him as under the moon-dew billows of the sea. He has become a world compeller and ruler over men. One other incident and specialty we note, with how different an interest. It is of the Parlement of Paris, which starts forward like the others, only with less audacity, seeing better how it lay, to nose-ring that behemoth of a States General. Worthy Dr. Guillotin, respectable practitioner in Paris, has drawn up his little plan of a cahier of dalliances, as had he not, having the wish and gift, the clearest liberty to do. He is getting the people to sign it, whereupon the surly Parliament summons him to give an account of himself. He goes, but with all Paris at his heels, which floods the outer courts and copiously signs the cahier even there, while the doctor is giving account of himself within. The Parliament cannot too soon dismiss Guillotin with compliments, to be borne home shoulder high. This respectable Guillotin we hope to behold once more, and perhaps only once. The Parliament not even once, but let it be engulfed unseen by us. Meanwhile such things, cheering as they are, tend little to cheer the national creditor, or indeed the creditor of any kind. In the midst of universal portentous doubt, what certainty can seem so certain as money in the purse, and the wisdom of keeping it there? Trading speculation, commerce of all kinds, has as far as possible come to a dead pause, and the hand of the industrious lies idle in his bosom. Frightful enough, when now the rigor of seasons has also done its part, and to scarcity of work is added scarcity of food. In the opening spring, there come rumors of forestalment, there come king's edicts, petitions of bakers against millers, and at length, in the month of April, troops of ragged lackalls and fierce cries of starvation. These are the thrice-famed brigands, an actual existing quantity of persons, who, long reflected and reverberated through so many millions of heads, as in concave multiplying mirrors, become a whole brigand world, and, like a kind of supernatural machinery, wondrously move the epos of the revolution. The brigands are here, the brigands are there, the brigands are coming. Not otherwise sounded the clang of Phoebus Apollo's silver bow, scattering pestilence and pale terror. For this clang too was of the imagination, preternatural, and it too walked in formless immeasurability, having made itself like to the night, nu upsilon kappa tau, letter 1F76, letter 1F10, omicron iota kappa, letter 1F7d sigma. But remark at least, for the first time, the singular empire of suspicion, in those lands, in those days. If poor famishing men shall, prior to death, gather in groups and crowds, as the poor fieldfares and plovers do in bitter weather, were it but that they may chirp mournfully together, and misery look in the eyes of misery. If famishing men, what famishing fieldfares cannot do, should discover, once congregated, that they need not die while food is in the land, since they are many, and with empty wallets have right hands. In all this, what need were there of preternatural machinery? To most people none, but not to French people in a time of revolution. These brigands, as Turgot, also were, 14 years ago, have all been set on, enlisted though without tuck of drum, by aristocrats, by democrats, by d'Orléans, d'Artois, and enemies of the public weal. Nay, historians to this day will prove it by one argument: these brigands, pretending to have no victual, nevertheless contrive to drink, nay, have been seen drunk. An unexampled fact. But on the whole, may we not predict that a people, with such a width of credulity and of incredulity, the proper union of which makes suspicion, and indeed unreason generally, will see shapes enough of immortals fighting in its battle ranks, and never want for epical machinery? Be this as it may, the brigands are clearly got to Paris, in considerable multitudes, with sallow faces, lank hair, the true enthusiast complexion, with sooty rags, and also with large clubs which they smite angrily against the pavement. These mingle in the election tumult, would fain sign Guillotin's cahier or any cahier or petition whatsoever, could they but write. Their enthusiast complexion, the smiting of their sticks bodes little good to anyone, least of all to rich master manufacturers of the suburb Saint-Anton, with whose workmen they consort. Chapter 1:4 Roman 3, grown electric. But now also national deputies from all ends of France are in Paris, with their commissions, what they call pouvoirs or powers in their pockets, inquiring, consulting, looking out for lodgings at Versailles. The States General shall open there, if not on the 1st, then surely on the 4th of May, in grand procession and gala. The salle des menus is all new carpentered, bedizened for them, their very costume has been fixed. A grand controversy which there was as to slouch hats or slouched hats, for the Commons deputies has got as good as adjusted. Ever new strangers arrive, loungers, miscellaneous persons, officers on furlough, as the worthy Captain Dampmartin, whom we hope to be acquainted with. These also, from all regions, have repaired hither to see what is toward. Our Paris committees of the 60 districts are busier than ever. It is now too clear, the Paris elections will be late. On Monday, the 27th of April, astronomer Bailey notices that the seer Ravelin is not at his post. The Sieur Ravelin, extensive paper manufacturer of the Rue Saint-Antoine, he, commonly so punctual, is absent from the electoral committee, and even will never reappear there. In those immense magazines of velvet paper has aught befallen? Alas, yes. Alas, it is no Montgolfier rising there today, but drudgery, rascality, and the suburb that is rising. Was the Sieur Ravelin, himself once a journeyman, heard to say that a journeyman might live handsomely on 15 sous a day? Some 7 pence halfpenny, tease a slender sum, or was he only thought and believed to be heard saying it? By this long chafing and friction, it would appear the national temper has got electric. Down in those dark dens, in those dark heads and hungry hearts, who knows in what strange figure the new political evangel may have shaped itself? What miraculous communion of drudges may be getting formed? Enough! Grim individuals, soon waxing to grim multitudes and other multitudes crowding to see, beset that paper warehouse, demonstrate in loud ungrammatical language, addressed to the passions too, the insufficiency of 7 pence halfpenny a day. The city watch cannot dissipate them. Broils arise and bellowings. Ravelin, at his wits' end, entreats the populace, entreats the authorities. Besenval, now in active command, commandant of Paris, does, towards evening, to Ravelin's earnest prayer, send some 30 guards francaises. These clear the street, happily without firing, and take post there for the night in hope that it may be all over. Not so, on the morrow it is far worse. Saint-Antoine has arisen anew, grimmer than ever, reinforced by the unknown tatterdemalion figures with their enthusiast complexion and large sticks. The city, through all streets, is flowing thitherward to see. 2 cartloads of paving stones that happen to pass that way have been seized as a visible godsend. Another detachment of guards francaises must be sent, Besenval and the colonel taking earnest counsel. Then still another. They hardly, with bayonets and menace of bullets, penetrate to the spot. What a sight! A street choked up with lumber, tumult, and the endless press of men. A paper warehouse eviscerated by axe and fire. Mad din of revolt, musket volleys responded to by yells, by miscellaneous missiles, by tiles raining from roof and window, tiles, execrations, and slain men. The guards francaises like it not, but have to persevere. All day it continues, slackening and rallying. The sun is sinking, and Saint-Antoine has not yielded. The city flies hither and thither. Alas, the sound of that musket volleying booms into the far dining rooms of the Chaussée d'Antin, alters the tone of the dinner gossip there. Captain Dampmartin leaves his wine, goes out with a friend or two to see the fighting. Unwashed men growl on him, with murmurs of "Abbas les aristocrats, down with the aristocrats," and insult the cross of St. Louis. They elbow him and hustle him, but do not pick his pocket, as indeed at Ravelin's too there was not the slightest stealing. At fall of night, as the thing will not end, Besenval takes his resolution, orders out the guards Suisses with 2 pieces of artillery. The Swiss guards shall proceed thither, summon that rabble to depart in the king's name. If disobeyed, they shall load their artillery with grapeshot, visibly to the general eye shall again summon, if again disobeyed, fire, and keep firing, till the last man be in this manner blasted off and the street clear. With which spirited resolution, as might have been hoped, the business is got ended. At sight of the lit matches of the foreign red-coated Switzers, Saint-Antoine dissipates, hastily in the shades of dusk. There is an encumbered street, there are from 400 to 500 dead men. Unfortunate Ravelin has found shelter in the Bastille, does therefrom, safe behind stone bulwarks, issue, plaint, protestation, explanation for the next month. Bold Besenval has thanks from all the respectable Parisian classes, but finds no special notice taken of him at Versailles, a thing the man of true worth is used to. But how it originated, this fierce electric sputter and explosion? From D'Orléans, cries the court party, he with his gold enlisted these brigands. Surely in some surprising manner, without sound of drum, he raked them in hither from all corners to ferment and take fire. Evil is his good. From the court. Cries enlightened patriotism. It is the cursed gold and wiles of aristocrats that enlisted them, set them upon ruining an innocent Sieur Ravelin, to frighten the faint and disgust men with the career of freedom. Besenval, with reluctance, concludes that it came from the English, our natural enemies. Or, alas, might not one rather attribute it to Diana in the shape of hunger, to some twin Dioscuri, oppression and revenge, so often seen in the battles of men? Poor Lacals, all betoiled, besoiled, encrusted into dim defacement, into whom nevertheless the breath of the Almighty has breathed a living soul. To them it is clear only that a Lutheromaniac philosophism has yet baked no bread, that patriotic committee men will level down to their own level, and no lower. Brigands, or whatever they might be, it was bitter earnest with them. They bury their dead with the title of défenseurs de la patrie, martyrs of the good cause. Or shall we say, insurrection has now served its apprenticeship, and this was its proof stroke and no inconclusive one. Its next will be a master stroke, announcing indisputable mastership to a whole astonished world. Let that rock fortress, tyranny's stronghold, which they name Bastille or building as if there were no other building, look to its guns. But in such wise, with primary and secondary assemblies and cahiers of grievances, with motions, congregations of all kinds, with much thunder of froth-eloquence, and at last with thunder of platoon musketry, does agitated France accomplish its elections. With confused winnowing and sifting, in this rather tumultuous manner, it has now, all except some remnants of Paris, sifted out the true wheat grains of national deputies, 1,214 in number, and will forthwith open its States General. Chapter 1-4, Roman 4, the Procession. On the first Saturday of May, it is gala at Versailles, and Monday, 4th of the month, is to be a still greater day. The deputies have mostly got thither and sought out lodgings, and are now successively, in long, well-ushered files, kissing the hand of Majesty in the shadow. Supreme Usher de Breze does not give the highest satisfaction. We cannot but observe that in ushering noblesse or clergy into the anointed presence, he liberally opens both his folding doors, and on the other hand, for members of the Third Estate opens only one. However, there is room to enter. Majesty has smiles for all. The good Louis welcomes his honorable members with smiles of hope. He has prepared for them the hall of menus, the largest near him, and often surveyed the workmen as they went on. A spacious hall, with raised platform for throne, court, and blood-royal, space for 600 commons deputies in front, for half as many clergy on this hand, and half as many noblesse on that. It has lofty galleries, where from dames of honor, splendent in gaze d'or, foreign diplomacies, and other gilt-edged white-frilled individuals to the number of 2,000, may sit and look. Broad passages flow through it, and outside the inner wall all round it. There are committee rooms, guard rooms, robing rooms, really a noble hall, where upholstery aided by the subject fine arts has done its best, and crimson tasseled cloths and emblematic fleurs de lis are not wanting. The hall is ready. The very costume, as we said, has been settled, and the commons are not to wear that hated slouch hat, chapeau clabaude, but one not quite so slouched chapeau rabatou. As for their manner of working when all dressed, for their voting by head or by order and the rest, this, which it were perhaps still time to settle, and in few hours will be no longer time, remains unsettled, hangs dubious in the breast of 1,200 men. But now finally the sun, on Monday the 4th of May, has risen, unconcerned as if it were no special day. And yet, as his first rays could strike music from the Memnon statue on the Nile, what tones were these, so thrilling, tremulous of preparation and foreboding, which he awoke in every bosom at Versailles? Huge Paris, in all conceivable and inconceivable vehicles, is pouring itself forth. From each town and village come subsidiary rills. Versailles is a very sea of men. But above all, from the Church of St. Louis to the Church of Notre Dame, one vast suspended billow of life, with spray scattered even to the chimney pots. For on chimney tops too, as over the roofs, and up thitherwards on every lamp iron, sign-post, breakneck coign of vantage, sits patriotic courage, and every window bursts with patriotic beauty. For the deputies are gathering at St. Louis Church, to march in procession to Notre Dame and hear sermon. Yes, friends, ye may sit and look. Boldly or in thought all France and all Europe may sit and look, for it is a day like few others. Oh, one might weep like Xerxes, so many serried rows sit perched there, like winged creatures alighted out of heaven. All these and so many more that follow them shall have wholly fled aloft again, vanishing into the blue deep, and the memory of this day still be fresh. It is the baptism day of democracy. Sick time has given it birth, the numbered months being run. The extreme unction day of feudalism, a superannuated system of society, decrepit with toils, for has it not done much, produced you and what ye have and know? And with thefts and brawls named glorious victories, and with profligacies, sensualities, and on the whole with dotage and senility, is now to die. And so, with death throes and birth throes, a new one is to be born. What a work, O earth and heavens, what a work! Battles and bloodshed, September massacres, bridges of Lodi, retreats of Moscow Waterloos, Peterloos, 10-pound franchises, Tarbarrels and guillotines. And from this present date, if one might prophesy, some 2 centuries of it still to fight. 2 centuries, hardly less, before democracy go through its due, most baleful stages of quackocracy, and a pestilential world be burnt up, and have begun to grow green and young again. Rejoice nevertheless, ye Versailles multitudes, to you from whom all this is hid and glorious end of it is visible. This day, sentence of death is pronounced on shams, judgment of resuscitation, were it but far off, is pronounced on realities. This day it is declared aloud, as with a doomed trumpet, that a lie is unbelievable. Believe that, stand by that if more there be not, and let what thing or things soever will follow it follow. Ye can no other, God be your help. So spake a greater than any of you, opening his chapter of world history. Behold, however, the doors of St. Louis Church flung wide, and the procession of processions advancing towards Notre Dame, shouts rend the air, one shout at which Grecian birds might drop dead. It is indeed a stately, solemn sight. The elected of France, and then the court of France, they are marshalled and march there, all in prescribed place and costume. Our commons in plain black mantle and white cravat, noblesse in gold-worked, bright-dyed cloaks of velvet, resplendent, rustling with laces, waving with plumes, the clergy in rochet, alb, or other best pontificalibus. Lastly comes the king himself, and king's household also in their brightest blaze of pomp, their brightest and final one. Some 1,400 men blown together from all winds on the deepest errand. Yes, in that silent marching mass there lies futurity enough. No symbolic ark like the old Hebrews do these men bear, yet with them too is a covenant. They too preside at a new era in the history of men. The whole future is there, and destiny dim brooding over it. In the hearts and unshaped thoughts of these men, it lies illegible, inevitable. Singular to think, they have it in them, yet not they, not mortal, only the eye above can read it, as it shall unfold itself in fire and thunder of siege and field artillery, in the rustling of battle banners, the tramp of hosts, in the glow of burning cities, the shriek of strangled nations. Such things lie hidden, safe wrapped in this 4th day of May. Say rather, had lain in some other unknown day, of which this latter is the public fruit and outcome. As indeed what wonders lie in every day, had we the sight, as happily we have not, to decipher it, for is not every meanest day the conflux of 2 eternities? Meanwhile, suppose we too, good reader, should, as now without miracle muse Clio enables us, take our station also on some coign of vantage, and glance momentarily over this procession, and this life see, with far other eyes than the rest do, namely with prophetic. We can mount and stand there without fear of falling. As for the life see, or onlooking unnumbered multitude, it is unfortunately all too dim. Yet as we gaze fixedly, do not nameless figures, not a few, which shall not always be nameless, disclose themselves, visible or presumable there. Young Baroness de Stael, she evidently looks from a window, among older honorable women. Her father is minister, and one of the gala personages, to his own eyes the chief one. Young spiritual Amazon, thy rest is not there, nor thy loved father S. As Malebranche saw all things in God, so M. Necker sees all things in Necker. A theorem that will not hold. But where is the brown-locked, light-behaved, fire-hearted demoiselle Thérigny? Brown eloquent beauty, who, with thy winged words and glances, shalt thrill rough bosoms, whole steel battalions, and persuade an Austrian Kaiser. Pike and helm lie provided for thee in due season, and alas, also strait waistcoat and long lodging in the Salpêtrière. Better hadst thou stayed in native Luxembourg and been the mother of some brave man's children. But it was not thy task, it was not thy lot. Of the rougher sex how, without tongue or 100 tongues of iron, enumerate the notabilities? Has not Marquis Valadi hastily quitted his Quaker Broadbrim, his Pythagorean Greek in Wapping and the city of Glasgow? De Morin from his Courier de l'Europe. Linked from his annals, they looked eager through the London fog and became ex-editors, that they might feed the guillotine and have their due. Does Louvit of Fables stand a tiptoe? And Brissot, hight de Warville, friend of the blacks. He, with Marquis Condorcet and Clavière the Genevese, have created the Moniteur newspaper, or are about creating it. Able editors must give account of such a day. Or seest thou with any distinctness, low down probably, not in places of honor, a Stanislas Maillard riding tipstaff, Huissier a Cheval of the Chatelet, one of the shiftiest of men? A Captain Hulin of Geneva, Captain Ally of the Queen's regiment, both with an air of half-pay. Jerdan with tile-colored whiskers, not yet with tile-beard, an unjust dealer in mules. He shall be in a few months Jerdan the headsman, and have other work. Surely also, in some place not of honor, stands or sprawls up querulous, that he too, though short, may see, one squalidest bleared mortal, redolent of soot and horse drugs, Jean-Paul Marat of Neuchâtel. O Marat, renovator of human science, lecturer on optics, O thou remarkablest horseleech once in Dartwa stables, as thy bleared soul looks forth, through thy bleared, dull-acrid, woe-stricken face, what sees it in all this? Any faintest light of hope, like dayspring after Nova Zembla night? Or is it but blue sulphur light and spectres, woe, suspicion, revenge without end? Of Draper Lecanter, how he shut his cloth shop hard by, and stepped forth, one need hardly speak. Nor of Santera, the sonorous brewer from the Faubourg Saint Antoine. Two other figures, and only two, we signalize there. The huge, brawny figure through whose black brows and rude flattened face, figure Ecrasé, there looks a waste energy as of Hercules not yet furibund. He is an esurient, unprovided advocate, Danton by name, him Mark. Then that other, his slight-built comrade and craft brother, he with the long curling locks, with the face of dingy blackguardism, wondrously irradiated with genius, as if a naphtha lamp burnt within it. That figure is Camille Desmoulins, a fellow of infinite shrewdness, wit, nay humor, one of the sprightliest, clearest souls in all these millions. Thou poor Camille, say of thee what they may, it were but falsehood to pretend one did not almost love thee, thou headlong, lightly sparkling man. But the brawny, not yet furibund figure, we say, is Jacques Danton, a name that shall be tolerably known in the Revolution. He is president of the Electoral Cordeliers district at Paris, or about to be it, and shall open his lungs of brass. We dwell no longer on the mixed shouting multitude, for now, behold, the Commons' deputies are at hand. Which of these 600 individuals in plain white cravat that have come up to regenerate France might one guess would become their king? For a king or leader they, as all bodies of men, must have. Be their work what it may, there is one man there who, by character, faculty, position, is fittest of all to do it. That man, as future not yet elected king, walks there among the rest. He with the thick black locks will it be. With the hure, as himself calls it, or black boar's head, fit to be shaken as a senatorial portent. Through whose shaggy beetle brows and rough-hewn, seamed, carbuncled face, there look natural ugliness, smallpox, incontinence, bankruptcy, and burning fire of genius like comet fire glaring fuliginous through murkiest confusions. It is Gabriel Honoré Riquetti de Murraybau, the world compeller, man-ruling deputy of Aix. According to the Baroness de Stael, he steps proudly along, though looked at askance here, and shakes his black chevelure or lion's mane, as if prophetic of great deeds. Yes, reader, that is the type Frenchman of this epoch, as Voltaire was of the last. He is French in his aspirations, acquisitions, in his virtues, in his vices, perhaps more French than any other man, and intrinsically such a mass of manhood too, mark him well. The National Assembly were all different without that one, nay, he might say with the old despot, the National Assembly, I am that. Of a southern climate, of wild southern blood. For the Riquettis or Eriquettis had to fly from Florence and the Guelphs, long centuries ago, and settled in Provence, where from generation to generation they have ever approved themselves a peculiar kindred, irascible, indomitable, sharp-cutting, true, like the steel they wore, of an intensity and activity that sometimes verged towards madness, yet did not reach it. One ancient Riquetti, in mad fulfillment of a mad vow, chains two mountains together, and the chain, with its iron star of 5 rays, is still to be seen. May not a modern Riquetti unchain so much and set it drifting, which also shall be seen. Destiny has worked for that swart burly-headed Murraybau. Destiny has watched over him, prepared him from afar. Did not his grandfather, stout Call d'Argent, Silverstock, so they named him, shattered and slashed by 27 wounds in one fell day lie sunk together on the bridge at Cassano? While Prince Eugene's cavalry galloped and regalloped over him, only the flying sergeant had thrown a camp kettle over that loved head, and Vendôme, dropping his spyglass, moaned out, "Murraybau is dead, then." Nevertheless, he was not dead. He awoke to breathe and miraculous surgery, for Gabriel was yet to be. With his silver stock, he kept his scarred head erect through long years, and wedded, and produced tough Marquis Victor, the friend of men. Whereby at last in the appointed year 1749, this long-expected rough-hewn Gabriel Honoré did likewise see the light, roughest lion's whelp ever littered of that rough breed. How the old lion, for our old Marquis too, was lion-like, most unconquerable, kingly genial, most perverse, gazed wonderingly on his offspring, and determined to train him as no lion had yet been. It is in vain, O Marquis. This cub, though thou slay him and flay him, will not learn to draw in dog-cart of political economy and be a friend of men. He will not be thou, must and will be himself, another than thou. Divorce lawsuits, whole family save one in prison, and 80 letters, detached, for thy own sole use, do but astonish the world. Our luckless Gabriel, sinned against and sinning, has been in the Isle of Rhe, and heard the Atlantic from his tower, in the castle of If, and heard the Mediterranean at Marseilles. He has been in the fortress of Jew, and 42 months, with hardly clothing to his back, in the dungeon of Vincennes, all by letter de cachet from his lion father. He has been in Pontarlier jails, self-constituted prisoner, was noticed fording estuaries of the sea at low water, in flight from the face of men. He has pleaded before Aix parliaments to get back his wife, the public gathering on roofs to see since they could not hear. The clatter-teeth clack dense. Snarls singular old Murraybow, discerning in such admired forensic eloquence nothing but 2 clattering jawbones and a head vacant, sonorous, of the drum species. But as for Gabriel Honoré, in these strange wayfarings, what has he not seen and tried? From drill sergeants to prime ministers to foreign and domestic booksellers, all manner of men he has seen. All manner of men he has gained, for at bottom it is a social, loving heart, that wild, unconquerable one, more especially all manner of women. From the archer's daughter at Saints to that fair young Sophie Madame Monnier, whom he could not but steal and be beheaded for in effigy. For indeed hardly since the Arabian prophet lay dead to Ali's admiration was there seen such a love hero, with the strength of 30 men. In war, again, he has helped to conquer Corsica, fought duels, irregular brawls, horsewhipped calumnious barons. In literature, he has written on despotism, on letters, detached, erotic sapphic worderean, obscenities, profanities, books on the Prussian monarchy, on Cagliostro, on Calonne, on the water companies of Paris. Each book comparable, we will say, to a bituminous alarum fire, huge, smoky, sudden. The fire-pan, the kindling, the bitumen were his own, but the lumber of rags, old wood, and nameless combustible rubbish, for all is fuel to him, was gathered from huckster and aspaniers of every description under heaven. Whereby, indeed, hucksters enough have been heard to exclaim, "Out upon it, the fire is mine." Nay, consider it more generally, seldom had man such a talent for borrowing. The idea, the faculty of another man he can make his, the man himself he can make his. All reflex and echo tout de reflet et de reverber, snarls old Murraybow, who can see but will not, crabbed old friend of men. It is his sociality, his aggregative nature, and will now be the quality of all for him. In that 40 years' struggle against despotism, he has gained the glorious faculty of self-help, and yet not lost the glorious natural gift of fellowship, of being helped. Rare union, this man can live self-sufficing, yet lives also in the life of other men, can make men love him, work with him, a born king of men. But consider further how, as the old Marquis still snarls, he has, made away with Hume, swallowed all formulas, a fact which, if we meditate it, will in these days mean much. This is no man of system, then, he is only a man of instincts and insights. A man, nevertheless, who will glare fiercely on any object, and see through it and conquer it, for he has intellect, he has will, force beyond other men. A man not with logic spectacles, but with an eye. Unhappily without decalogue, moral code, or theorem of any fixed sort, yet not without a strong living soul in him and sincerity there. A reality, not an artificiality, not a sham. And so he, having struggled 40 years against despotism, and made away with all formulas, shall now become the spokesman of a nation bent to do the same. For is it not precisely the struggle of France also to cast off despotism, to make away with her old formulas, having found them not, worn out, far from the reality? She will make away with such formulas, and even go bare, if need be, till she have found new ones. Towards such work, in such manner, marches he, this singular Rickety Murraybow. In fiery rough figure, with black Samson locks under the slouch hat, he steps along there. A fiery fuliginous mass, which could not be choked and smothered, but would fill all France with smoke. And now it has got air, it will burn its whole substance, its whole smoke atmosphere too, and fill all France with flame. Strange lot. 40 years of that smoldering, with foul fire damp and vapor enough, then victory over that. And like a burning mountain he blazes heaven high, and for 23 resplendent months pours out in flame and molten fire torrents all that is in him, the pharos and wonder sign of an amazed Europe, and then lies hollow, cold forever. Pass on, thou questionable Gabriel Honoré, the greatest of them all. In the whole national deputies, in the whole nation, there is none like and none second to thee. But now if Murraybow is the greatest, who of these 600 may be the meanest? Shall we say, that anxious, slight, ineffectual-looking man under 30 in spectacles, his eyes were the glasses off, troubled, careful, with upturned face, snuffing dimly the uncertain future time, complexion of a multiplex atrabiliar color, the final shade of which may be the pale sea green. That greenish-colored verdetter individual is an advocate of Arras. His name is Maximilian Robespierre. The son of an advocate, his father founded Mason lodges under Charles Edward, the English prince or pretender. Maximilian the firstborn was thriftily educated. He had brisk Camille Desmoulins for schoolmate in the college of Louis le Grand at Paris. But he begged our famed necklace cardinal, Rohan, the patron, to let him depart thence and resign in favor of a younger brother. The strict-minded Max departed, home to paternal Arras, and even had a law case there and pleaded, not unsuccessfully, in favor of the first Franklin Thunderrod. With a strict, painful mind, an understanding small but clear and ready, he grew in favor with official persons who could foresee in him an excellent man of business, happily quite free from genius. The bishop, therefore, taking counsel, appoints him judge of his diocese, and he faithfully does justice to the people. Till behold, one day a culprit comes whose crime merits hanging, and the strict-minded Max must abdicate, for his conscience will not permit the dooming of any son of Adam to die. A strict-minded, straight-laced man? A man unfit for revolutions. Whose small soul, transparent wholesome-looking as small ale, could by no chance ferment into virulent alleger, the mother of ever new alleger, till all France were grown acetus virulent? We shall see. Between which two extremes of grandest and meanest, so many grand and mean roll on, towards their several destinies in that procession. There is Cazalis, the learned young soldier, who shall become the eloquent orator of royalism and earn the shadow of a name. Experienced Mounier, experienced Malouet, whose presidential parliamentary experience the stream of things shall soon leave stranded. A patient has left his gown and briefs at Chartres for a stormier sort of pleading, has not forgotten his violin, being fond of music. His hair is grizzled, though he is still young. Convictions, beliefs, placid unalterable are in that man, not hindmost of them, belief in himself. A Protestant clerical Rabaut Saint-Étienne, a slender young eloquent and vehement Barnave, will help to regenerate France. There are so many of them young. Till 30 the Spartans did not suffer a man to marry. But how many men here under 30, coming to produce not one sufficient citizen, but a nation and a world of such? The old to heal up rents, the young to remove rubbish. Which latter, is it not, indeed, the task here? Dim, formless from this distance, yet authentically there, thou notest the deputies from naught. To us mere clothes screens, with slouch hat and cloak, but bearing in their pocket a cahier of dalliances with this singular clause, and more such in it, that the master wigmakers of naught be not troubled with new guild brethren, the actually existing number of 92 being more than sufficient. The rents people have elected Farmer Gerard, a man of natural sense and rectitude, without any learning. He walks there with solid step, unique in his rustic farmer clothes, which he will wear always, careless of short cloaks and costumes. The name Gerard or Peer Gerard, Father Gerard, as they please to call him, will fly far, borne about in endless banter, in royalist satires, in republican didactic almanacs. As for the man Gerard, being asked once what he did after trial of it, candidly think of this parliamentary work, I think, answered he, that there are a good many scoundrels among us. So walks Father Gerard, solid in his thick shoes, whithersoever bound. And worthy Dr. Guillotin, whom we hope to behold one other time, if not here, the doctor should be here, and we see him with the eye of prophecy. For indeed the Parisian deputies are all a little late. Singular Guillotin, respectable practitioner, doomed by a satiric destiny to the strangest immortal glory that ever kept obscure mortal from his resting place, the bosom of oblivion. Guillotin can improve the ventilation of the hall, in all cases of medical police and hygiene be a present aid. But greater far, he can produce his report on the penal code, and reveal therein a cunningly devised beheading machine, which shall become famous and world-famous. This is the product of Guillotin's endeavors, gained not without meditation and reading, which product popular gratitude or levity christens by a feminine derivative name, as if it were his daughter. La Guillotine. With my machine, messieurs, I whisk off your head. Vous fais sauter la tête in a twinkling, and you have no pain, whereat they all laugh. Unfortunate doctor. For 22 years he, unguillotined, shall hear nothing but guillotine, see nothing but guillotine, then dying shall through long centuries wander, as it were, a disconsolate ghost on the wrong side of Styx and Lethe, his name like to outlive Caesar S. C. Bailey, likewise of Paris, time-honored historian of astronomy ancient and modern. Poor Bailey, how thy serenely beautiful philosophizing, with its soft moonshiny clearness and thinness, ends in foul thick confusion of presidency, mayorship, diplomatic officiality, rabid triviality, and the throat of everlasting darkness. Far was it to descend from the heavenly galaxy to the Drapeau Rouge. Beside that fatal dung heap, on that last hell day, thou must tremble, though only with cold, de Freud. Speculation is not practice. To be weak is not so miserable, but to be weaker than our task. Woe the day when they mounted thee, a peaceable pedestrian, on that wild hippogriff of a democracy, which, spurning the firm earth, nay lashing at the very stars, no yet known Astolpho could have ridden. In the Commons deputies there are merchants, artists, men of letters, 374 lawyers, and at least one clergyman, the Abbé Sieyès. Him also Paris sends among its 20. Behold him, the light thin man, cold but elastic, wiry, instinct with the pride of logic, passionless or with but one passion, that of self-conceit. If indeed that can be called a passion, which, in its independent concentrated greatness, seems to have soared into transcendentalism, and to sit there with a kind of godlike indifference and look down on passion. He is the man, and wisdom shall die with him. This is the Sieyès who shall be system builder, constitution builder general, and build constitutions, as many as wanted, sky-high, which shall all unfortunately fall before he get the scaffolding away. La politique, said he to Dumont, polity is a science I think I have completed aeque. What things, O Sieyès, with thy clear assiduous eyes art thou to see? But were it not curious to know how Sieyès, now in these days, for he is said to be still alive, looks out on all that constitution masonry, through the roomy soberness of extreme age, might we hope, still with the old irrefragable transcendentalism. The victorious cause pleased the gods, the vanquished one pleased Sieyès, victa Catoni. Thus, however, amid skyrending vivats and blessings from every heart, has the procession of the Commons deputies rolled by. Next follow the noblesse, and next the clergy, concerning both of whom it might be asked, what they specially have come for specially, little as they dream of it, to answer this question, put in a voice of thunder. What are you doing in God's fair earth and task garden, where whosoever is not working is begging or stealing? Woe, woe to themselves and to all if they can only answer. Collecting tithes, preserving game? Remark, meanwhile, how d'Orléans affects to step before his own order and mingle with the Commons. For him are vivats. Few for the rest, though all wave in plumed hats of a feudal cut, and have sword on thigh, though among them is D'Antraigues, the young Languedocian gentleman, and indeed many appear more or less noteworthy. There are Liancourt and La Rochefoucault, the liberal Anglomaniac dukes. There is a filially pious Lally, a couple of liberal Lameths. Above all, there is a Lafayette, whose name shall be Cromwell Grandison and fill the world. Many a formula has this Lafayette too made away with, yet not all formulas. He sticks by the Washington formula, and by that he will stick, and hang by it, as by Sherbower anchor hangs and swings the tight warship, which after all changes of wildest weather and water is found still hanging. Happy for him, be it glorious or not, alone of all Frenchmen he has a theory of the world and right mind to conform thereto. He can become a hero and perfect character, were it but the hero of one idea. Note further our old parliamentary friend, Crispin Catiline d'Espremesnil. He is returned from the Mediterranean islands, a red-hot royalist repentant to the finger-ends, unsettled-looking, whose light, dusky glowing at best, now flickers foul in the socket, whom the National Assembly will by and by, to save time, regard as in a state of distraction. Note lastly that globular younger Murraybow. Indignant that his elder brother is among the Commons, it is Viscount Murraybow, named oftener Murraybow Tunno, Beryl Murraybow, on account of his rotundity and the quantities of strong liquor he contains. There then walks our French noblesse, all in the old pomp of chivalry, and yet, alas, how changed from the old position, drifted far down from their native latitude, like Arctic icebergs got into the equatorial sea and fast thawing there. Once these chivalry duces, dukes as they are still named, did actually lead the world, were it only towards battle spoil, where lay the world's best wages then. Moreover, being the ablest leaders going, they had their lion's share those duces, which none could grudge them. But now, when so many looms, improved plowshares, steam engines, and bills of exchange have been invented, and, for battle brawling itself, men hire drill sergeants at 18 pence a day, what mean these gold-mantled chivalry figures, walking there in black velvet cloaks, in high-plumed hats of a feudal cut? Reeds shaken in the wind. The clergy have got up, with cahiers for abolishing pluralities and forcing residence of bishops, better payment of tithes. The dignitaries, we can observe, walk stately, apart from the numerous undignified, who indeed are properly little other than commons disguised in curate frocks. Here, however, though by strange ways, shall the precept be fulfilled, and they that are greatest, much to their astonishment, become least. For one example, out of many, mark that plausible Gregoire. One day Curé Gregoire shall be a bishop, when the now stately are wandering distracted, as bishops in partibus. With other thought, mark also the Abbé Maury, his broad, bold face, mouth accurately primmed, full eyes that ray out intelligence, falsehood, the sort of sophistry which is astonished you should find it sophistical. Skillfulest vampire-up of old rotten leather, to make it look like new, always a rising man, he used to tell Mercier, you will see, I shall be in the academy before you. Likely indeed, thou skillfulest Maury, nay thou shalt have a cardinal's hat and plush and glory, but alas also in the long run mere oblivion like the rest of us, and 6 feet of earth. What boots it, vamping rotten leather on these terms? Glorious in comparison is the livelihood thy good old father earns by making shoes. One may hope in a sufficient manner. Maury does not want for audacity. He shall wear pistols by and by, and at death cries of La Lantern, the lampiron, answer coolly, friends, will you see better there? But yonder, halting lamely along, thou notest next Bishop Talleyrand Perigord, his reverence of Autun. A sardonic grimness lies in that irreverent reverence of Autun. He will do and suffer strange things, and will become surely one of the strangest things ever seen, or like to be seen. A man living in falsehood and on falsehood, yet not what you can call a false man, there is the specialty. It will be an enigma for future ages, one may hope. Hitherto such a product of nature and art was possible only for this age of ours, age of paper, and of the burning of paper. Consider Bishop Talleyrand and Marquis Lafayette as the topmost of their two kinds, and say once more, looking at what they did and what they were, O tempus ferax rerum. On the whole, however, has not this unfortunate clergy also drifted in the time stream, far from its native latitude, an anomalous mass of men, of whom the whole world has already a dim understanding that it can understand nothing? They were once a priesthood, interpreters of wisdom, revealers of the holy that is in man, a true claris or inheritance of God on earth. But now, they pass silently, with such cahiers as they have been able to redact, and none cries, God bless them. King Louis with his court brings up the rear. He cheerful in this day of hope is saluted with plaudits, still more Necker his minister. Not so the queen, on whom hope shines not steadily any more. Ill-fated queen, her hair is already gray with many cares and crosses, her firstborn son is dying in these weeks. Black falsehood has ineffaceably soiled her name, ineffaceably while this generation lasts. Instead of Vive la Reine, voices insult her with Vive d'Orléans. Of her queenly beauty little remains except its stateliness, not now gracious, but haughty, rigid, silently enduring. With a most mixed feeling, wherein joy has no part, she resigns herself to a day she hoped never to have seen, poor Marie Antoinette, with thy quick noble instincts, vehement glancings, vision all too fitful narrow for the work thou hast to do. Oh, there are tears in store for thee, bitterest wailings, soft womanly meltings, though thou hast the heart of an imperial Teresa's daughter. Thou doomed one, shut thy eyes on the future. And so, in stately procession, have passed the elected of France, some towards honor and quick-fire consummation, most towards dishonor, not a few towards massacre, confusion, emigration, desperation, all towards eternity. So many heterogeneities cast together into the fermenting vat. There, with incalculable action, counteraction, elective affinities, explosive developments, to work out healing for a sick, moribund system of society. probably the strangest body of men, if we consider well, that ever met together on our planet on such an errand. So thousandfold complex a society, ready to burst up from its infinite depths. And these men, its rulers and healers without life rule for themselves, other life rule than a gospel according to Jean Jacques. To the wisest of them, what we must call the wisest, man is properly an accident under the sky. Man is without duty round him, except it be to make the constitution. He is without heaven above him or hell beneath him. He has no God in the world. What further or better belief can be said to exist in these 1200? Belief in high-plumed hats of a feudal cut, in heraldic scutcheons, in the divine right of kings, in the divine right of game destroyers. Belief, or what is still worse, canting half-belief, or worst of all, mere Machiavellic pretense of belief, in consecrated dough wafers and the godhood of a poor old Italian man. Nevertheless, in that immeasurable confusion and corruption, which struggles there so blindly to become less confused and corrupt, there is, as we said, this one salient point of a new life discernible: the deep, fixed determination to have done with shams. A determination which consciously or unconsciously is fixed, which waxes ever more fixed into very madness and fixed idea, which in such embodiment as lies provided there shall now unfold itself rapidly, monstrous, stupendous, unspeakable, new for long thousands of years. How has the heavens light, oftentimes in this earth, to clothe itself in thunder and electric murkiness, and descend as molten lightning, blasting, if purifying? Nay, is it not rather the very murkiness and atmospheric suffocation that brings the lightning and the light? The new evangel, as the old had been, was it to be born in the destruction of a world? But how the deputies assisted at high mass, and heard sermon, and applauded the preacher, church as it was, when he preached politics. How next day, with sustained pomp, they are, for the first time, installed in their salles des menus, hall no longer of amusements, and become estates general, readers can fancy for themselves. The king from his estrade, gorgeous as Solomon in all his glory, runs his eye over that majestic hall, many-plumed, many-glancing, bright-tinted as rainbow in the galleries and near side spaces, where beauty sits raining bright influence. Satisfaction, as of one that after long voyaging had got to port, plays over his broad, simple face. The innocent king, he rises and speaks, with sonorous tone, a conceivable speech. With which, still more with the succeeding 1 hour and 2 hour speeches of Garde des Sceaux and M. Necker, full of nothing but patriotism, hope, faith, and deficiency of the revenue, no reader of these pages shall be tried. We remark only that, as His Majesty, on finishing the speech, put on his plumed hat, and the noblesse according to custom imitated him, our tiers-état deputies did mostly, not without a shade of fierceness, in like manner clap on and even crush on their slouched hats, and stand there awaiting the issue. Thick buzz among them between majority and minority of couvesvis, décrouvesvus, hats off, hats on, to which His Majesty puts end by taking off his own royal hat again. The session terminates without further accident or omen than this, with which, significantly enough, France has opened her States General. Book 1v, The Third Estate. Chapter 1-5I, Inertia. That exasperated France in this same National Assembly of hers has got something, nay something great, momentous, indispensable cannot be doubted. Yet still the question were. Specially what a question hard to solve, even for calm onlookers at this distance, wholly insoluble to actors in the middle of it. The States General, created and conflated by the passionate effort of the whole nation, is there as a thing high and lifted up. Hope, jubilating, cries aloud that it will prove a miraculous brazen serpent in the wilderness, whereon whosoever looks, with faith and obedience, shall be healed of all woes and serpent bites. We may answer, it will at least prove a symbolic banner, round which the exasperating complaining 25 millions, otherwise isolated and without power, may rally and work, what it is in them to work. If battle must be the work, as one cannot help expecting, then shall it be a battle banner, say, an Italian gonfalon in its old republican carroccio, and shall tower up car-borne, shining in the wind, and with iron tongue peal forth many a signal. A thing of prime necessity, which whether in the van or in the center, whether leading or led and driven, must do the fighting multitude incalculable services. For a season, while it floats in the very front, nay, as it were stands solitary there, waiting whether force will gather round it, this same national choroxio and the signal peals it rings are a main object with us. The omen of the slouch hats clapped on shows the Commons' deputies to have made up their minds on one thing, that neither noblesse nor clergy shall have precedence of them, hardly even majesty itself. To such length has the contrat social and force of public opinion carried us. For what is majesty but the delegate of the nation, delegated and bargained with even rather tightly, in some very singular posture of affairs, which Jean-Jacques has not fixed the date of. Coming therefore into their hall, on the morrow, an inorganic mass of 600 individuals, these Commons deputies perceive, without terror, that they have it all to themselves. Their hall is also the grand or general hall for all the three orders. But the noblesse and clergy, it would seem, have retired to their two separate apartments or halls, and are there verifying their powers, not in a conjoint but in a separate capacity. They are to constitute two separate, perhaps separately voting orders then. It is as if both noblesse and clergy had silently taken for granted that they already were such. Two orders against one, and so the third order to be left in a perpetual minority. Much may remain unfixed, but the negative of that is a thing fixed, in the slouch-hatted heads in the French nation's head, double representation and all else hitherto gained were otherwise futile null. Doubtless, the powers must be verified. Doubtless, the commission, the electoral documents of your deputy must be inspected by his brother deputies and found valid. It is the preliminary of all. Neither is this question of doing it separately or doing it conjointly a vital one, but if it lead to such, it must be resisted. Wise was that maxim, resist the beginnings. Nay, were resistance unadvisable, even dangerous, yet surely pause is very natural. Pause, with 25 millions behind you, may become resistance enough. The inorganic mass of Commons deputies will restrict itself to a system of inertia, and for the present remain inorganic. Such method, recommendable alike to sagacity and to timidity, do the Commons deputies adopt, and not without adroitness and with ever more tenacity, they persist in it day after day, week after week. For 6 weeks their history is of the kind named barren, which indeed, as philosophy knows, is often the fruitfulest of all. These were their still creation days, wherein they sat incubating. In fact, what they did was to do nothing, in a judicious manner. Daily the inorganic body reassembles, regrets that they cannot get organization, verification of powers in common, and begin regenerating France. Headlong motions may be made, but let such be repressed. Inertia alone is at once unpunishable and unconquerable. Cunning must be met by cunning, proud pretension by inertia, by a low tone of patriotic sorrow. Low, but incurable, unalterable, wise as serpents, harmless as doves. What a spectacle for France! 600 inorganic individuals, essential for its regeneration and salvation, sit there on their elliptic benches, longing passionately towards life, in painful durance, like souls waiting to be born. Speeches are spoken, eloquent, audible within doors and without. Mind agitates itself against mind, the nation looks on with ever deeper interest. Thus do the Commons deputies sit incubating. There are private conclaves, supper parties, consultations, Breton Club, Club of Viroflay, germs of many clubs, wholly an element of confused noise, dimness, angry heat, wherein, however, the air egg, kept at the fit temperature, may hover safe, unbroken till it be hatched. In your Mouniers, Malowits, Lechepliers in science sufficient for that, fervor in your Barnaves, Rabouts. At times shall come an inspiration from royal Murraybow. He is nowise yet recognized as royal, nay, he was groaned at when his name was first mentioned, but he is struggling towards recognition. In the course of the week, the Commons, having called their eldest to the chair and furnished him with young, stronger lunged assistants, can speak articulately, and in audible, lamentable words declare, as we said, that they are an inorganic body, longing to become organic. Letters arrive, but an inorganic body cannot open letters, they lie on the table unopened. The eldest may at most procure for himself some kind of list or muster roll to take the votes by and wait what will betide. Noblesse and clergy are all elsewhere. However, an eager public crowds all galleries and vacancies, which is some comfort. With effort, it is determined not that a deputation shall be sent, for how can an inorganic body send deputations? But that certain individual Commons members shall, in an accidental way, stroll into the clergy chamber, and then into the noblesse one, and mention there, as a thing they have happened to observe, that the Commons seem to be sitting waiting for them, in order to verify their powers. That is the wiser method. The clergy, among whom are such a multitude of undignified, of mere commons in curates' frocks, depute instant respectful answer that they are, and will now more than ever be, in deepest study as to that very matter. Contrariwise the noblesse, in cavalier attitude, reply, after 4 days, that they, for their part, are all verified and constituted, which they had trusted, the commons also were, such separate verification being clearly the proper constitutional wisdom of ancestors' method. As they the noblesse will have much pleasure in demonstrating by a commission of their number, if the commons will meet them, commission against commission. Directly in the rear of which comes a deputation of clergy, reiterating, in their insidious conciliatory way, the same proposal. Here, then, is a complexity. What will wise commons say to this? Warily, inertly, the wise commons, considering that they are, if not a French third estate, at least an aggregate of individuals pretending to some title of that kind, determine, after talking on it 5 days, to name such a commission, though, as it were, with proviso not to be convinced. A 6th day is taken up in naming it. A 7th and an 8th day in getting the forms of meeting, place, hour, and the like settled. So that it is not till the evening of the 23rd of May that Noblesse Commission first meets Commons Commission, clergy acting as conciliators, and begins the impossible task of convincing it. One other meeting, on the 25th, will suffice. The Commons are inconvincible, the noblesse and clergy irrefragably convincing, the commissions retire, each order persisting in its first pretensions. Thus have 3 weeks passed. For 3 weeks, the third estate Carroxio with Farcine Gonfalon has stood stock-still, flouting the wind, waiting what force would gather round it. Fancy can conceive the feeling of the court, and how counsel met counsel, the loud-sounding inanity whirled in that distracted vortex, where wisdom could not dwell. Your cunningly devised taxing machine has been got together, set up with incredible labor, and stands there its 3 pieces in contact, its 2 flywheels of noblesse and clergy, its huge working wheel of tiers-état. The 2 flywheels whirl in the softest manner, but prodigious to look upon, the huge working wheel hangs motionless, refuses to stir. The cunningest engineers are at fault. How will it work when it does begin? Fearfully, my friends, and to many purposes, but to gather taxes or grind court meal one may apprehend never. Could we but have continued gathering taxes by hand. Messeigneurs d'Artois, Conti, Condé named court triumvirate, they of the anti-democratic Mémoire au Roi, has not their foreboding proved true. They may wave reproachfully their high heads, they may beat their poor brains, but the cunningest engineers can do nothing. Necker himself, where he even listened to, begins to look blue. The only thing one sees advisable is to bring up soldiers. New regiments, too, and a battalion of a third have already reached Paris, others shall get in march. Good were it, in all circumstances, to have troops within reach, good that the command were in sure hands. Let Broglie be appointed, old Marshal Duke de Broglie, veteran disciplinarian of a firm drill sergeant morality, such as may be depended on. For alas, neither are the clergy or the very noblesse what they should be, and might be, when so menaced from without, entire, undivided within. The noblesse, indeed, have their Catiline or Crispin d'Espremesnil, dusky glowing, all in renegade heat, their boisterous barrel Murraybow. But also they have their Lafayette's, Lioncourts, Weymouths, above all, their d'Orleans, now cut forever from his court moorings, and musing drowsily of high and highest sea prizes, for is not he too a son of Henry Quater, and partial potential heir apparent? On his voyage towards chaos. From the clergy again, so numerous are the curés, actual deserters have run over, 2 small parties, in the second party curé Gregoire. Nay, there is talk of a whole 149 of them about to desert in mass, and only restrained by an archbishop of Paris. It seems a losing game. But judge if France, if Paris sat idle all this while. Addresses from far and near flow in, for our commons have now grown organic enough to open letters, or indeed to cavil at them. Thus poor Marquis de Brézé, supreme usher, master of ceremonies, or whatever his title was, writing about this time on some ceremonial matter, sees no harm in winding up with a monsieur, yours with sincere attachment. To whom does it address itself, this sincere attachment? Inquires Murraybow. To the Dean of the Tiers-état. There is no man in France entitled to write that, rejoins he, we're at the galleries and the world will not be kept from applauding. Poor de Brézé, these commons have a still older grudge at him, nor has he yet done with them. In another way, Murraybow has had to protest against the quick suppression of his newspaper, Journal of the States General, and to continue it under a new name. In which act of valor, the Paris electors, still busy redacting their cahier, could not but support him, by address to his Majesty. They claim utmost, provisory freedom of the press. They have spoken even about demolishing the Bastille and erecting a bronze patriot king on the site. These are the rich burghers. But now consider how it went, for example, with such loose miscellany, now all grown eleutheromaniac of loungers, prowlers, social nondescripts, and the distilled rascality of our planet, as whirls forever in the Palais Royal. Or what low infinite groan, first changing into a growl, comes from Saint-Antin, and the 25 millions in danger of starvation. There is the indisputable scarcity of corn, be it aristocrat plot, D'Orléans plot of this year, or drought and hail of last year. In city and province, the poor man looks desolately towards a nameless lot. And this States General, that could make us an age of gold, is forced to stand motionless, cannot get its powers verified. All industry necessarily languishes, if it be not that of making motions. In the Palais Royal there has been erected, apparently by subscription, a kind of wooden tent, en planches de bois, most convenient, where select patriotism can now redact resolutions, deliver harangues with comfort, let the weather but as it will. Lively is that Satan at home. On his table, on his chair, in every café, stands a patriotic orator, a crowd round him within, a crowd listening from without, open-mouthed, through open door and window, with thunders of applause for every sentiment of more than common heartiness. In Monsieur Disseine's pamphlet shop, close by, you cannot without strong elbowing get to the counter. Every hour produces its pamphlet or litter of pamphlets. There were 13 today, 16 yesterday, 92 last week. Think of tyranny and scarcity. Fervid eloquence, rumor, pamphleteering, Société Publique, Breton Club, Enraged Club. And whether every tap-room, coffee-room, social reunion, accidental street group over wide France was not an enraged club. To all which the Commons deputies can only listen with a sublime inertia of sorrow, reduced to busy themselves with their internal police. Surer position no deputies ever occupied, if they keep it with skill. Let not the temperature rise too high, break not the Eros egg till it be hatched, till it break itself, and eager public crowds all galleries and vacancies, cannot be restrained from applauding. The two privileged orders, the noblest all verified and constituted, may look on with what face they will, not without a secret tremor of heart. The clergy, always acting the part of conciliators, make a clutch at the galleries and the popularity there, and miss it. Deputation of them arrives, with dolorous message about the dearth of grains, and the necessity there is of casting aside vain formalities and deliberating on this. An insidious proposal, which however the Commons, moved thereto by Seagreen Robespierre, dexterously accept as a sort of hint, or even pledge that the clergy will forthwith come over to them, constitute the States General, and so cheapen grains. Finally, on the 27th day of May, Bow, judging the time now nearly come, proposes that the inertia cease. That, leaving the noblesse to their own stiff ways, the clergy be summoned, in the name of the God of peace, to join the Commons and begin. To which summons, if they turn a deaf ear, we shall see, are not 149 of them ready to desert. O triumvirate of princes, new Garde des Sceaux Barrington, thou Home Secretary Braituil, Duchess Polignac, and Queen eager to listen, what is now to be done? This third estate will get in motion, with the force of all France in it. Clergy machinery with noblest machinery, which were to serve as beautiful counterbalances and drags, will be shamefully dragged after it, and take fire along with it. What is to be done? The old Boeuf waxes more confused than ever. Whisper and counter-whisper, a very tempest of whispers. Leading men from all the three orders are nightly spirited thither, conjurers many of them, but can they conjure this? Necker himself were now welcome, could he interfere to purpose. Let Necker interfere, then, and in the king's name. Happily that incendiary God of peace message is not yet answered. The three orders shall again have conferences. Under this patriot minister of theirs, somewhat may be healed, clouded up. We meanwhile getting forward Swiss regiments and 100 pieces of field artillery. This is what the old Boeuf, for its part, resolves on. But as for Necker, alas, poor Necker, thy obstinate third estate has one first last word, verification in common, as the pledge of voting and deliberating in common. Halfway proposals from such a tried friend they answer with a stare. The tardy conferences speedily break up. the Third Estate, now ready and resolute, the whole world backing it, returns to its Hall of the Three Orders, and Necker to the Audiobook, with the character of a disconjured conjurer there, fit only for dismissal. And so the Commons deputies are at last on their own strength getting under way. Instead of chairman or dean, they have now got a president, Astronomer Bailey. Underway with a vengeance, with endless vociferous and temperate eloquence borne on newspaper wings to all lands, they have now on the 17th day of June determined that their name is not Third Estate, but National Assembly. They then are the nation. Triumvirate of princes, queen, refractory noblesse, and clergy, what then are you? A most deep question, scarcely answerable in living political dialects. All regardless of which, our new National Assembly proceeds to appoint a committee of subsistences, dear to France, though it can find little or no grain. Next, as if our National Assembly stood quite firm on its legs, to appoint 4 other standing committees. Then to settle the security of the national debt, then that of the annual taxation, all within 840 hours. At such rate of velocity it is going, the conjurers of the Audiobook may well ask themselves, whither? Chapter 1, 5, Roman 2, Mercury de Braise. Now surely were the time for a god from the machine. There is a notice worthy of one. The only question is, which god? Shall it be Mars de Broglie with his 100 pieces of cannon? Not yet, answers Prudence. So soft, irresolute is King Louis. Let it be Messenger Mercury, our supreme usher de Braise. On the morrow, which is the 20th of June, these 149 false curates, no longer restrainable by his grace of Paris, will desert in a body. Let de Braise intervene and produce closed doors. Not only shall there be royal session in that salle des menus, but no meeting nor working except by carpenters till then. Your Third Estate, self-styled National Assembly, shall suddenly see itself extruded from its hall by carpenters in this dexterous way, and reduced to do nothing, not even to meet or articulately lament, till Majesty, with seance royale and new miracles, be ready. In this manner shall de Braise, as Mercury ex machina, intervene, and, if the Audiobook mistake not, work deliverance from the notice. Of poor de Braise we can remark that he has yet prospered in none of his dealings with these commons. 5 weeks ago, when they kissed the hand of Majesty, the mode he took got nothing but censure. And then his sincere attachment, how was it scornfully whiffed aside? Before supper this night, he writes to President Bailey, a new letter, to be delivered shortly after dawn tomorrow, in the king's name. Which letter, however, Bailey, in the pride of office, will merely crush together into his pocket, like a bill he does not mean to pay. Accordingly, on Saturday morning, the 20th of June, shrill-sounding heralds proclaim through the streets of Versailles that there is to be a séance royale next Monday, and no meeting of the States General till then. And yet, we observe, President Bailey, in sound of this, and with de Braise's letter in his pocket, is proceeding, with National Assembly at his heels, to the accustomed salles des menus, as if de Braise and heralds were mere wind. It is shut, this salle, occupied by guards franchaises. Where is your captain? The captain shows his royal order. Workmen, he is grieved to say, are all busy setting up the platform for His Majesty's séance. Most unfortunately, no admission. Admission, at furthest, for President and secretaries to bring away papers, which the joiners might destroy. President Bailey enters with secretaries, and returns bearing papers. Alas, within doors, instead of patriotic eloquence, there is now no noise but hammering, sawing, and operative screeching and rumbling. A profanation without parallel. The deputies stand grouped on the Paris road, on this umbrageous avenue de Versailles, complaining aloud of the indignity done them. Courtiers, it is supposed, look from their windows and giggle. The morning is none of the comfortablest. It is even drizzling a little. But all travelers pause. Patriot gallery men, miscellaneous spectators increase the groups. Wild counsels alternate. Some desperate deputies propose to go and hold session on the great outer staircase at Marly, under the king's windows, for His Majesty, it seems, has driven over thither. Others talk of making the Chateau forecourt, what they call place d'armes, a Runnymede and new Champ de Mai of free Frenchmen, nay, of awakening, to sounds of indignant patriotism, the echoes of the Audiobook itself. Notice is given that President Bailey, aided by judicious Guillotin and others, has found place in the tennis court of the Rue Saint-François. Thither, in long-drawn files, hoarse jingling like cranes on wing, the Commons deputies angrily wend. Strange sight was this in the Rue Saint-François, via Versailles, a naked tennis court, as the pictures of that time still give it 4 walls. Naked, except aloft some poor wooden penthouse or roofed spectators' gallery hanging round them. On the floor not now an idle tee-heeing, a snapping of balls and rackets, but the bellowing din of an indignant national representation, scandalously exiled hither. However, a cloud of witnesses looks down on them, from wooden penthouse, from wall-top, from adjoining roof and chimney, rolls towards them from all quarters with passionate spoken blessings. Some table can be procured to write on, some chair, if not to sit on, then to stand on. The secretaries undo their tapes. Bailey has constituted the assembly. Experienced mountaineer, not wholly new to such things, in parliamentary revolts which he has seen or heard of, thinks that it were well, in these lamentable threatening circumstances, to unite themselves by an oath. Universal acclamation, as from smoldering bosoms getting vent. The oath is redacted, pronounced aloud by President Bailey, and indeed in such a sonorous tone that the cloud of witnesses, even outdoors, hear it and bellow response to it. 600 right hands rise with President Bailey, to take God above to witness that they will not separate for man below, but will meet in all places, under all circumstances, wheresoever 2 or 3 can get together, till they have made the Constitution. Made the Constitution, friends, that is a long task. 600 hands, meanwhile, will sign as they have sworn. 600 save one loyalist Abdiel, still visible by this sole light point, and nameable poor M. Martin Dick from Castelnaudary in Languedoc. Him they permit to sign or signify refusal. They even save him from the cloud of witnesses by declaring his head deranged. At 4 o'clock the signatures are all appended. New meeting is fixed for Monday morning, earlier than the hour of the royal session. That our 149 clerical deserters be not balked, we shall meet at the Recollets church or elsewhere, in hope that our 149 will join us. And now it is time to go to dinner. This, then, is the session of the tennis court, famed Séance du Jeu de Paume, the fame of which has gone forth to all lands. This is Mercurius de Braze's appearance as Deus ex machina. This is the fruit it brings. The giggle of courtiers in the Versailles Avenue has already died into gaunt silence. Did the distracted court, with Gardes d'Assaut Barrington, Triumvirate and company, imagine that they could scatter 600 national deputies, big with a national constitution, like as much barn-door poultry, big with next to nothing, by the white or black rod of a supreme usher? Barn-door poultry fly cackling, but national deputies turn round, lion-faced, and with uplifted right hand swear an oath that makes the 4 corners of France tremble. President Bailey has covered himself with honor, which shall become rewards. The National Assembly is now doubly and trebly the nation's assembly, not militant, martyred only, but triumphant, insulted, and which could not be insulted. Paris disembogues itself once more to witness, with grim looks, the Séance Royale, which, by a new felicity, is postponed till Tuesday. The 149, and even with bishops among them, all in processional mass, have had free leisure to march off, and solemnly join the Commons sitting waiting in their church. The Commons welcomed them with shouts, with embracings, nay with tears, for it is growing a life-and-death matter now. As for the séance itself, the carpenters seem to have accomplished their platform, but all else remains unaccomplished. Futile, we may say fatal, was the whole matter. King Louis enters, through seas of people, all grim silent, angry with many things, for it is a bitter reign too. Enters, to a third estate, likewise grim silent, which has been wedded waiting under mean porches at back doors, while court and privileged were entering by the front. King and garde d'assaut, there is no necker visible, make known, not without long-windedness, the determinations of the royal breast. The 3 orders shall vote separately. On the other hand, France may look for considerable constitutional blessings, as specified in these 35 articles, which garde d'assaut is waxing hoarse with reading. Which 35 articles, adds His Majesty again rising, if the 3 orders most unfortunately cannot agree together to effect them, I myself will effect. Suulgi feri labiendemis pupils, which being interpreted may signify, you, contentious deputies of the States General, have probably not long to be here. But in fine, all shall now withdraw for this day, and meet again, each order in its separate place, tomorrow morning, for dispatch of business. This is the determination of the royal breast, pithy and clear. And herewith king, retinue, noblesse, majority of clergy file out, as if the whole matter were satisfactorily completed. These file out through grim silent seas of people. Only the Commons' deputies file not out, but stand there in gloomy silence, uncertain what they shall do. One man of them is certain, one man of them discerns and dares. It is now that King Murraybow starts to the tribune and lifts up his lion voice. Verily a word in season, for, in such scenes, the moment is the mother of ages. Had not Gabriel Honoré been there, one can well fancy how the Commons' deputies, affrighted at the perils which now yawned dim all round them, and waxing ever paler in each other's paleness, might very naturally, one after one, have glided off, and the whole course of European history have been different. But he is there. List to the brule of that royal forest voice, sorrowful, low, fast swelling to a roar. Eyes kindle at the glance of his eye. National deputies were missioned by a nation, they have sworn an oath, they, but lo! While the lion's voice roars loudest, what apparition is this? Apparition of Mercurius de Brézé, muttering somewhat? Speak out, cry several. Messieurs, shrills de Brézé, repeating himself, you have heard the king's orders. Murraybow glares on him with fire-flashing face, shakes the black lion's mane. Yes, monsieur, we have heard what the king was advised to say, and you who cannot be the interpreter of his orders to the States General, you who have neither place nor right of speech here, you are not the man to remind us of it. Go, monsieur, tell these who sent you that we are here by the will of the people, and that nothing shall send us hence but the force of bayonets. And poor de Brézé shivers forth from the National Assembly, and also, if it be not in one faintest glimmer, months later, finally from the page of history. Hapless de Brézé, doomed to survive long ages in men's memory in this faint way with tremulant white rod. He was true to etiquette, which was his faith here below, a martyr to respect of persons. Short woolen cloaks could not kiss Majesty's hand as long velvet ones did. Nay, lately, when the poor little dauphin lay dead, and some ceremonial visitation came, was he not punctual to announce it even to the dauphin's dead body? Monseigneur, a deputation of the States General. Sunt lacrymae rerum. But what does the old Aboaf, now when de Brézé shivers back thither? Dispatch that same force of bayonets? Not so. The seas of people still hang multitudinous, intent on what is passing, nay rush and roll, loud billowing, into the courts of the Château itself, for a report has risen that Necker is to be dismissed. Worst of all, the guards franquaises seem indisposed to act. 2 companies of them do not fire when ordered. Necker, for not being at the séance, shall be shouted for, carried home in triumph, and must not be dismissed. His Grace of Paris, on the other hand, has to fly with broken coach panels and owe his life to furious driving. The guards, du corps bodyguards, which you were drawing out, had better be drawn in again. There is no sending of bayonets to be thought of. Instead of soldiers, the old Aboaf sends carpenters to take down the platform. Ineffectual shift. In few instants, the very carpenters cease wrenching and knocking at their platform, stand on it, hammer in hand, and listen open-mouthed. The Third Estate is decreeing that it is, was, and will be nothing but a National Assembly. And now, moreover, an inviolable one, all members of it inviolable. Infamous, traitorous towards the nation, and guilty of capital crime, is any person, body corporate, tribunal, court, or commission that now or henceforth during the present session or after it, shall dare to pursue, interrogate, arrest, or cause to be arrested, detain or cause to be detained any, and see on whose part soever the same be commanded. Which done, one can wind up with this comfortable reflection from Abésies. Messieurs, you are today what you were yesterday. Courtiers may shriek, but it is and remains even so. Their well-charged explosion has exploded through the touch-hole, covering themselves with scorches, confusion, and unseemly soot. Poor triumvirate, poor queen, and above all, poor queen's husband, who means well, had he any fixed meaning. Folly is that wisdom which is wise only behindhand. Few months ago these 35 concessions had filled France with a rejoicing, which might have lasted for several years. Now it is unavailing, the very mention of it slighted. Majesty's express orders set it naught. All France is in a roar. A sea of persons, estimated at 10,000, whirls all this day in the Palais Royal. The remaining clergy, and likewise some 48 noblesse, D'Orléans among them, have now forthwith gone over to the victorious Commons, by whom, as is natural, they are received with acclamation. The Third Estate triumphs, Versailles town shouting round it, 10,000 whirling all day in the Palais Royal, and all France standing a tiptoe, not unlike whirling. Let the Audiobook look to it. As for King Louis, he will swallow his injuries, will temporize, keep silence, will at all costs have present peace. It was Tuesday, the 23rd of June, when he spoke that peremptory royal mandate, and the week is not done till he has written to the remaining obstinate noblesse that they also must oblige him and give in. D'Espremesnil rages his last, Beryl Murraybow breaks his sword, making a vow, which he might as well have kept. The triple family is now therefore complete, the third erring brother, the noblesse, having joined it, erring but pardonable, soothed, so far as possible, by sweet eloquence from President Bailey. So triumphs the Third Estate, and States General are become National Assembly, and all France may sing Te Deum. By wise inertia and wise cessation of inertia, great victory has been gained. It is the last night of June. All night you meet nothing on the streets of Versailles but men running with torches, with shouts of jubilation. From the 2nd of May, when they kiss the hand of majesty, to this 30th of June, when men run with torches, we count 7 weeks complete. For 7 weeks the national carroxio has stood far seen, ringing many a signal, and, so much having now gathered round it, may hope to stand. Chapter 1, 5 Roman 3. Broglie the war god. The court feels indignant that it is conquered, but what then? Another time it will do better. Mercury descended in vain, now has the time come for Mars. The gods of the Audiobook have withdrawn into the darkness of their cloudy Ida, and sit there, shaping and forging what may be needful, be it billets of a new national bank, munitions of war, or things forever inscrutable to men. Accordingly, what means this apparatus of troops? The National Assembly can get no furtherance for its committee of subsistences, can hear only that at Paris the bakers' shops are besieged, that in the provinces people are living on meal husks and boiled grass. But on all highways there hover dust clouds, with the march of regiments, with the trailing of cannon, foreign panders of fierce aspect, Solly Samide Esterhazy Royal Element, so many of them foreign to the number of 30,000, which fear can magnify to 50, all wending towards Paris and Versailles. Already on the heights of Montmartre is a digging and delving, too like a scarping and trenching. The effluence of Paris is arrested Versailles-ward by a barrier of cannon at Sèvres Bridge. From the Queen's Mews, cannon stand pointed on the National Assembly Hall itself. The National Assembly has its very slumbers broken by the tramp of soldiery, swarming and defiling, endless or seemingly endless, all round those spaces, at dead of night, without drum music, without audible word of command. What means it? Shall 8 or even shall 12 deputies, our Murraybows, Barnaves at the head of them, be whirled suddenly to the castle of Ham, the rest ignominiously dispersed to the winds? No National Assembly can make the Constitution with cannon levelled on it from the Queen's Mews. What means this reticence of the Audiobook, broken only by nods and shrugs? In the mystery of that cloudy Ida, what is it that they forge and shape? Such questions must distracted patriotism keep asking, and receive no answer but an echo. Enough of themselves. But now, above all, while the hungry food year, which runs from August to August, is getting older, becoming more and more a famine year, with meal husks and boiled grass, brigands may actually collect, and in crowds at farm and mansion howl angrily, food. Food! It is in vain to send soldiers against them. At sight of soldiers they disperse, they vanish as underground, then directly reassemble elsewhere for new tumult and plunder. Frightful enough to look upon, but what to hear of, reverberated through 25 millions of suspicious minds. Brigands and Broglie, open conflagration, preternatural rumor are driving mad most hearts in France. What will the issue of these things be? At Marseille, many weeks ago, the townsmen have taken arms, for suppressing of brigands and other purposes. The military commandant may make of it what he will. Elsewhere, everywhere, could not the like be done? Dubious on the distracted patriot imagination, wavers as a last deliverance some foreshadow of a national guard. But conceive, above all, the wooden tent in the Palais Royal. A universal hubbub there, as of dissolving worlds, their loudest bellows the mad, mad-making voice of rumor. Their sharpest gazes suspicion into the pale dim world whirlpool discerning shapes and phantasms. Imminent bloodthirsty regiments camped on the Champ de Mars, dispersed National Assembly, red-hot cannonballs to burn Paris, the mad war god and Bellona's sounding thongs. To the calmest man, it is becoming too plain that battle is inevitable. Inevitable, silently nod Messeigneurs and Broglie, inevitable and brief. Your National Assembly, stopped short in its constitutional labors, may fatigue the royal ear with addresses and remonstrances. Those cannon of ours stand duly leveled, those troops are here. The King's Declaration, with its 35 too generous articles, was spoken, was not listened to, but remains yet unrevoked. He himself shall effect it, seul il fiera. As for Broglie, he has his headquarters at Versailles, all as an seat of war. Clerks writing, significant staff officers inclined to taciturnity, plumed aide-de-camp, scouts, orderlies flying or hovering. He himself looks forth, important, impenetrable, listens to Besenval, commandant of Paris, and his warning and earnest counsels, for he has come out repeatedly on purpose, with a silent smile. The Parisians resist, scornfully cry messeigneurs, as a meal mob may. They have sat quiet, these 5 generations, submitting to all. Their Mercier declared in these very years that a Parisian revolt was henceforth impossible. Stand by the royal declaration of the 23rd of June. The nobles of France, valorous, chivalrous as of old, will rally round us with one heart. And as for this which you call Third Estate, and which we call cannil of unwashed sansculottes, of patelins, scribblers, factious spouters, brave Broglie, with a whiff of grape-shot, salve de cannons, if need be, will give quick account of it. Thus reason they, on their cloudy Ida, hidden from men, men also hidden from them. Good as grape-shot messeigneurs on one condition, that the shooter also were made of metal. But unfortunately he is made of flesh. Under his buffs and bandoliers your hired shooter has instincts, feelings, even a kind of thought. It is his kindred, bone of his bone, this same canaille that shall be whiffed. He has brothers in it, a father and mother, living on meal husks and boiled grass. His very doxy, not yet Deadeye the Spittle, drives him into military heterodoxy, declares that if he shed patriot blood, he shall be accursed among men. The soldier who has seen his pay stolen by rapacious foulons, his blood wasted by Soubaises, Pompadours, and the gates of promotion shut inexorably on him if he were not born noble, is himself not without griefs against you. Your cause is not the soldier's cause, but, as would seem, your own only, and no other gods nor man, s. For example, the world may have heard how, at Bethune lately, when there rose some riot about grains, of which sort there are so many, and the soldiers stood drawn out, and the word fire was given, not a trigger stirred. Only the butts of all muskets rattled angrily against the ground, and the soldiers stood glooming, with a mixed expression of countenance, till clutched each under the arm of a patriot householder, they were all hurried off in this manner to be treated and caressed, and have their pay increased by subscription. Neither have the Guards Francaises, the best regiment of the line, shown any promptitude for street firing lately. They returned grumbling from Ravelin S., and have not burnt a single cartridge since, nay, as we saw, not even when bid. A dangerous humor dwells in these guards. Notable men, too, in their way. Valadi the Pythagorean was, at one time, an officer of theirs. Nay, in the ranks, under the 3-cornered felt and cockade, what hard heads may there not be, and reflections going on, unknown to the public. One head of the hardest we do now discern there, on the shoulders of a certain Sergeant Hotch, Lazare Hotch, that is the name of him. He used to be about the Versailles royal stables, nephew of a poor herboman, a handy lad, exceedingly addicted to reading. He is now Sergeant Hotch and can rise no farther. He lays out his pay in rushlights and cheap editions of books. On the whole, the best seems to be, consign these Guards Francaises to their barracks. So Besenval thinks and orders. Consigned to their barracks, the Guards Francaises do but form a secret association, an engagement not to act against the National Assembly. Debauched by Valadi the Pythagorean, debauched by money and women, cry Besenval and innumerable others. Debauched by what you will, or in need of no debauching, behold them, long files of them, their consignment broken, arrive, headed by their sergeants on the 26th day of June at the Palais Royal. Welcomed with vivats, with presents and a pledge of patriot liquor, embracing and embraced, declaring in words that the cause of France is their cause. Next day and the following days the like. What is singular too, except this patriot humor, and breaking of their consignment, they behave otherwise with the most rigorous accuracy. They are growing questionable, these guards. 11 ringleaders of them are put in the Abbey prison. It boots not in the least. The imprisoned 11 have only, by the hand of an individual, to drop, towards nightfall, a line in the Café de Foy, where patriotism harangues loudest on its table. 200 young persons, soon waxing to 4,000, with fit crowbars, roll towards the Abbey, smite asunder the needful doors, and bear out there 11 with other military victims. To supper in the Palais Royal Garden, to board and lodging in camps in the Theatre des Variétés, other national prytaneum as yet not being in readiness. Most deliberate. Nay, so punctual were these young persons, that finding one military victim to have been imprisoned for real civil crime, they returned him to his cell, with protest. Why new military force was not called out? New military force was called out. New military force did arrive, full gallop, with drawn saber. But the people gently laid hold of their bridles. The dragoons sheathed their swords, lifted their caps by way of salute, and sat like mere statues of dragoons. Except indeed that a drop of liquor being brought them, they drank to the king and nation with the greatest cordiality. And now ask in return why Messeigneurs and Broglie, the great god of war, on seeing these things, did not pause and take some other course, any other course. Unhappily, as we said, they could see nothing. Pride, which goes before a fall, wrath, if not reasonable, yet pardonable, most natural, had hardened their hearts and heated their heads, so, with imbecility and violence, ill-matched pair, they rushed to seek their hour. All regiments are not guards francases, or debauched by Valadi the Pythagorean. Let fresh undebauched regiments come up. Let Royal Element, Salé Samade, Swiss Châteauvia come up, which can fight, but can hardly speak except in German gutturals. Let soldiers march, and highways thunder with artillery wagons. Majesty has a new royal session to hold, and miracles to work there. The whiff of grapeshot can, if needful, become a blast and tempest. In which circumstances, before the red-hot balls begin raining, may not the 120 Paris electors, though their cahier is long since finished, see good to meet again daily as an electoral club? They meet first in a tavern, where the largest wedding party cheerfully give place to them, but latterly they meet in the Hôtel de Ville in the town hall itself. Flesselles, provost of merchants with his 4 echevins, Scabins, assessors, could not prevent it, such was the force of public opinion. He, with his echevins, and the 26 town councillors, all appointed from above, may well sit silent there in their long gowns, and consider, with odd eye, what prelude this is of convulsion coming from below, and how themselves shall fare in that. Chapter 1, 5 Roman 4 to arms. So hangs it, dubious, fateful, in the sultry days of July. It is the passionate printed advice of M. Marat to abstain, of all things, from violence. Nevertheless, the hungry poor are already burning town barriers, where tribute on eatables is levied, getting clamorous for food. The 12th July morning is Sunday. The streets are all placarded with an enormous-sized départ le roi, inviting peaceable citizens to remain within doors, to feel no alarm, to gather in no crowd. Why so? What mean these placards of enormous size? Above all, what means this clatter of military, dragoons, hussars, rattling in from all points of the compass towards the place Louis Quinze, with a staid gravity of face, though saluted with mere nicknames, hootings, and even missiles? Besenval is with them. Swiss guards of his are already in the Champs-Élysées, with 4 pieces of artillery. Have the destroyers descended on us, then? From the bridge of Sèvres to utmost Vincennes, from Saint Denis to the Champ de Mars, we are begirt. Alarm of the vague unknown is in every heart. The Palais Royal has become a place of awestruck interjections, silent shakings of the head. One can fancy with what dolorous sound the noontide cannon, which the sun fires at the crossing of his meridian, went off there, bodeful, like an inarticulate voice of doom. Are these troops verily come out against brigands? Where are the brigands? What mystery is in the wind? Hark! A human voice reporting articulately the job's news. Necker, people's minister, savior of France, is dismissed. Impossible, incredible, treasonous to the public peace. Such a voice ought to be choked in the waterworks. Had not the newsbringer quickly fled, nevertheless, friends, make of it what you will, the news is true. Necker is gone. Necker hies northward incessantly, in obedient secrecy, since yesternight. We have a new ministry, Broglie the war god, aristocrat Braituil, Foulon who said the people might eat grass. Rumor, therefore, shall arise, in the Palais Royal and in broad France. Paleness sits on every face, confused tremor and fremescence, waxing into thunderpeals of fury stirred on by fear. But see Camille Desmoulins from the Café de Foy, rushing out, sibylline in face, his hair streaming, in each hand a pistol. He springs to a table. The police satellites are eyeing him. Alive they shall not take him, not they alive him alive. This time he speaks without stammering. Friends, shall we die like hunted hares, like sheep hounded into their pinfold? bleeding for mercy, wears no mercy but only a whetted knife. The hour is come, the supreme hour of Frenchman and man, when oppressors are to try conclusions with oppressed, and the word is swift death or deliverance forever. Let such hour be welcome. Us, meseems, one cry only befits, to arms. Let universal Paris, universal France, as with the throat of the whirlwind, sound only, to arms, to arms. Yell responsive the innumerable voices, like one great voice, as of a demon yelling from the air. For all faces wax fire-eyed, all hearts burn up into madness. In such or fitter words does Camille evoke the elemental powers in this great moment. Friends, continues Camille, some rallying sign. Cockades, green ones, the color of hope. As with the flight of locusts, these green tree leaves, green ribbons from the neighboring shops, all green things are snatched and made cockades of. Camille descends from his table, stifled with embraces, wetted with tears, has a bit of green ribbon handed him, sticks it in his hat. And now to courteous image shop there, to the boulevards, to the four winds, and rest not till France be on fire. France, so long shaken and wind-parched, is probably at the right inflammable point. As for poor Curtius, who one grieves to think might be but imperfectly paid, he cannot make two words about his images. The wax bust of Necker, the wax bust of d'Orléans, helpers of France, these, covered with crape, as in funeral procession, or after the manner of suppliants appealing to heaven, to earth, and Tartarus itself, a mixed multitude bears off. For a sign. As indeed man, with his singular imaginative faculties, can do little or nothing without signs. Thus Turks look to their prophet's banner. Also osier mannequins have been burnt, and Necker's portrait has erewhile figured, aloft on its perch. In this manner march they, a mixed, continually increasing multitude, armed with axes, staves, and miscellanea, grim many-sounding, through the streets. Be all theatres shut, let all dancing on planked floor or on the natural greensward cease instead of a Christian Sabbath and feast of ginked tabernacles, it shall be a sorcerer's Sabbath, and Paris gone rabid dance with the fiend for piper. However, Besenval with horse and foot is in the place Louis Quinze. Mortals promenading homewards in the fall of the day saunter by from Chaillot or Passy, from flirtation and a little thin wine, with sadder step than usual. Will the bus procession pass that way? Behold it, behold also Prince Lambesc dash forth on it with his royal elements. Shots fall, and sabre-strokes busts are hewn asunder, and alas also heads of men. A sabrid procession has nothing for it but to explode, along what streets, alleys, Tuileries avenues it finds, and disappear. One unarmed man lies hewed down, a guard francaise by his uniform, bear him, or bear even the report of him, dead and gory to his barracks, where he has comrades still alive. But why not now, victorious Lambesc, charge through that Tuileries garden itself, where the fugitives are vanishing? Not show the Sunday promenaders too, how steel glitters, besprent with blood, that it be told of and men's ears tingle? Tingle, alas, they did, but the wrong way. Victorious Lambesc, in this his second or Tuileries charge, succeeds but in overturning, call it not slashing, for he struck with the flat of his sword one man, a poor old schoolmaster, most pacifically tottering there, and is driven out by barricade of chairs, by flights of bottles and glasses, by execrations in bass voice and treble. Most delicate is the mob queller's vocation, wherein too much may be as bad as not enough. For each of these bass voices, and more each treble voice borne to all points of the city, rings now nothing but distracted indignation, will ring all another. The cry to arms roars tenfold, steeples with their metal storm voice boom out as the sun sinks, armorers' shops are broken open, plundered. The streets are a living foam sea, chafed by all the winds. Such issue came of Lambesc's charge on the Tuileries garden, no striking of salutary terror into Chaillot promenaders, a striking into broad wakefulness of frenzy and the three furies, which otherwise were not asleep. For they lie always, those subterranean Eumenides, fabulous and yet so true in the dullest existence of man, and can dance, brandishing their dusky torches, shaking their serpent hair. Lambesc with royal element may ride to his barracks, with curses for his marching music, then ride back again like one troubled in mind. Vengeful guards francaises, saccharine with knit brows, start out on him from their barracks in the Chaussee d'Antin, pour a volley into him, killing and wounding, which he must not answer, but ride on. Counsel dwells not under the plumed hat. If the Eumenides awaken and Broglie has given no orders, what can a Besenval do? When the Gardes Francaises with Palais Royal volunteers roll down, greedy of more vengeance, to the place Louis Quinze itself, they find neither Besenval, Lambesc, Royal Element, nor any soldier now there. Gone is military order. On the far eastern boulevard of Saint-Antoine, the chasseurs Normandy arrive, dusty, thirsty, after a hard day's ride, but can find no billet master, see no course in this city of confusions. Cannot get to Besenval, cannot so much as discover where he is. Normandy must even bivouac there in its dust and thirst, unless some patriot will treat it to a cup of liquor, with advices. Raging multitudes surround the Hôtel de Ville, crying, "Arms, orders!" The 26 town councillors with their long gowns have ducked under into the raging chaos, shall never emerge more. Besenval is painfully wriggling himself out to the Champ de Mars. He must sit there in the cruelest uncertainty. Courier after courier may dash off for Versailles, but will bring back no answer, can hardly bring himself back. For the roads are all blocked with batteries and pickets, with floods of carriages arrested for examination. Such was Broglie's one sole order. The old Aboaf, hearing in the distance such mad din, which sounded almost like invasion, will before all things keep its own head whole. A new ministry, with, as it were, but one foot in the stirrup, cannot take leaps. Mad Paris is abandoned altogether to itself. What a Paris when the darkness fell! A European metropolitan city hurled suddenly forth from its old combinations and arrangements, to crash tumultuously together, seeking new. Use and want will now no longer direct any man. Each man, with what of originality he has, must begin thinking, or following those that think. 700,000 individuals, on the sudden, find all their old paths, old ways of acting and deciding, vanish from under their feet. And so there go they, with clangor and terror, they know not as yet whether running, swimming, or flying, headlong into the new era. With clangor and terror. From above, Broglie the war god impends, preternatural with his red-hot cannonballs, and from below, a preternatural brigand world menaces with dirk and firebrand. Madness rules the hour. Happily, in place of the submerged 26, the Electoral Club is gathering, has declared itself a provisional municipality. On the morrow it will get Provost Flesselles, with an échevin or two to give help in many things. For the present it decrees one most essential thing, that forthwith a Parisian militia shall be enrolled. Depart, ye heads of districts, to labor in this great work, while we here, in permanent committee, sit alert. Let fencible men, each party in its own range of streets, keep watch and ward all night. Let Paris court a little fever sleep, confused by such fever dreams, of violent motions at the Palais Royal. Or from time to time start awake and look out, palpitating in its nightcap at the clash of discordant, mutually unintelligible patrols, on the gleam of distant barriers, going up all too ruddy towards the vault of night. Chapter 15v, Give Us Arms. On Monday the huge city has awoke, not to its weekday industry, to what a different one. The working man has become a fighting man, has one want only, that of arms. The industry of all crafts has paused, except it be the smiths, fiercely hammering pikes, and in a faint degree the kitchener,s cooking offhand victuals for bouch va taugers. Women too are sewing cockades, not now of green, which being Dartois color, the Hôtel de Ville has had to interfere in it, but of red and blue, our old Paris colors. These, once based on a ground of constitutional white, are the famed tricolor, which, if prophecy err not, will go round the world. All shops, unless it be the bakers and vintners, are shut. Paris is in the streets, rushing, foaming like some Venice wineglass into which you had dropped poison. The tocsin, by order, is pealing madly from all steeples. Arms, ye elector municipals, thou Flesselles with thy échevins, give us arms. Flesselles gives what he can. Fallacious, perhaps insidious promises of arms from Charleville. Order to seek arms here, order to seek them there. The new municipals give what they can. Some 360 indifferent firelocks, the equipment of the city watch. A man in wooden shoes and without coat directly clutches one of them and mounts guard. Also, as hinted, an order to all smiths to make pikes with their whole soul. Heads of districts are in fervent consultation. Subordinate patriotism roams distracted, ravenous for arms. Hitherto at the Hôtel de Ville was only such modicum of indifferent firelocks as we have seen. At the so-called arsenal there lies nothing but rust, rubbish, and saltpetre, overlooked too by the guns of the Bastille. His Majesty's repository, what they call guard-meuble, is forced and ransacked. Tapestries enough and gauderies, but of serviceable fighting gear small stock. 2 silver-mounted cannons there are, an ancient gift from His Majesty of Siam to Louis XIV, gilt sword of the good Henry, antique chivalry arms and armor. These, and such as these, a necessitous patriotism snatches greedily, for want of better. The Siamese cannons go trundling, on an errand they were not meant for. Among the indifferent firelocks are seen tourney lances, the princely helm and hauberk glittering amid ill-hatted heads, as in a time when all times and their possessions are suddenly sent jumbling. At the Maison de Saint-Lazare, Lazar House once, now a correction house with priests, there was no trace of arms, but on the other hand, corn plainly to a culpable extent. Out with it to market, in this scarcity of grains. Heavens will 52 carts, in long row, hardly carry it to the Hala ox-bleds. Well, truly, ye reverend fathers, was your pantry filled, fat are your larders, over-generous your wine-bins, ye plotting exasperators of the poor, traitorous forestallers of bread. Vain is protesting, entreaty on bare knees. The house of Saint Lazarus has that in it which comes not out by protesting. Behold how from every window it vomits, mere torrents of furniture, of bellowing and hurly-burly, the cellars also leaking wine. Till, as was natural, smoke rose, kindled, some say, by the desperate Saint Lazarists themselves, desperate of other riddance, and the establishment vanished from this world in flame. Remark nevertheless that a thief, set on or not by aristocrats, being detected there, is instantly hanged. Look also at the Chatelet prison. The debtors' prison of La Force is broken from without, and they that sat in bondage to aristocrats go free. Hearing of which the felons at the Chatelet do likewise dig up their pavements, and stand on the offensive with the best prospects, had not patriotism, passing that way, fired a volley into the felon world, and crushed it down again under hatches. Patriotism consorts not with thieving and felony, surely also punishment, this day hitches, if she still hitch after crime with frightful shoes of swiftness. Some score or two of wretched persons, found prostrate with drink in the cellars of that Saint Lazare, are indignantly haled to prison. The jailer has no room, whereupon, other place of security not suggesting itself, it is written, unless pendit they hang them. Brief is the word, not without significance, be it true or untrue. In such circumstances, the aristocrat, the unpatriotic rich man is packing up for departure. But he shall not get departed. A wooden-shod force has seized all barriers, burnt or not. All that enters, all that seeks to issue, is stopped there and dragged to the Hôtel de Ville. Coaches, tumbrils, plate, furniture, many meal sacks, in time even flocks and herds, encumber the place to grieve. And so it roars and rages and brays, drums beating, steeples pealing, criers rushing with handbells. Oyez, all men to their districts to be enrolled. The districts have met in gardens, open squares, are getting marshaled into volunteer troops. No red-hot ball has yet fallen from Besenval's camp. On the contrary, deserters with their arms are continually dropping in. Nay now, joy of joys, at 2 in the afternoon, the guards francaises, being ordered to St. Denis and flatly declining, have come over in a body. It is a fact worth many. 3,600 of the best fighting men with complete accoutrement, with cannoneers even and cannon. Their officers are left standing alone, could not so much as succeed in spiking the guns. The very Swiss, it may now be hoped, Chateauvieux and the others will have doubts about fighting. Our Parisian militia, which some think it were better to name National Guard, is prospering as heart could wish. It promised to be 48,000, but will in few hours double and quadruple that number, invincible if we had only arms. But see, the promised Charleville boxes, marked artillery here then are arms enough. Conceive the blank face of patriotism, when it found them filled with rags, foul linen, candle-ends, and bits of wood. Provost of the merchants, how is this? Neither at the Chartreux convent, whither we were sent with signed order, is there or ever was there any weapon of war. Nay here, in this Seine boat, safe under tarpaulings, had not the nose of patriotism been of the finest, our 5,000 weight of gunpowder. Not coming in, but surreptitiously going out, what meanest thou, Flesselles? 'Tis a ticklish game, that of amusing us. Cat plays with captive mouse, but mouse with enraged cat, with enraged national tiger. Meanwhile the faster, O ye black-aproned smiths, smite, with strong arm and willing heart. This man and that, all stroke from head to heel, shall thunder alternating, and ply the great forge hammer till stithy reel and ring again, while ever and anon overhead booms the alarm cannon, for the city has now got gunpowder. Pikes are fabricated, 50,000 of them in 36 hours. Judge whether the black-aproned have been idle. Dig trenches, unpave the streets, ye others, assiduous, man and maid. Cram the earth in barrel barricades, at each of them a volunteer sentry. Pile the windstones in windowsills and upper rooms. Have scalding pitch, at least boiling water ready, ye weak old women, to pour it and dash it on royal element with your old skinny arms. Your shrill curses along with it will not be wanting. Patrols of the newborn National Guard, bearing torches, scour the streets all that night, which otherwise are vacant, yet illuminated in every window by order. Strange-looking, like some naphtha-lighted city of the dead, with here and there a flight of perturbed ghosts. O poor mortals, how ye make this earth bitter for each other, this fearful and wonderful life fearful and horrible, and Satan has his place in all hearts. Such agonies and ragings and wailings ye have, and have had in all times, to be buried all in so deep silence, and the salt sea is not swollen with your tears. Great meanwhile is the moment, when tidings of freedom reach us, when the long enthralled soul, from amid its chains and squalid stagnancy, arises, were it still only in blindness and bewilderment, and swears by him that made it that it will be free. Free. Understand that well, it is the deep commandment, dimmer or clearer of our whole being, to be free. Freedom is the one purport, wisely aimed at, or unwisely, of all man's struggles, toilings, and sufferings in this earth. Yes, supreme is such a moment, if thou have known it. First vision as of a flame-girt sign in this our waste pilgrimage, which thenceforth wants not its pillar of cloud by day, and pillar of fire by night. Something it is even, nay, something considerable, when the chains have grown corrosive, poisonous, to be free from oppression by our fellow-man. Forward, ye maddened sons of France, be it towards this destiny or towards that. Around you is but starvation, falsehood, corruption, and the clam of death. Where ye are is no abiding. Imagination may imperfectly figure how Commandant Besenval in the Champ de Mars has worn out these sorrowful hours insurrection all round, his men melting away. From Versailles to the most pressing messages comes no answer, or once only some vague word of answer which is worse than none. A council of officers can decide merely that there is no decision. Colonels inform him, weeping, that they do not think their men will fight. Cruel uncertainty is here. War god Broglie sits yonder, inaccessible in his Olympus, does not descend terror-clad, does not produce his whiff of grapeshot, sends no orders. Truly, in the shadow of Versailles all seems mystery. In the town of Versailles, were we there, all is rumor, alarm, and indignation. An august National Assembly sits to appearance menaced with death, endeavoring to defy death. It is resolved that Necker carries with him the regrets of the nation. It has sent solemn deputation over to the shadow, with entreaty to have these troops withdrawn. In vain, His Majesty, with a singular composure, invites us to be busy rather with our own duty, making the Constitution. Foreign panders and such-like go pricking and prancing with a swashbuckler air, with an eye too probably to the salle des menus, were it not for the grim-looking countenances that crowd all avenues there. Be firm, ye national senators, the cynosure of a firm, grim-looking people. The august national senators determine that there shall, at least, be permanent session till this thing end. Wherein, however, consider that worthy Lafranc de Pompignan, our new president, whom we have named Bailey's successor, is an old man, wearied with many things. He is the brother of that Pompignan who meditated lamentably on the Book of Lamentations. Saves vous pourquoi Jeremy si lamentate tout, savez sequel, prevuate qua Pompignan le traduerate. Poor Bishop Pompignan withdraws, having got Lafayette for helper or substitute. This latter, as nocturnal vice-president, with a thin house in disconsolate humor, sits sleepless, with lights unsnuffed, waiting what the hours will bring. So at Versailles. But at Paris, agitated Besenval, before retiring for the night, has stepped over to old M. de Sombreuil, of the Hôtel des Invalides hard by. M. de Sombreuil has, what is a great secret, some 20,000 stand of muskets deposited in his cellars there, but no trust in the temper of his invalides. This day, for example, he sent 20 of the fellows down to unscrew those muskets, lest sedition might snatch at them. But scarcely, in 6 hours, had the 20 unscrewed 20 gun locks or dogs' heads cheens of locks, each invalide his dog's head. If ordered to fire, they would, he imagines, turn their cannon against himself. Unfortunate old military gentleman, it is your hour, not of glory. Old Marquis de Launay too of the Bastille has pulled up his drawbridges long since, and retired into his interior. With sentries walking on his battlements, under the midnight sky aloft over the glare of illuminated Paris, whom a national patrol, passing that way, takes the liberty of firing at, 7 shots towards 12 at night, which do not take effect. This was the 13th day of July, 1789. A worse day, many said, than the last 13th was, when only hail fell out of heaven, not madness rose out of Tophet, ruining worse than crops. In these same days, as chronology will teach us, hot old Marquis Murraybow lies stricken down at Argenteuil, not within sound of these alarm guns, for he properly is not there, and only the body of him now lies, deaf and cold forever. It was on Saturday night that he, drawing his last life breaths, gave up the ghost there, leaving a world which would never go to his mind, now broken out, seemingly, into deliration and the culbute Gaineril. What is it to him, departing elsewhither on his long journey? The old Chateau Murraybow stands silent far off, on its scarped rock, in that gorge of 2 windy valleys. The pale fading spectre now of a chateau. This huge world riot, and France, and the world itself, fades also, like a shadow on the great still mirror sea, and all shall be as God wills. Young Murraybow, sad of heart, for he loved this crabbed brave old father, sad of heart, and occupied with sad cares, is withdrawn from public history. The great crisis transacts itself without him. Chapter 1, 5 Romans 6, a storm and victory. But to the living and the struggling, a new 14th morning dawns. Under all roofs of this distracted city is the notice of a drama, not untragical, crowding towards solution. The bustlings and preparings, the tremors and menaces, the tears that fell from old eyes. This day, my sons, ye shall quit you like men. By the memory of your fathers' wrongs, by the hope of your children's rights. Tyranny impends in red wrath. Help for you is none if not in your own right hands. This day ye must do or die. From earliest light, a sleepless permanent committee has heard the old cry, now waxing almost frantic, mutinous. Arms, arms, Provost Flesselles, or what traitors there are among you may think of those Charleville boxes. 150,000 of us, and but the third man furnished with so much as a pike. Arms are the one thing needful. With arms we are an unconquerable man-defying National Guard. Without arms, a rabble to be whiffed with grapeshot. Happily the word has arisen, for no secret can be kept, that there lie muskets at the Hotel des Invalides. Thither will we, King's Procureur M. Ethies de Corny, and whatsoever of authority a permanent committee can lend, shall go with us. Besenval's camp is there. Perhaps he will not fire on us. If he kill us, we shall but die. Alas, poor Besenval, with his troops melting away in that manner, has not the smallest humor to fire. At 5 o'clock this morning, as he lay dreaming, oblivious in the École Militaire, a figure stood suddenly at his bedside. With face rather handsome, eyes inflamed, speech rapid and curt, air audacious, such a figure drew Priam's curtains. The message and monition of the figure was that resistance would be hopeless, that if blood flowed, woe to him who shed it. Thus spoke the figure, and vanished. Withal there was a kind of eloquence that struck one. Besenval admits that he should have arrested him, but did not. Who this figure, with inflamed eyes, with speech rapid and curt, might be, Besenval knows but mentions not. Camille Desmoulins, Pythagorean Marquis Valadi, inflamed with violent motions all night at the Palais Royal, fame names him, young M. Mailer, then shuts her lips about him forever. In any case, behold about 9 in the morning, our national volunteers rolling in long wide flood, southwestward to the Hotel des Invalides, in search of the one thing needful. King's Procureur M. Ethies de Corny and officials are there. The curé of Saint-Étienne-du-Mont marches unpacific at the head of his militant parish. The clerks of the Bazoche in red coats we see marching, now volunteers of the Bazoche, the volunteers of the Palais Royal, national volunteers, numerable by tens of thousands, of one heart and mind. The king's muskets are the nation's. Think, old M. de Sombreuil, how in this extremity thou wilt refuse them. Old M. de Sombreuil would fain hold parleys and couriers, but it skills not. The walls are scaled, no invalid firing a shot. The gates must be flung open. Patriotism rushes in, tumultuous from Grunsel up to Ridgetile, through all rooms and passages, rummaging distractedly for arms. What cellar or what cranny can escape it? The arms are found, all safe there, lying packed in straw, apparently with a view to being burnt. More ravenous than famishing lions over dead prey, the multitude, with clangor and vociferation, pounces on them, struggling, dashing, clutching, to the jamming up, to the pressure, fracture, and probable extinction of the weaker patriot. And so, with such protracted crash of deafening, most discordant orchestra music, the scene is changed. And 820,000 sufficient firelocks are on the shoulders of so many National Guards, lifted thereby out of darkness into fiery light. Let Besenval look at the glitter of these muskets as they flash by. Guards Francaises, it is said, have cannon leveled on him ready to open, if need were, from the other side of the river. Motionless sits he, astonished, one may flatter oneself, at the proud bearing fier countenance of the Parisians. And now to the Bastille, ye intrepid Parisians, there grapeshot still threatens, thither all men's thoughts and steps are now tending. Old Delaunay, as we hinted, withdrew into his interior soon after midnight of Sunday. He remains there ever since, hampered, as all military gentlemen now are, in the saddest conflict of uncertainties. The Hôtel de Ville invites him to admit national soldiers, which is a soft name for surrendering. On the other hand, His Majesty's orders were precise. His garrison is but 82 old invalids, reinforced by 32 young Swiss. His walls indeed are 9 feet thick. He has cannon and powder, but alas, only 1 day's provision of victuals. The city, too, is French, the poor garrison mostly French. Rigorous old Delaunay, think what thou wilt do. All morning, since 9, there has been a cry everywhere. To the Bastille, repeated deputations of citizens have been here, passionate for arms, whom Delaunay has got dismissed by soft speeches through portholes. Towards noon, Elector Thuriot de la Rosière gains admittance, finds Delaunay indisposed for surrender, nay disposed for blowing up the place rather. Thuriot mounts with him to the battlements. Heaps of paving stones, old iron and missiles lie piled. Cannon all duly leveled, in every embrasure a cannon, only drawn back a little. But outwards behold, O Thuriot, how the multitude flows on, welling through every street, tocsin furiously pealing, all drums beating the gainrail, the suburb Saint-Anton rolling hitherward wholly, as one man. Such vision, spectral yet real, thou, O Thuriot, as from thy mount of vision beholdest in this moment, prophetic of what other phantasmagories and loud-gibbering spectral realities, which thou yet beholdest not but shalt. Que voulez-vous? Said Delaunay, turning pale at the sight with an air of reproach almost of menace. Monsieur, said Thuriot, rising into the moral sublime, what mean you? Consider if I could not precipitate both of us from this height, say only 100 feet, exclusive of the walled ditch. Whereupon Delaunay fell silent. Thuriot shows himself from some pinnacle to comfort the multitude becoming suspicious, fremescent, then descends, departs with protest, with warning addressed also to the Invalides, on whom, however, it produces but a mixed, indistinct impression. The old heads are none of the clearest. Besides, it is said, Delaunay has been profuse of beverages, prodigua desbuissons. They think they will not fire, if not fired on, if they can help it, but must, on the whole, be ruled considerably by circumstances. Woe to thee, Delaunay, in such an hour, if thou canst not, taking some one firm decision, rule circumstances. Soft speeches will not serve, hard grapeshot is questionable, but hovering between the two is unquestionable. Ever wilder swells the tide of men, their infinite hum waxing ever louder into imprecations, perhaps into crackle of stray musketry, which latter, on walls 9 feet thick, cannot do execution. The outer drawbridge has been lowered for Thuriot. New deputation of citizens, it is the third, and noisiest of all, penetrates that way into the outer court. Soft speeches producing no clearance of these, Delaunay gives fire, pulls up his drawbridge. A slight sputter, which has kindled the too combustible chaos, made it a roaring fire chaos. Bursts forth insurrection, at sight of its own blood, for there were deaths by that sputter of fire, into endless rolling explosion of musketry, distraction, execration, and overhead from the fortress, let one great gun with its grape shot go booming to show what we could do. The Bastille is besieged. On then all Frenchmen that have hearts in their bodies, roar with all your throats of cartilage and metal, ye sons of liberty, stir spasmodically whatsoever of utmost faculty is in you, soul, body, or spirit, for it is the hour. Smite, thou Louis Tournay, Cartwright of the Marais, old soldier of the regiment Dauphine, smite at that outer drawbridge chain, though the fiery hail whistles round thee. Never, over knave or fellow, did thy axe strike such a stroke. Down with it, man, down with it to Orcus. let the whole accursed edifice sink thither, and tyranny be swallowed up forever. Mounted, some say, on the roof of the guardroom, some on bayonets stuck into joints of the wall, Louis Tournay smites, brave Aubin Bonamere, also an old soldier, seconding him. The chain yields, breaks, the huge drawbridge slams down, thundering avec fracas. Glorious, and yet, alas, it is still but the outworks. The 8 grim towers, with their invalides, musketry, their paving stones and cannon mouths, still soar aloft intact. Ditch yawning impassable, stone-faced, the inner drawbridge with its back towards us, the Bastille is still to take. To describe this siege of the Bastille, thought to be one of the most important in history, perhaps transcends the talent of mortals. Could one but, after infinite reading, get to understand so much as the plan of the building? But there is open esplanade, at the end of the Rue Saint-Anton. There are such forecourts, Cour Avancée, Cour de l'Orme, arched gateway, where Louis Tournay now fights, then new drawbridges, dormant bridges, rampart bastions, and the grim 8 towers, a labyrinthic mass, high frowning there, of all ages from 20 years to 420. Beleaguered, in this its last hour, as we said, by mere chaos come again. Ordnance of all calibers, throats of all capacities, men of all plans, every man his own engineer. Seldom since the war of pygmies and cranes was there seen so anomalous a thing. Half-pay Ally is home for a suit of regimentals. No one would heed him in colored clothes. Half-pay Hulin is haranguing guards Francaises in the Place de Grève. Frantic patriots pick up the grape shots, bear them, still hot, or seemingly so, to the Hôtel de Ville. Paris, you perceive, is to be burnt. Flesselles is pale to the very lips, for the roar of the multitude grows deep. Paris wholly has got to the acme of its frenzy, whirled, all ways, by panic madness. At every street barricade, there whirls simmering, a minor whirlpool, strengthening the barricade, since God knows what is coming, and all minor whirlpools play distractedly into that grand fire maelstrom which is lashing round the Bastille. And so it lashes and it roars. Chalot the wine merchant has become an impromptu cannoneer. C. Jorget, of the Marine Service, fresh from Brest, ply the King of Siam's cannon, singular if we were not used to the like. Jorget lay, last night, taking his ease at his inn. The King of Siam's cannon also lay, knowing nothing of him for 100 years. Yet now, at the right instant, they have got together and discourse eloquent music. For hearing what was toward, Jorget sprang from the Brest diligence and ran. Guards Francaises also will be here with real artillery, were not the walls so thick. Upwards from the esplanade, horizontally from all neighboring roofs and windows, flashes one irregular deluge of musketry, without effect. The invalids lie flat, firing comparatively at their ease from behind stone, hardly through portholes show the tip of a nose. We fall, shot, and make no impression. Let conflagration rage, of whatsoever is combustible. Guard-rooms are burnt, invalids' mess-rooms. A distracted peruke-maker with 2 fiery torches is for burning the saltpeters of the arsenal. Had not a woman run screaming, had not a patriot, with some tincture of natural philosophy, instantly struck the wind out of him, but of musket on pit of stomach, overturned barrels, and stayed the devouring element. A young beautiful lady, seized escaping in these outer courts and thought falsely to be Delaunay's daughter, shall be burnt in Delaunay's sight, she lies swooned on a payless. But again a patriot, it is brave Aubin Bonamere the old soldier, dashes in and rescues her. Straw is burnt. 3 cartloads of it, hauled thither, go up in white smoke, almost to the choking of patriotism itself, so that Ally had, with singed brows, to drag back one cart and reole the gigantic haberdasher another. Smoke as of Tophet, confusion as of Babel, noise as of the crack of doom. Blood flows, the aliment of new madness. The wounded are carried into houses of the Rue Sarasea, the dying leave their last mandate not to yield till the accursed stronghold fall. And yet, alas, how fall? The walls are so thick. Deputations, 3 in number, arrive from the Hôtel de Ville. Abbé Fouchet, who was of one can say, with what almost superhuman courage of benevolence. These wave their town flag in the arched gateway, and stand, rolling their drum, but to no purpose. In such crack of doom, Delaunay cannot hear them, dare not believe them. They return, with justified rage, the hue of lead still singing in their ears. What to do? The firemen are here, squirting with their fire pumps on the invalids' cannon to wet the touch holes. They unfortunately cannot squirt so high, but produce only clouds of spray. Individuals of classical knowledge propose catapults. Santera, the sonorous brewer of the suburb Saint-Anton, advises rather that the place be fired by a mixture of phosphorus and oil of turpentine spouted up through forcing pumps. O Spinola Santera, hast thou the mixture ready? Every man his own engineer. And still the fire deluge abates not. Even women are firing and Turks, at least one woman with her sweetheart and one Turk. Guards Francases have come, real cannon, real cannoneers. Usher Maillard is busy. Half pay a lie, half pay Hulin rage in the midst of thousands. How the great Bastille clock ticks, inaudible in its inner court there, at its ease, hour after hour, as if nothing special for it or the world were passing. It told one when the firing began, and is now pointing towards 5, and still the firing slakes not. Far down in their vaults the 7 prisoners hear muffled din as of earthquakes, their turnkeys answer vaguely. Woe to thee, Delaunay, with thy poor 100 invalids. Broglie is distant and his ears heavy. Besenval hears but can send no help. One poor troop of hussars has crept, reconnoitring cautiously along the quays as far as the Pont Neuf. We are come to join you, said the captain, for the crowd seems shoreless. A large-headed dwarfish individual of smoke-bleared aspect shambles forward, opening his blue lips, for there is sense in him, and croaks, "Alight then and give up your arms." The hussar captain is too happy to be escorted to the barriers and dismissed on parole. Who the squat individual was? Men answer, it is M. Marat, author of the excellent Pacific Avies. O pupil, great truly, O thou remarkable dogleech, is this thy day of emergence and new birth? And yet this same day come 4 years? But let the curtains of the future hang. What shall Delaunay do? One thing only Delaunay could have done, what he said he would do. Fancy him sitting from the first with lighted taper, within arm's length of the powder magazine, motionless like old Roman senator or bronze lampholder, coldly apprising Thuriot and all men by a slight motion of his eye what his resolution was. Harmless he sat there while unharmed. But the king's fortress, meanwhile, could, might, would, or should in no wise be surrendered save to the king's messenger, one old man's life worthless, so it be lost with honor. But think, ye brawling canaille, how will it be when a whole Bastille springs skyward? In such statuesque, taper-holding attitude, one fancies Delaunay might have left Thuriot, the red clerks of the Bazach, curé of St. Stephen, and all the Tagreg and Bobtail of the world, to work their will. And yet withal he could not do it. Hast thou considered how each man's heart is so tremulously responsive to the hearts of all men? Hast thou noted how omnipotent is the very sound of many men? How their shriek of indignation palsies the strong soul, their howl of contumely withers with unfelt pangs? The Ritter Gluck confessed that the ground tone of the noblest passage, in one of his noblest operas, was the voice of the populace he had heard at Vienna, crying to their Kaiser, "Bread, bread." Great is the combined voice of men, the utterance of their instincts which are truer than their thoughts. It is the greatest a man encounters, among the sounds and shadows which make up this world of time. He who can resist that has his footing somewhere beyond time. Delaunay could not do it. Distracted, he hovers between the two, hopes in the middle of despair, surrenders not his fortress, declares that he will blow it up, seizes torches to blow it up, and does not blow it. Unhappy old Delaunay, it is the death agony of thy Bastille and thee. Jail, jailoring, and jailer, all three, such as they may have been, must finish. For 4 hours now has the world bedlam roared. Call it the world chimera, blowing fire. The poor invalids have sunk under their battlements, or rise only with reversed muskets. They have made a white flag of napkins, go beating the chamade, or seeming to beat, for one can hear nothing. The very Swiss at the portcullis look weary of firing, disheartened in the fire deluge. A porthole at the drawbridge is opened, as by one that would speak. See Huissier Maillard, the shifty man. On his plank swinging over the abyss of that stone ditch, plank resting on parapet, balanced by weight of patriots, he hovers perilous, such a dove towards such an ark. Deftly, thou shifty usher. One man already fell and lies smashed far down there against the masonry. Usher Maillard falls not, deftly, unerring he walks with outspread palm. The Swiss holds a paper through his porthole, the shifty usher snatches it and returns. Terms of surrender, pardon, immunity to all. Are they accepted? Foi d'officier on the word of an officer, answers half-pay Hulin, or half-pay a lie, for men do not agree on it. They are. Sinks the drawbridge. Usher Maillard bolting it when down, rushes in the living deluge, the Bastille is fallen. Victoire, la Bastille est prise. Chapter 1, 5, Roman 7, not a revolt. Why dwell on what follows? Hulin's foi d'officier should have been kept, but could not. The Swiss stand drawn up, disguised in white canvas smocks, the invalids without disguise, their arms all piled against the wall. The first rush of victors, in ecstasy that the death peril is past, leaps joyfully on their necks, but new victors rush, and ever new, also in ecstasy not wholly of joy. As we said, it was a living deluge, plunging headlong, had not the guards franchaises, in their cool military way, wheeled round with arms leveled. It would have plunged suicidally, by the 100 or the 1,000, into the Bastille ditch. And so it goes plunging through court and corridor, billowing uncontrollable, firing from windows on itself, in hot frenzy of triumph, of grief and vengeance for its slain. The poor invalides will fare ill. One Swiss, running off in his white smock, is driven back with a death thrust. Let all prisoners be marched to the town hall to be judged. Alas, already one poor invalid has his right hand slashed off him, his maimed body dragged to the place to grieve and hanged there. This same right hand, it is said, turned back Delaunay from the powder magazine and saved Paris. Delaunay, discovered in grey frock with poppy-colored riband, is for killing himself with the sword of his cane. He shall to the Hôtel de Ville, Hewlin Maillard and others escorting him, Ely marching foremost with the capitulation paper on his sword's point. Through roarings and cursings, through hustlings, clutchings, and at last through strokes, your escort is hustled aside, felled down, Hewlin sinks exhausted on a heap of stones, miserable Delaunay. He shall never enter the Hôtel de Ville, only his bloody hairqueue held up in a bloody hand, that shall enter for a sign. The bleeding trunk lies on the steps there, the head is off through the streets, ghastly, aloft on a pike. Rigorous Delaunay has died, crying out, "O friends, kill me fast!" Merciful de Lasme must die, though gratitude embraces him, in this fearful hour, and will die for him, it avails not. Brothers, your wrath is cruel, your place to grieve is become a throat of the tiger, full of mere fierce bellowings and thirst of blood. One other officer is massacred, one other invalid is hanged on the lamp iron. With difficulty, with generous perseverance, the guards franchaises will save the rest. Provost Flesselles, stricken long since with the paleness of death, must descend from his seat, to be judged at the Palais Royal. Alas, to be shot dead, by an unknown hand, at the turning of the first street. O evening sun of July, how at this hour thy beams fall slant on reapers amid peaceful woody fields, on old women spinning in cottages, on ships far out in the silent main, on balls at the orangery of Versailles, where high-rouged dames of the palace are even now dancing with double-jacketed hussar officers, and also on this roaring hell porch of a Hôtel de Ville. Babel Tower, with the confusion of tongues, were not bedlam added with the conflagration of thoughts, was no type of it. One forest of distracted steel bristles, endless in front of an electoral committee, points itself in horrid radii against this and the other accused breast. It was the Titans warring with Olympus, and they scarcely crediting it have conquered, prodigy of prodigies, delirious, as it could not but be. Denunciation, vengeance, blaze of triumph on a dark ground of terror, all outward, all inward things fallen into one general wreck of madness. Electoral committee, had it 1,000 throats of brass, it would not suffice. Abbé Lefevre in the vaults down below is black as Vulcan, distributing that 5,000 weight of powder. With what perils, these 8 and 40 hours. Last night a patriot in liquor insisted on sitting to smoke on the edge of one of the powder barrels, there smoked he independent of the world, till the abbé purchased his pipe for 3 francs, and pitched it far. Ely in the grand hall, electoral committee looking on, sits with drawn sword bent in 3 places, with battered helm, for he was of the Queen's regiment, cavalry, with torn regimentals, face singed and soiled, comparable, some think, to an antique warrior, judging the people, forming a list of Bastille heroes. O friends, stain not with blood the greenest laurels ever gained in this world. Such is the burden of Ely's song, could it but be listened to. Courage, Ely, courage, ye municipal electors. A declining sun, the need of victuals and of telling news, will bring assuagement, dispersion. All earthly things must end. Along the streets of Paris circulate 7 Bastille prisoners borne shoulder high, 7 heads on pikes, the keys of the Bastille, and much else. See also the guard franchaises in their steadfast military way, marching home to their barracks, with the Invalides and Swiss kindly enclosed in hollow square. It is 1 year and 2 months since these same men stood unparticipating, with Brennus Daghoust at the Palais de Justice, when fate overtook D'Espremenil, and now they have participated, and will participate. Not guards franchaises henceforth, but center grenadiers of the National Guard. Men of iron discipline and humor, not without a kind of thought in them. Likewise ashlar stones of the Bastille continue thundering through the dusk, its paper archives shall fly white. Old secrets come to view, and long-buried despair finds voice. Read this portion of an old letter. If for my consolation Monsignor would grant me for the sake of God and the most blessed Trinity, that I could have news of my dear wife, were it only her name on card to show that she is alive, it were the greatest consolation I could receive, and I should forever bless the greatness of Monsignor. Poor prisoner, who namest thyself Queret Damery, and hast no other history, she is dead, that dear wife of thine, and thou art dead. 'Tis 50 years since thy breaking heart put this question, to be heard now first, and long heard in the hearts of men. But so does the July twilight thicken, so must Paris, as sick children and all distracted creatures do, brawl itself finally into a kind of sleep. Municipal electors, astonished to find their heads still uppermost, are home. Only Moreau de Saint Mary of tropical birth and heart, of coolest judgment, he, with 2 others, shall sit permanent at the town hall. Paris sleeps, gleams upward the illuminated city. Patrols go clashing without common watchword. There go rumors, alarms of war to the extent of 15,000 men marching through the suburb St. Anton, who never got it marched through. Of the day's distraction judge by this of the night, Moreau de Saint Mary, before rising from his seat, gave upwards of 3,000 orders. What a head, comparable to Friar Bacon's brass head. Within it lies all Paris. Prompt must the answer be, right or wrong. In Paris is no other authority extant. Seriously, a most cool, clear head, for which also thou, O brave Saint Mary, in many capacities, from august senator to merchant's clerk, book dealer, vice-king, in many places from Virginia to Sardinia, shalt ever as a brave man find employment. Besenval has decamped under cloud of dusk, amid a great affluence of people, who did not harm him. He marches with faint growing tread down the left bank of the Seine all night towards infinite space. Resummoned shall Besenval himself be, for trial, for difficult acquittal. His king's troops, his royal allemande, are gone hence forever. The Versailles ball and lemonade is done, the orangery is silent except for night birds. Over in the Salle des Menus, Vice President Lafayette, with unsnuffed lights, with some 100 of members stretched on tables round him, sits erect, watching the bear. This day a second solemn deputation went to His Majesty, a second, and then a third, with no effect. What will the end of these things be? In the court all is mystery, not without whisperings of terror, though ye dream of lemonade and epaulets, ye foolish women. His Majesty, kept in happy ignorance, perhaps dreams of double barrels and the woods of Meudon. Late at night, the Duc de Liancourt, having official right of entrance, gains access to the royal apartments, unfolds with earnest clearness in his constitutional way the job's news. Mais, said poor Louis, c'est une révolte, why that is a revolt. Sire, answered Liancourt, it is not a revolt, it is a revolution. Chapter 1, 5 Roman 8 Conquering Your King. On the morrow a 4th deputation to the Chateau is on foot, of a more solemn, not to say awful character, for besides orgies in the orangery, it seems, the grain convoys are all stopped. Nor has Murraybow's thunder been silent. Such deputation is on the point of setting out, when lo, His Majesty himself, attended only by his 2 brothers, step in, quite in the paternal manner announces that the troops and all causes of offense are gone, and henceforth there shall be nothing but trust, reconcilement, good will, whereof he permits and even requests a national assembly to assure Paris in his name. Acclamation, as of men suddenly delivered from death, gives answer. The whole assembly spontaneously rises to escort His Majesty back, interlacing their arms to keep off the excessive pressure from him, for all Versailles is crowding and shouting. The Chateau musicians, with a felicitous promptitude, strike up the Seine de sa familial bosom of one's family. The Queen appears at the balcony with her little boy and girl, kissing them several times. Infinite vivats spread far and wide, and suddenly there has come, as it were, a new heaven on earth. 88 august senators, Bailly, Lafayette, and our repentant archbishop among them, take coach for Paris with the great intelligence, benedictions without end on their heads. From the place Louis Quinze, where they alight all the way to the Hôtel de Ville, it is one sea of tricolor cockades, of clear national muskets, one tempest of huzzings, hand-clappings, aided by occasional rollings of drum music. Harangues of due fervor are delivered, especially by Lally Tollendal, pious son of the ill-fated murdered Lally, on whose head, in consequence, a civic crown of oak or parsley is forced, which he forcibly transfers to Bailly, S. But surely, for one thing the National Guard must have a general. Moreau de Saint Mary, he of the 3,000 orders, casts one of his significant glances on the bust of Lafayette, which has stood there ever since the American War of Liberty, whereupon, by acclamation, Lafayette is nominated. Again, in room of the slain traitor or quasi-traitor Flesselles, President Bailly shall be Provost of the Merchants? No, Mayor of Paris, so be it. Maire de Paris. Mayor Bailly, General Lafayette, Vive Bailly, Vive Lafayette, the universal out-of-doors multitude rends the welkin in confirmation. And now, finally, let us to Notre Dame for a Te Deum. Towards Notre Dame Cathedral in glad procession, these regenerators of the country walk, through a jubilant people, in fraternal manner. Abbé Lefebvre, still black with his gunpowder services, walking arm in arm with the white-stoled archbishop. Poor Bailly comes upon the foundling children, sent to kneel to him, and weeps. Te Deum, our archbishop officiating, is not only sung, but shot with blank cartridges. Our joy is boundless as our woe threatened to be. Paris, by her own pike and musket, and the valor of her own heart, has conquered the very war gods, to the satisfaction now of majesty itself. A courier is, this night, getting under way for Necker. The people's minister, invited back by king, by National Assembly and nation, shall traverse France amid shoutings, and the sound of trumpet and timbrel. Seeing which course of things, messeigneurs of the court triumvirate, messieurs of the dead-born Broglie ministry, and others such, consider that their part also is clear, to mount and ride. Off, ye too loyal Broglies, Polignacs, and princes of the blood, off while it is yet time. Did not the Palais Royal in its late nocturnal violent motions set a specific price, place of payment not mentioned on each of your heads, with precautions with the aid of pieces of cannon and regiments that can be depended on, messeigneurs, between the 16th night and the 17th morning, get to their several roads. Not without risk. Prince Condé has, or seems to have, men galloping at full speed, with a view, it is thought, to fling him into the river Oise at Pont Saint-Mans. The Polignacs travel disguised, friends, not servants, on their coach-box. Broglie has his own difficulties at Versailles, runs his own risks at Metz and Verdun, does nevertheless get safe to Luxembourg and their rests. This is what they call the first emigration, determined on, as appears in full court conclave, his Majesty assisting, prompt he for his share of it to follow any counsel whatsoever. 3 sons of France and 4 princes of the blood of St. Louis, says Weber, could not more effectually humble the burghers of Paris than by appearing to withdraw in fear of their life. Alas, the burghers of Paris bear it with unexpected stoicism. The man d'Artois indeed is gone, but has he carried, for example, the land d'Artois with him? Not even Bagatelle the country house, which shall be useful as a tavern. Hardly the 4 valet breeches, leaving the breeches maker. As for old Foulon, one learns that he is dead, at least a sumptuous funeral is going on, the undertakers honoring him, if no other will. Intendant Berthier, his son-in-law, is still living. Lurking, he joined Besenval on that Eumenides Sunday, appearing to treat it with levity, and is now fled no man knows whither. The emigration is not gone many miles, Prince Condé hardly across the Oise, when His Majesty, according to arrangement, for the emigration also thought it might do good, undertakes a rather daring enterprise, that of visiting Paris in person. With 100 members of Assembly, with small or no military escort, which indeed he dismissed at the bridge of Sevres, poor Louis sets out, leaving a desolate palace, a queen weeping, the present, the past, and the future all so unfriendly for her. At the barrier of Passy, Mayor Bailly in grand gala presents him with the keys, harangues him in academic style, mentions that it is a great day, that in Henry Quater's case, the king had to make conquest of his people, but in this happier case, the people makes conquest of its king, a conquis son Roy. The king, so happily conquered, drives forward slowly through a steel people, all silent or shouting only Vive la Nation, is harangued at the town hall by Moreau of the 3,000 orders, by King's Procureur M. Ethys de Corny, by Lally Tolendal, and others, knows not what to think of it or say of it, learns that he is restorer of French liberty. As a statue of him, to be raised on the site of the Bastille, shall testify to all men. Finally, he is shewn at the balcony, with a tricolour cockade in his hat, is greeted now, with vehement acclamation from square and street, from all windows and roofs, and so drives home again amid glad mingled and, as it were, intermarried shouts of Vive le Roi and Vive la Nation, wearied but safe. It was Sunday when the red-hot balls hung over us in mid-air. It is now but Friday, and the revolution is sanctioned. An august National Assembly shall make the Constitution, and neither foreign pander, domestic triumvirate with levelled cannon, Gyfo powder-plots, for that too was spoken of, nor any tyrannic power on the earth or under the earth shall say to it, What dost thou? So jubilates the people, sure now of a constitution. Cracked Marquis Saint Huruge is heard under the windows of the Shadow, murmuring sheer speculative treason. Chapter 1, 5 Roman 9, The Lantern. The fall of the Bastille may be said to have shaken all France to the deepest foundations of its existence. The rumor of these wonders flies everywhere, with the natural speed of rumor, with an effect thought to be preternatural, produced by plots. Did d'Orleans or Laclos, nay did Murraybau not overburdened with money at this time, send riding couriers out from Paris, to gallop on all radii, or highways, towards all points of France, it is a miracle, which no penetrating man will call in question. Already in most towns, electoral committees were met, to regret Necker in harangue and resolution. In many a town, as Rennes, Keene, Lyon, an ebullient people was already regretting him in brickbats and musketry. But now, at every town's end in France, there do arrive, in these days of terror, men, as men will arrive, nay, men on horseback, since rumor oftenest travels riding. These men declare, with alarmed countenance, the brigands to be coming, to be just at hand, and do then ride on about their further business, be what it might. Whereupon the whole population of such town defensively flies to arms. Petition is soon thereafter forwarded to National Assembly. In such peril and terror of peril, leave to organize yourself cannot be withheld. The armed population becomes everywhere an enrolled National Guard. Thus rides rumor, careering along all radii from Paris outwards to such purpose. In few days, some say in not many hours, all France to the utmost borders bristles with bayonets. Singular, but undeniable, miraculous or not. But thus may any chemical liquid, though cooled to the freezing point, or far lower, still continue liquid, and then on the slightest stroke or shake, it at once rushes wholly into ice. Thus has France for long months and even years been chemically dealt with, brought below zero, and now, shaken by the fall of a Bastille, it instantaneously congeals into one crystallized mass of sharp-cutting steel. Guaya Kaila Taka, where who touches it. In Paris, an electoral committee with a new mayor and general is urgent with belligerent workmen to resume their handicrafts. Strong dames of the market, dames de la Halle, deliver congratulatory harangues, present bouquets to the shrine of Saint Genevieve. Unenrolled men deposit their arms, not so readily as could be wished, and receive 9 francs. With tea diems, royal visits, and sanctioned revolution, there is halcyon weather even of preternatural brightness, the hurricane being overblown. Nevertheless, as is natural, the waves still run high, hollow rocks retaining their murmur. We are but at the 22nd of the month, hardly above a week since the Bastille fell, when it suddenly appears that old Foulon is alive. Nay, that he is here, in early morning in the streets of Paris. The extortioner, the plotter, who would make the people eat grass, and was a liar from the beginning, it is even so. The deceptive, sumptuous funeral of some domestic that died, the hiding place at Vitry towards Fontainebleau, have not availed that wretched old man. Some living domestic or dependent, for none loves Foulon, has betrayed him to the village. Merciless boors of Vitry unearth him, pounce on him like hellhounds, westward, old infamy, to Paris to be judged at the Hôtel de Ville. His old head, which 74 years have bleached, is bare. They have tied an emblematic bundle of grass on his back. A garland of nettles and thistles is round his neck. In this manner, led with ropes, goaded on with curses and menaces, must he, with his old limbs, sprawl forward, the pitiablest, most unpitied of all old men. Sooty Saint-Anton and every street mustering its crowds as he passes, the place to grieve, the hall of the Hôtel de Ville will scarcely hold his escort and him. Foulon must not only be judged righteously, but judged there where he stands without any delay. Appoint 7 judges, ye municipals, or 70 and 7, name them yourselves, or we will name them. But judge him, electoral rhetoric, eloquence of Mayor Bailey, is wasted explaining the beauty of the law's delay. Delay, and still delay. Behold, O Mayor of the people, the morning has worn itself into noon, and he is still unjudged. Lafayette, pressingly sent for, arrives, gives voice. This Foulon, a known man, is guilty almost beyond doubt, but may he not have accomplices? Ought not the truth to be cunningly pumped out of him in the Abbé prison? It is a new light. Sansculottism claps hands, at which hand-clapping, Foulon in his feigness as his destiny would have it also claps. See, they understand one another. Cries dark sansculottism, blazing into fury of suspicion. Friends, said a person in good clothes, stepping forward, what is the use of judging this man? Has he not been judged these 30 years? With wild yells, sansculottism clutches him in its 100 hands. He is whirled across the place to grieve, to the lantern, lamp iron which there is at the corner of the Rue de la Vannerie, pleading bitterly for life, to the deaf winds. Only with the third rope, for 2 ropes broke, and the quavering voice still pleaded, can he be so much as got hanged. His body is dragged through the streets. His head goes aloft on a pike, the mouth filled with grass, amid sounds as of Tophet from a grass-eating people. Surely if revenge is a kind of justice, it is a wild kind. O mad sansculottism, hast thou risen, in thy mad darkness, in thy soot and rags, unexpectedly, like an Enceladus, living buried from under his trinacria? They that would make grass be eaten do now eat grass in this manner. After long dumb groaning generations, has the turn suddenly become thine? To such abysmal overturns and frightful instantaneous inversions of the center of gravity are human solecisms all liable, if they but knew it. The more liable, the falser and toffevier they are. To add to the horror of Mayor Bailey and his municipals, word comes that Berthier has also been arrested, that he is on his way hither from Campigny. Berthier, intendant, say, tax levier of Paris, sycophant and tyrant, forestaller of corn, contriver of camps against the people, accused of many things, is he not Foulon's son-in-law, and in that one point guilty of all? In these hours, too, when sansculottism has its blood up. The shuddering municipals send one of their number to escort him, with mounted National Guards. At the fall of day, the wretched Berthier, still wearing a face of courage, arrives at the barrier, in an open carriage, with the municipal beside him, 500 horsemen with drawn sabres, unarmed footmen enough, not without noise. Placards go brandished round him, bearing legibly his indictment as sansculottism with unlegal brevity, in huge letters, draws it up. Paris is come forth to meet him, with hand-clappings, with windows flung up, with dances, triumph songs, as of the Furies. Lastly, the head of Foulon, this also meets him on a pike. Well might his look become glazed, and sense fail him at such sight. Nevertheless, be the man's conscience what it may, his nerves are of iron. At the Hôtel de Ville he will answer nothing. He says he obeyed superior order, they have his papers, they may judge and determine. As for himself, not having closed an eye these 2 nights, he demands before all things to have sleep. Leaden sleep, thou miserable Berthier. Guards rise with him in motion towards the Abbey. At the very door of the Hôtel de Ville they are clutched, flung asunder, as by a vortex of mad arms. Berthier whirls towards the lantern. He snatches a musket, fells and strikes, defending himself like a mad lion, is borne down trampled, hanged, mangled. His head too, and even his heart, flies over the city on a pike. Horrible in lands that had known equal justice, not so unnatural in lands that had never known it. Le sang qui coule est-il donc si pur? Asks Barnave, intimating that the gallows, though by irregular methods, has its own. Thou thyself, O reader, when thou turnest that corner of the Rue de la Vannerie, and discernest still that same grim bracket of old iron, wilt not want for reflections. Over a grocer's shop, or otherwise, with a bust of Louis Roman XIV. In the niche under it, or now no longer in the niche, it still sticks there, still holding out an ineffectual light of fish oil, and has seen worlds wrecked and says nothing. But to the eye of enlightened patriotism, what a thundercloud was this, suddenly shaping itself in the radiance of the halcyon weather. Cloud of Erebus blackness, betokening latent electricity without limit. Mayor Bailey, General Lafayette throw up their commissions in an indignant manner, need to be flattered back again. The cloud disappears, as thunderclouds do. The halcyon weather returns, though of a grayer complexion, of a character more and more evidently not supernatural. Thus, in any case, with what rubs soever, shall the Bastille be abolished from our earth, and with it, feudalism, despotism, and one hopes scoundrelism generally and all hard usage of man by his brother man. Alas, the scoundrelism and hard usage are not so easy of abolition. But as for the Bastille, it sinks day after day and month after month, its ashlars and boulders tumbling down continually by express order of our municipals. Crowds of the curious roam through its caverns, gaze on the skeletons found walled up on the oubliettes, iron cages, monstrous stone blocks with padlock chains. One day we discern Murraybow there, along with the Genevese Dumont. Workers and onlookers make reverent way for him, fling verses, flowers on his path, Bastille papers and curiosities into his carriage with vivats. Able editors compile books from the Bastille archives, from what of them remain unburnt. The key of that robber den shall cross the Atlantic, shall lie on Washington's hall table. The great clock ticks now in a private patriotic clockmaker's apartment, no longer measuring hours of mere heaviness. Vanished is the Bastille, what we call vanished. The body or sandstones of it hanging in benign metamorphosis for centuries to come over the Seine waters as Pont Louis seas, the soul of it living, perhaps still longer, in the memories of men. So far, ye august senators, with your tennis court oaths, your inertia and impetus, your sagacity and pertinacity have ye brought us. And yet think, messieurs, as the petitioner justly urged, you who were our saviors did yourselves need saviors, the brave Bastillers namely, workmen of Paris, many of them in straitened pecuniary circumstances. Subscriptions are opened, lists are formed, more accurate than a lies, harangues are delivered. A body of Bastille heroes, tolerably complete, did get together, comparable to the Argonauts, hoping to endure like them. But in little more than a year, the whirlpool of things threw them asunder again, and they sank. So many highest superlatives achieved by man are followed by new higher, and dwindle into comparatives and positives. The siege of the Bastille, weighed with which, in the historical balance, most other sieges, including that of Troy town, are gossamer, cost, as we find, in killed and mortally wounded, on the part of the besiegers, some 83 persons. On the part of the besieged, after all that straw-burning, fire-pumping, and deluge of musketry, one poor solitary invalid, shot stone-dead, roid-mort on the battlements. The Bastille fortress, like the city of Jericho, was overturned by miraculous sound. Book 6 Consolidation. Chapter 1-6I, Make the Constitution. Here perhaps is the place to fix, a little more precisely, what these two words, French Revolution, shall mean, for strictly considered they may have as many meanings as there are speakers of them. All things are in revolution, in change from moment to moment, which becomes sensible from epoch to epoch. In this time world of ours there is properly nothing else but revolution and mutation, and even nothing else conceivable. Revolution, you answer, means speedier change. Whereupon one has still to ask, how speedy? At what degree of speed? In what particular points of this variable course, which varies in velocity, but can never stop till time itself stops, does revolution begin and end, cease to be ordinary mutation, and again become such? It is a thing that will depend on definition more or less arbitrary. For ourselves, we answer that French Revolution means here the open, violent rebellion and victory of disimprisoned anarchy against corrupt, worn-out authority. How anarchy breaks, prison bursts up from the infinite deep, and rages uncontrollable, immeasurable, enveloping a world. In fasces after fasces of fever frenzy, till the frenzy burning itself out, and what elements of new order it held, since all force holds such, developing themselves, the uncontrollable begot, if not re-imprisoned, yet harnessed, and its mad forces made to work towards their object as sane, regulated ones. For as hierarchies and dynasties of all kinds, theocracies, aristocracies, autocracies, strumpetocracies have ruled over the world, so it was appointed in the decrees of Providence that this same victorious anarchy, Jacobinism, Sansculottism, French Revolution, horrors of French Revolution, or what else mortals name it, should have its turn. The destructive wrath of Sansculottism, this is what we speak, having unhappily no voice for singing. Surely a great phenomenon, nay, it is a transcendental one, overstepping all rules and experience, the crowning phenomenon of our modern time. For here again, most unexpectedly, comes antique fanaticism in new and newest vesture, miraculous as all fanaticism is. Call it the fanaticism of making away with formulas to humor less formules. The world of formulas, the formed, regulated world which all habitable world is, must needs hate such fanaticism like death, and be at deadly variance with it. The world of formulas must conquer it, or failing that, must die execrating it, anathematizing it, can nevertheless in noise prevent its being and its having been. The anathemas are there, and the miraculous thing is there. Whence it cometh, whither it goeth, these are questions. When the age of miracles lay, faded into the distance as an incredible tradition, and even the age of conventionalities was now old. And man's existence had for long generations rested on mere formulas which were grown hollow by course of time. and it seemed as if no reality any longer existed but only phantasms of realities, and God's universe were the work of the tailor and upholsterer mainly, and men were buckram masks that went about becking and grimacing there. On a sudden, the earth yawns asunder, and amid Tartarian smoke and glare of fierce brightness rises Sansculottism, many-headed, fire-breathing, and asks, "What think ye of me?" Well may the buckram masks start together, terror-struck, into expressive, well-concerted groups. It is indeed, friends, a most singular, most fatal thing. Let whosoever is but buckram and a phantasm look to it, ill verily may it fare with him, here methinks he cannot much longer be. Woe also to many a one who is not wholly buckram, but partially real and human, the age of miracles has come back. Behold the world phoenix, in fire consummation and fire creation. Wide are her fanning wings, loud is her death melody, of battle thunders and falling towns. Skyward lashes the funeral flame, enveloping all things. It is the death birth of a world. Whereby, however, as we often say, shall one unspeakable blessing seem attainable. This, namely, that man and his life rest no more on hollowness and a lie, but on solidity and some kind of truth. Welcome, the beggarliest truth, so it be won in exchange for the royalest sham. Truth of any kind breeds ever new and better truth. Thus hard granite rock will crumble down into soil, under the blessed skyey influences, and cover itself with verdure, with fruitage and umbrage. But as for falsehood, which in like contrary manner grows ever falser, what can it, or what should it do but decease, being ripe, decompose itself, gently or even violently, and return to the father of it, too probably in flames of fire? Sansculottism will burn much, but what is incombustible it will not burn. Fear not Sansculottism, recognize it for what it is, the portentous, inevitable end of much, the miraculous beginning of much. One other thing thou mayest understand of it, that it too came from God, for has it not been? From of old, as it is written, are his goings forth, in the great deep of things, fearful and wonderful now as in the beginning, in the whirlwind also he speaks. And the wrath of men is made to praise him. But to gauge and measure this immeasurable thing, and what is called account for it, and reduce it to a dead logic formula, attempt not. Much less shalt thou shriek thyself hoarse, cursing it, for that, to all needful lengths, has been already done. As an actually existing son of time, look, with unspeakable manifold interest, oftenest in silence, at what the time did bring, therewith edify, instruct, nourish thyself, or were it but to amuse and gratify thyself, as it is given thee. Another question which at every new turn will rise on us, requiring ever new reply, is this: where the French Revolution specially is. In the King's palace, in His Majesty's or Her Majesty's managements, and maltreatments, cabals, imbecilities, and woes, answer some few, whom we do not answer. In the National Assembly, answer a large mixed multitude, who accordingly seat themselves in the reporter's chair, and therefrom noting what proclamations, acts, reports, passages of logic fence, bursts of parliamentary eloquence seem notable within doors, and what tumults and rumors of tumult become audible from without, produce volume on volume, and naming it History of the French Revolution, contentedly publish the same. To do the like, to almost any extent with so many filed newspapers, trois des rapports, histoires parlementaires as there are, amounting to many horseloads, were easy for us. Easy but unprofitable. The National Assembly, named now Constituent Assembly, goes its course, making the Constitution, but the French Revolution also goes its course. In general, may we not say that the French Revolution lies in the heart and head of every violent speaking, of every violent thinking French man? How the 25 millions of such, in their perplexed combination, acting and counteracting, may give birth to events, which event successively is the cardinal one, and from what point of vision it may best be surveyed. This is a problem. Which problem the best insight, seeking light from all possible sources, shifting its point of vision whithersoever vision or glimpse of vision can be had, may employ itself in solving, and be well content to solve in some tolerably approximate way. As to the National Assembly, in so far as it still towers eminent over France, after the manner of a car-borne Carroccio, though now no longer in the van, and rings signals for retreat or for advance, it is and continues a reality among other realities. But in so far as it sits making the Constitution, on the other hand, it is a fatuity and chimera mainly. Alas, in the never so heroic building of Montesquieu Mabley card castles, though shouted over by the world, what interest is there? Occupied in that way, an august National Assembly becomes for us little other than a Sanhedrim of pedants, not of the gerund grinding, yet of no fruitfuler sort. And its loud debatings and recriminations about rights of man, right of peace and war, veto suspensive, veto absolute, what are they but so many pedant curses? May God confound you for your theory of irregular verbs. A constitution can be built, constitutions enough alacies, but the frightful difficulty is that of getting men to come and live in them. Could Sias have drawn thunder and lightning out of heaven to sanction his constitution, it had been well. But without any thunder. Nay, strictly considered, is it not still true that without some such celestial sanction, given visibly in thunder or invisibly otherwise, no constitution can in the long run be worth much more than the waste paper it is written on? The Constitution, the set of laws or prescribed habits of acting that men will live under, is the one which images their convictions, their faith as to this wondrous universe and what rights, duties, capabilities they have there, which stands sanctioned therefore by necessity itself, if not by a seen deity, then by an unseen one. Other laws, whereof there are always enough ready-made, are usurpations, which men do not obey but rebel against and abolish by their earliest convenience. The question of questions accordingly were, who is it that especially for rebellers and abolishers can make a constitution? He that can image forth the general belief when there is one, that can impart one when, as here, there is none. A most rare man, ever as of old a God-missioned man. Here, however, in defect of such transcendent supreme man, time with its infinite succession of merely superior men, each yielding his little contribution, does much. Force likewise, for, as antiquarian philosophers teach, the royal scepter was from the first something of a hammer to crack such heads as could not be convinced, will all along find somewhat to do. And thus in perpetual abolition and reparation, rending and mending, with struggle and strife, with present evil and the hope and effort towards future good, must the Constitution, as all human things do, build itself forward, or unbuild itself, and sink as it can and may. O Sias and ye other committeemen, and 1,200 miscellaneous individuals from all parts of France, what is the belief of France and yours if ye knew it? Properly that there shall be no belief, that all formulas be swallowed. The Constitution which will suit that? Alas, too clearly a no Constitution, an anarchy, which also, in due season, shall be vouchsafed you. But after all, what can an unfortunate National Assembly do? Consider only this, that there are 1,200 miscellaneous individuals, not a unit of whom but has his own thinking apparatus, his own speaking apparatus. In every unit of them is some belief and wish, different for each, both that France should be regenerated and also that he individually should do it. 1,200 separate forces, yoked miscellaneously to any object, miscellaneously to all sides of it, and bid pull for life. Or is it the nature of national assemblies generally to do, with endless labor and clangor, nothing? Are representative governments mostly at bottom tyrannies too? Shall we say, the tyrants, the ambitious, contentious persons, from all corners of the country do, in this manner, get gathered into one place, and there, with motion and countermotion, with jargon and hubbub, cancel one another like the fabulous Kilkenny cats, and produce, for net result, zero, the country meanwhile governing or guiding itself, by such wisdom, recognized or for most part unrecognized, as may exist in individual heads here and there. Nay, even that were a great improvement. For of old, with their Guelph factions and Ghibelline factions, with their red roses and white roses, they were wont to cancel the whole country as well. Besides, they do it now in a much narrower cockpit, within the four walls of their assembly house, and here and there an outpost of hustings and barrel-heads. Do it with tongues too, not with swords. All which improvements, in the art of producing zero, are they not great? Nay, best of all, some happy continents, as the western one, with its savannas, where whosoever has 4 willing limbs finds food under his feet, and an infinite sky over his head, can do without governing. What Sphinx questions, which the distracted world, in these very generations, must answer or die. Chapter 1, 6 Roman 2, the Constituent Assembly. One thing an elected assembly of 1,200 is fit for, destroying, which indeed is but a more decided exercise of its natural talent for doing nothing. Do nothing, only keep agitating, debating, and things will destroy themselves. So, and not otherwise proved it with an august National Assembly. It took the name, constituent, as if its mission and function had been to construct or build, which also, with its whole soul, it endeavored to do, Yet, in the fates, in the nature of things, there lay for it precisely of all functions the most opposite to that. Singular, what gospels men will believe, even gospels according to Jean-Jacques. It was the fixed faith of these national deputies, as of all thinking Frenchmen, that the Constitution could be made, that they there and then were called to make it. How, with the toughness of old Hebrews or Ishmaelite Moslem, did the otherwise light unbelieving people persist in this their credo quia impossibile, and front the armed world with it, and grow fanatic and even heroic and do exploits by it? The Constituent Assembly's Constitution, and several others, will, being printed and not manuscript, survive to future generations, as an instructive, well-nigh incredible document of the time, the most significant picture of the then existing France, or at lowest, picture of these men's picture of it. But in truth and seriousness, what could the National Assembly have done? The thing to be done was, actually as they said, to regenerate France, to abolish the old France and make a new one quietly or forcibly, by concession or by violence. This, by the law of nature, has become inevitable. With what degree of violence depends on the wisdom of those that preside over it. With perfect wisdom on the part of the National Assembly, it had all been otherwise. But whether, in any wise, it could have been pacific, nay other than bloody and convulsive, may still be a question. Grant, meanwhile, that this Constituent Assembly does to the last continue to be something. With a sigh, it sees itself incessantly forced away from its infinite divine task of perfecting the theory of irregular verbs to finite terrestrial tasks, which latter have still a significance for us. It is the cynosure of revolutionary France, this National Assembly. All work of government has fallen into its hands or under its control. All men look to it for guidance. In the middle of that huge revolt of 25 millions, it hovers always aloft as coraxio or battle standard, impelling and impelled in the most confused way. If it cannot give much guidance, it will still seem to give some. It emits pacificatory proclamations, not a few, with more or with less result. It authorizes the enrollment of National Guards, lest brigands come to devour us and reap the unripe crops. It sends missions to quell effervescences, to deliver men from the lantern. It can listen to congratulatory addresses, which arrive daily by the sackful, mostly in King Cambyses' vein, also to petitions and complaints from all mortals, so that every mortal's complaint, if it cannot get redressed, may at least hear itself complain. For the rest, an august National Assembly can produce parliamentary eloquence and appoint committees. Committees of the Constitution, of reports, of researches, and of much else, which again yield mountains of printed paper, the theme of new parliamentary eloquence in bursts or in plenteous smooth-flowing floods. And so, from the waste vortex whereon all things go whirling and grinding, organic laws, or the similitude of such, slowly emerge. With endless debating, we get the rights of man written down and promulgated, true paper basis of all paper constitutions. Neglecting, cry the opponents to declare the duties of man, forgetting, answer we to ascertain the mights of man, one of the fatalist omissions. Nay, sometimes, as on the 4th of August, our National Assembly, fired suddenly by an almost preternatural enthusiasm, will get through whole masses of work in one night. A memorable night, this 4th of August dignitaries temporal and spiritual. Peers, archbishops, parliament presidents, each outdoing the other in patriotic devotedness, come successively to throw their untenable possessions on the altar of the fatherland. With louder and louder vivats, for indeed it is after dinner, too, they abolish tithes, seigneurial dues, gabelle, excessive preservation of game, nay privilege, immunity, feudalism root and branch, then appoint a T diem for it, and so, finally disperse about 3 in the morning, striking the stars with their sublime heads. Such night, unforeseen but forever memorable, was this of the 4th of August, 1789. Miraculous or semi-miraculous, some seem to think it. A new night of Pentecost, shall we say, shaped according to the new time and new church of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. It had its causes, also its effects. In such manner labor the national deputies, perfecting their theory of irregular verbs, governing France and being governed by it, with toil and noise, cutting asunder ancient intolerable bonds, and, for new ones, assiduously spinning ropes of sand. Were their labors a nothing or a something, yet the eyes of all France being reverently fixed on them, history can never very long leave them altogether out of sight. For the present, if we glance into that assembly hall of theirs, it will be found, as is natural, most irregular. As many as 100 members are on their feet at once. No rule in making motions, or only commencements of a rule. Spectators' gallery allowed to applaud, and even to hiss. President, appointed once a fortnight, raising many times no serene head above the waves. Nevertheless, as in all human assemblages, like does begin arranging itself to like, the perennial rule, by homines sunt modi sunt, proves valid. Rudiments of methods disclose themselves, rudiments of parties. There is a right side côté droit, a left side côté gauche, sitting on le President's right hand or on his left, the côté droit conservative, the côté gauche destructive. Intermediate is Anglomaniac constitutionalism or two-chamber royalism, with its mountiers, its lallies, fast verging towards nonentity. Preeminent, on the right side, pleads and perorates Cazalis, the dragoon captain, eloquent, mildly fervent, earning for himself the shadow of a name. There also blusters Beryl Murraybow, the younger Murraybow, not without wit. Dusky D'Espraminil does nothing but sniff and ejaculate. Might, it is fondly thought, lay prostrate the elder Murraybow himself, would he but try, which he does not. Last and greatest, see for one moment the Abbé Maury, with his Jesuitic eyes, his impassive brass face, image of all the cardinal sins. Indomitable, unquenchable, he fights Jesuitic oratorically, with toughest lungs and heart, for throne, especially for altar and tithes. So that a shrill voice exclaims once from the gallery, "Messieurs of the clergy, you have to be shaved. If you wriggle too much, you will get cut." The left side is also called the D'Orléans side, and sometimes derisively the Palais Royal. And yet so confused real imaginary seems everything, it is doubtful, as Murraybow said, whether d'Orléans himself belonged to that same d'Orléans party. What can be known and seen is that his moon visage does beam forth from that point of space. There likewise sits sea-green Robespierre, throwing in his light weight, with decision, not yet with effect. A thin, lean Puritan and precision, he would make away with formulas, yet lives, moves, and has his being wholly in formulas of another sort. Pupil, such according to Robespierre ought to be the royal method of promulgating laws. Pupil, this is the law I have framed for thee, dost thou accept it? Answered from right side, from center and left, by inextinguishable laughter. Yet men of insight discern that the sea-green may by chance go far. This man, observes Murraybow, will do somewhat. He believes every word he says. Abbé Sieyès is busy with mere constitutional work, wherein unluckily fellow workmen are less pliable than, with one who has completed the science of polity, they ought to be. Courage, Sieyès nevertheless. Some 20 months of heroic travail, of contradiction from the stupid, and the Constitution shall be built, the top stone of it brought out with shouting, say rather, the top paper, for it is all paper, and thou hast done in it what the earth or the heaven could require, thy utmost. Note likewise this trio, memorable for several things, memorable were it only that their history is written in an epigram. Whatsoever these three have in hand, it is said, Duport thinks it, Barnave speaks it, Lameth does it. But Royal Murraybow, conspicuous among all parties, raised above and beyond them all, this man rises more and more. As we often say, he has an eye, he is a reality, while others are formulas and eyeglasses. In the transient he will detect the perennial, find some firm footing even among paper vortexes. His fame is gone forth to all lands. It gladdened the heart of the crabbed old friend of men himself before he died. The very postilions of inns have heard of Murraybow. When an impatient traveler complains that the team is insufficient, his postilion answers, "Yes, monsieur, the wheelers are weak. But my Murraybow main horse, you see, is a right one, Mismone Murraybow est excellent." And now, reader, thou shalt quit this noisy discrepancy of a national assembly, not if thou be of humane mind without pity. 1,200 brother men are there, in the center of 25 millions, fighting so fiercely with fate and with one another, struggling their lives out as most sons of Adam do, for that which profiteth not. Nay, on the whole, it is admitted further to be very dull. Dull as this day's assembly, said someone. Why date, porquoy dater? Answered Murraybow. Consider that they are 1,200, that they not only speak, but read their speeches, and even borrow and steal speeches to read. With 1,200 fluent speakers, and their Noah's deluge of vociferous commonplace, unattainable silence may well seem the one blessing of life. But figure 1,200 pamphleteers, droning forth perpetual pamphlets, and no man to gag them. Neither, as in the American Congress, do the arrangements seem perfect. A senator has not his own desk and newspaper here. Of tobacco, much less of pipes, there is not the slightest provision. Conversation itself must be transacted in a low tone, with continual interruption. Only pencil notes circulate freely, in incredible numbers to the foot of the very tribune. Such work is it, regenerating a nation, perfecting one's theory of irregular verbs. Chapter 1, 6, Roman 3, The General Overturn. Of the King's Court, for the present, there is almost nothing whatever to be said. Silent, deserted are these halls. Royalty languishes forsaken of its war god and all its hopes, till once the old Boeuf rally again. The scepter is departed from King Louis, is gone over to the Salles des Menus, to the Paris town hall, or one knows not whither. In the July days, while all ears were yet deafened by the crash of the Bastille, and ministers and princes were scattered to the four winds, it seemed as if the very valets had grown heavy of hearing. Besenval, also in flight towards infinite space, but hovering a little at Versailles, was addressing his Majesty personally for an order about post-horses, when lo, the valet-in-waiting places himself familiarly between his Majesty and me, stretching out his rascal neck to learn what it was. His Majesty, in sudden choler, whirled round, made a clutch at the tongs. I gently prevented him. He grasped my hand in thankfulness, and I noticed tears in his eyes. Poor king, for French kings also are men. Louis XIV himself once clutched the tongs and even smote with them, but then it was at Louvois, and Dame Maintenon ran up. The queen sits weeping in her inner apartments, surrounded by weak women. She is, at the height of unpopularity, universally regarded as the evil genius of France. Her friends and familiar counselors have all fled, and fled surely on the foolishest errand. The Château Polignac still frowns aloft, on its bold and enormous cubical rock amid the blooming champaigns, amid the blue girdling mountains of Auvergne. But no Duke and Duchess Polignac look forth from it. They have fled, they have met Necker at Bale. They shall not return. That France should see her nobles resist the irresistible, inevitable, with the face of angry men was unhappy, not unexpected. But with the face and sense of pettish children, this was her peculiarity. They understood nothing, would understand nothing. Does not at this hour a new Polignac, firstborn of these two, sit reflective in the castle of Ham, in an astonishment he will never recover from, the most confused of existing mortals? King Louis has his new ministry, mere popularities, old President Pompignan, Necker coming back in triumph, and other such, but what will it avail him? As was said, the scepter, all but the wooden gilt scepter, has departed elsewhither. Volition, determination is not in this man, only innocence, indolence, dependence on all persons but himself, on all circumstances but the circumstances he were lord of. So troublous internally is our Versailles and its work. Beautiful, if seen from afar, resplendent like a sun. Seen near at hand, a mere sun's atmosphere, hiding darkness, confused ferment of ruin. But over France, there goes on the indisputable destruction of formulas, transaction of realities that follow therefrom. So many millions of persons, all jived and nigh strangled with formulas, whose life nevertheless, at least the digestion and hunger of it, was real enough. Heaven has at length sent an abundant harvest, but what profits it the poor man when earth with her formulas interposes? Industry in these times of insurrection must needs lie dormant. Capital, as usual, not circulating but stagnating timorously in nooks. The poor man is short of work, is therefore short of money, nay, even had he money, bread is not to be bought for it. Were it plotting of aristocrats, plotting of doorlands, were it brigands, preternatural terror, and the clang of Phoebus Apollo's silver bow, enough, the markets are scarce of grain, plentiful only in tumult. Farmers seem lazy to thresh, being either bribed, or needing no bribe, with prices ever rising, with perhaps rent itself no longer so pressing. Neither, what is singular, do municipal enactments, that along with so many measures of wheat you shall sell so many of rye, and other the like much mend the matter. Dragoons with drawn swords stand ranked among the corn sacks, often more dragoons than sacks. Meal mobs abound, growing into mobs of a still darker quality. Starvation has been known among the French commonalty before this, known and familiar. Did we not see them in the year 1775, presenting, in sallow faces, in wretchedness and raggedness, their petition of grievances, and, for answer, getting a brand new gallows 40 feet high? Hunger and darkness through long years. For look back on that earlier Paris riot, when a great personage, worn out by debauchery, was believed to be in want of bloodbaths, and mothers in worn raiment, yet with living hearts under it, filled the public places with their wild Rachel cries, stilled also by the gallows. 20 years ago, the friend of men, preaching to the deaf, described the Limousin peasants as wearing a pain-stricken souffre-douleur look, a look past complaint, as if the oppression of the great were like the hail and the thunder, a thing irremediable, the ordinance of nature. And now, if in some great hour the shock of a falling Bastille should awaken you, and it were found to be the ordinance of art merely, and remediable, reversible. Or has the reader forgotten that flood of savages, which, in sight of the same friend of men, descended from the mountains at Mont d'Or? Lank-haired, haggard faces, shapes raw-boned in high sabots, in woolen jupes with leather girdles studded with copper nails. They rocked from foot to foot, and beat time with their elbows too, as the quarrel and battle which was not long in beginning went on, shouting fiercely, the lank faces distorted into the similitude of a cruel laugh. For they were darkened and hardened. Long had they been the prey of excisemen and taxmen, of clerks with the cold spurt of their pen. It was the fixed prophecy of our old marquis, which no man would listen to, that, such government by blind man's buff, stumbling along too far, would end by the general overturn, the culbute gainerail. No man would listen, each went his thoughtless way, and time and destiny also travelled on. The government by blind man's buff, stumbling along, has reached the precipice inevitable for it. Dull drudgery, driven on, by clerks with the cold dastard spurt of their pen, has been driven into a communion of drudges. For now, moreover, there have come the strangest confused tidings, by Paris journals with their paper wings, or still more portentous, where no journals are, by rumor and conjecture. Oppression not inevitable, a Bastille prostrate, and the Constitution fast getting ready. Which Constitution, if it be something and not nothing, what can it be but bread to eat? The traveler, walking uphill bridle in hand, overtakes a poor woman, the image, as such commonly are, of drudgery and scarcity, looking 60 years of age, though she is not yet 28. They have 7 children, her poor drudge and she, a farm with 1 cow which helps to make the children's soup, also 1 little horse or garron. They have rents and quitrents, hens to pay to the seigneur, oat sacks to that, king's taxes, statute labor, church taxes, taxes enough, and think the times inexpressible. She has heard that somewhere in some manner something is to be done for the poor. God send it soon, for the dues and taxes crush us down nous a crescent. Fair prophecies are spoken, but they are not fulfilled. There have been notables assemblages, turnings out and comings in, intriguing and maneuvering, parliamentary eloquence and arguing, Greek meeting Greek in high places has long gone on, yet still bread comes not. The harvest is reaped and garnered, yet still we have no bread. Urged by despair and by hope, what can drudgery do but rise, as predicted, and produce the general overturn? Fancy, then, some 5 full-grown millions of such gaunt figures with their haggard faces, figures halves, in woolen jupes with copper-studded leather girths and high sabots, starting up to ask, as in forest drawings, their washed upper classes after long unreviewed centuries, virtually this question: how have ye treated us? How have ye taught us, fed us, and led us while we toiled for you? The answer can be read in flames over the nightly summer sky. This is the feeding and leading we have had of you. Emptiness, of pocket, of stomach, of head, and of heart. Behold, there is nothing in us, nothing but what nature gives her wild children of the desert, ferocity and appetite, strength grounded on hunger. Did ye mark among your rights of man, that man was not to die of starvation, while there was bread reaped by him? It is among the mites of man. 72 shadows have flamed aloft in the Maconnais and Beaujolais alone. This seems the center of the conflagration, but it is spread over Dauphiné, Alsace, the Lyonnais, the whole southeast is in a blaze. All over the north, from Rouen to Metz, disorder is abroad, smugglers of salt go openly in armed bands, the barriers of towns are burnt, toll-gatherers, tax-gatherers, official persons put to flight. It was thought, says Young, the people from hunger would revolt, and we see they have done it. Desperate lacals, long prowling aimless, now finding hope in desperation itself, everywhere form a nucleus. They ring the church bell by way of tocsin, and the parish turns out to the work. Ferocity, atrocity, hunger, and revenge, such work as we can imagine. Ill stands it now with the seigneur who, for example, has walled up the only fountain of the township, who has ridden high on his chartier and parchments, who has preserved game not wisely but too well. Churches also and canonries are sacked without mercy, which have shorn the flock too close, forgetting to feed it. Woe to the land over which sansculottism, in its day of vengeance, tramps roughshod, shod in sabots. High-bred seigneurs, with their delicate women and little ones, had to fly half-naked, under cloud of night, glad to escape the flames, and even worse. You meet them at the tables d'hôte of inns, making wise reflections or foolish that rank is destroyed, uncertain whither they shall now wend. The métier will find it convenient to be slack in paying rent. As for the tax-gatherer, he, long hunting as a biped of prey, may now get hunted as one. His Majesty's exchequer will not fill up the deficit this season. It is the notion of many that a patriot majesty, being the restorer of French liberty, has abolished most taxes, though for their private ends, some men make a secret of it. Where this will end, in the abyss one may prophesy, whither all delusions are at all moments traveling, where this delusion has now arrived. For if there be a faith from of old, it is this, as we often repeat, that no lie can live forever. The very truth has to change its vesture from time to time and be born again. But all lies have sentence of death written down against them, and heaven's chancery itself, and, slowly or fast, advance incessantly towards their hour. The sign of a grand seigneur being landlord, says the vehement plain-spoken Arthur Young, are wastes, lands, deserts, ling. Go to his residence, you will find it in the middle of a forest, peopled with deer, wild boars, and wolves. The fields are scenes of pitiable management, as the houses are of misery. To see so many millions of hands that would be industrious, all idle and starving. Oh, if I were legislator of France for one day, I would make these great lords skip again. O Arthur, thou now actually beholdest them skip. Wilt thou grow to grumble at that too? For long years and generations it lasted, but the time came. Featherbrain, whom no reasoning and no pleading could touch, the glare of the firebrand had to illuminate, there remained but that method. Consider it, look at it. The widow is gathering nettles for her children's dinner. A perfumed seigneur, delicately lounging in the old boef, has an alchemy whereby he will extract from her the third nettle, and name it rent and law. Such an arrangement must end. Ought it? But, oh, most fearful is such an ending. Let those, to whom God, in his great mercy, has granted time and space, prepare another and milder one. To some it is a matter of wonder that the seigneurs did not do something to help themselves. Say, combine, and arm, for there were 150,000 of them, all violent enough. Unhappily, 150,000, scattered over wide provinces, divided by mutual ill will, cannot combine. The highest seigneurs, as we have seen, had already emigrated, with a view of putting France to the blush. Neither are arms now the peculiar property of seigneurs, but of every mortal who has 10 shillings, wherewith to buy a second-hand firelock. Besides, those starving peasants, after all, have not 4 feet and claws that you could keep them down permanently in that manner. They are not even of black color, they are mere unwashed seigneurs, and a seigneur too has human bowels. The seigneurs did what they could, enrolled in National Guards, fled, with shrieks complaining to heaven and earth. One seigneur, famed Meme of Quincy, near Vessel, invited all the rustics of his neighborhood to a banquet, blew up his chateau and them with gunpowder, and instantaneously vanished, no man yet knows whither. Some half-dozen years after, he came back, and demonstrated that it was by accident. Nor are the authorities idle, though unluckily all authorities, municipalities, and such like are in the uncertain transitionary state, getting regenerated from old monarchic to new democratic. No official yet knows clearly what he is. Nevertheless, mayors old or new do gather marechaussées, National Guards, troops of the line. Justice of the most summary sort is not wanting. The Electoral Committee of Macon, though but a committee, goes the length of hanging, for its own behoof, as many as 20. The Prévôt of Dauphiné traverses the country, with a movable column, with tipstaves, gallows ropes. For gallows any tree will serve, and suspend its culprit or 13 culprits. Unhappy country, how is the fair golden green of the ripe bright year defaced with horrid blackness, black ashes of shadows, black bodies of gibbeted men. Industry has ceased in it, not sounds of the hammer and saw, but of the tocsin and alarm drum. The scepter has departed, whither one knows not, breaking itself in pieces, here impotent, there tyrannous. National Guards are unskillful and of doubtful purpose. Soldiers are inclined to mutiny. There is danger that they too may quarrel, danger that they may agree. Strasbourg has seen riots. A town hall torn to shreds, its archives scattered white on the winds, drunk soldiers embracing drunk citizens for 3 days, and Mayor Dietrich and Marshal Rochambeau reduced nigh to desperation. Through the middle of all which phenomena is seen, on his triumphant transit, escorted, through Bayfort for instance, by 50 national horsemen and all the military music of the place, M. Necker, returning from Bale, glorious as the meridian, though poor Necker himself partly guesses whither it is leading. One highest culminating day at the Paris town hall, with immortal vivats, with wife and daughter kneeling publicly to kiss his hand, with Besenval's pardon granted, but indeed revoked before sunset. One highest day, but then lower days, and ever lower, down even to lowest. Such magic is in a name, and in the want of a name. Like some enchanted Membrino's helmet, essential to victory, comes this Saviour of France, beshouted, besemballed by the world. Alas, so soon to be disenchanted, to be pitched shamefully over the lists as a barber's basin. Gibbon could wish to show him, in this ejected barber's basin state, to any man of solidity, who were minded to have the soul burnt out of him and become a caput mortuum by ambition, unsuccessful or successful. Another small fasces we add, and no more, how in the autumn months our sharp-tempered Arthur has been pestered for some days past, by shot, lead drops and slugs, rattling 5 or 6 times into my chaise and about my ears. All the mob of the country gone out to kill game, it is even so. On the cliffs of Dover, over all the marches of France, there appear, this autumn, 2 signs on the earth, emigrant flights of French seigneurs, emigrant winged flights of French game. Finished, one may say, or as good as finished, is the preservation of game on this earth, completed for endless time. What part it had to play in the history of civilization is played plaudite, exit. In this manner does Sansculottism blaze up, illustrating many things, producing, among the rest, as we saw on the 4th of August, that semi-miraculous night of Pentecost in the National Assembly, semi-miraculous which had its causes and its effects. Feudalism is struck dead, not on parchment only and by ink, but in very fact by fire, say, by self-combustion. This conflagration of the southeast will abate, will be got scattered to the west or elsewhither. Extinguish it will not, till the fuel be all done. Chapter 1, 6 Roman 4 in Q. If we look now at Paris, one thing is too evident, that the bakers' shops have got their queues or tails, their long strings of purchasers, arranged in tail so that the first come be the first served, were the shop once open. This waiting in tail, not seen since the early days of July, again makes its appearance in August. In time, we shall see it perfected by practice to the rank almost of an art. And the art, or quasi-art, of standing in tail become one of the characteristics of the Parisian people, distinguishing them from all other peoples whatsoever. But consider, while work itself is so scarce, how a man must not only realize money, but stand waiting, if his wife is too weak to wait and struggle for half-days in the tail, till he get it changed for dear bad bread. Controversies, to the length, sometimes of blood and battery, must arise in these exasperated queues. Or if no controversy, then it is but one accordant pangelingua of complaint against the powers that be. France has begun her long curriculum of hungering, instructive and productive beyond academic curriculums, which extends over some 7 most strenuous years. As Jean Paul says of his own life, to a great height shall the business of hungering go. Or consider, in strange contrast, the Jubilee ceremonies, for in general the aspect of Paris presents these 2 features, Jubilee ceremonials and scarcity of victual. Processions enough walk in Jubilee, of young women, decked and dizened, their ribbons all tricolor, moving with song and tabor to the shrine of Saint Genevieve to thank her that the Bastille is down. The strong men of the market and the strong women fail not with their bouquets and speeches. Abbé Fauchet, famed in such work, for Abbé Lefebvre could only distribute powder, blesses tricolor cloth for the National Guard, and makes it a national tricolor flag, victorious, or to be victorious, in the cause of civil and religious liberty all over the world. Fauchet, we say, is the man for Te Deums and public consecrations, to which, as in this instance of the flag, our National Guard will reply with volleys of musketry, church and cathedral though it be, filling Notre Dame with such noisiest fuliginous amen, significant of several things. On the whole, we will say our new Mayor Bailey, our new Commander Lafayette, named also Scipio Americanus, have bought their preferment dear. Bailey rides in gilt state coach with beefeaters and sumptuosity, Camille Desmoulins and others sniffing at him for it. Scipio bestrides the white charger and waves with civic plumes in sight of all France. Neither of them, however, does it for nothing, but in truth at an exorbitant rate. At this rate, namely, of feeding Paris and keeping it from fighting. Out of the city funds, some 17,000 of the utterly destitute are employed digging on Montmartre, at 10 pence a day, which buys them, at market price, almost 2 pounds of bad bread. They look very yellow when Lafayette goes to harangue them. The town hall is in travail night and day. It must bring forth bread, a municipal constitution, regulations of all kinds, curbs on the sansculottic press, above all, bread, bread. Purveyors prowl the country far and wide with the appetite of lions, detect hidden grain, purchase open grain, by gentle means or forcible must and will find grain. A most thankless task, and so difficult, so dangerous, even if a man did gain some trifle by it. On the 19th August there is food for one day. Complaints there are that the food is spoiled and produces an effect on the intestines, not corn but plaster of Paris. Which effect on the intestines, as well as that smarting in the throat and palate, a town hall proclamation warns you to disregard or even to consider as drastic beneficial. The mayor of St. Denis, so black was his bread, has, by a dyspeptic populace, been hanged on the lantern there. National Guards protect the Paris corn market. First 10 suffice, then 600. Busy are ye, Bailey, Brissot de Warville, Condorcet, and ye others. For, as just hinted, there is a municipal constitution to be made too. The old Bastille electors, after some 10 days of psalmodying over their glorious victory, began to hear it asked, in a splenetic tone, who put you there? They accordingly had to give place, not without moanings and audible growlings on both sides, to a new larger body specially elected for that post. Which new body, augmented, altered, then fixed finally at the number of 300, with the title of town representatives. Représentants de la Commune now sits there, rightly portioned into committees, assiduous making a constitution, at all moments when not seeking flour. And such a constitution, little short of miraculous, one that shall consolidate the revolution. The revolution is finished, then. Mayor Bailey and all respectable friends of freedom would fain think so. Your revolution, like jelly sufficiently boiled, needs only to be poured into shapes of constitution and consolidated therein. Could it indeed contrive to cool, which last, however, is precisely the doubtful thing, or even the not doubtful. Unhappy friends of freedom, consolidating a revolution. They must sit at work there, their pavilions spread on very chaos. Between two hostile worlds, the upper court world, the nether sansculottic one, and, beaten on by both, toil painfully, perilously, doing, in sad literal earnest, the impossible. Chapter 16v, The Fourth Estate. Pamphleteering opens its abysmal throat wider and wider, never to close more. Our philosophers indeed rather withdraw, after the manner of Marmontel, retiring in disgust the first day. Abbé Raynal, grown grey and quiet in his Marseille domicile, is little content with this work. The last literary act of the man will again be an act of rebellion, an indignant letter to the Constituent Assembly, answered by the order of the day. Thus also philosopher Morlet puckers discontented brows, being indeed threatened in his benefices by that 4th of August. It is clearly going too far. How astonishing that those haggard figures in woolen jupes would not rest as satisfied with speculation and victorious analysis as we. Alas, yes. Speculation, philosophism, once the ornament and wealth of the saloon, will now coin itself into mere practical propositions and circulate on street and highway universally, with results. A fourth estate of able editors springs up, increases, and multiplies, irrepressible, incalculable. New printers, new journals, and ever new, so prurient is the world, let our 300 curb and consolidate as they can. Loustalot, under the wing of Prudhomme dull-blustering printer, edits weekly his Revolutions de Paris, in an acrid, emphatic manner. Acrid, corrosive as the spirit of sloes and copperas, is Marat, friend of the people, struck already with the fact that the National Assembly, so full of aristocrats, can do nothing except dissolve itself and make way for a better, that the town hall representatives are little other than babblers and imbeciles, if not even knaves. Poor is this man, squalid and dwells in garrets, a man unlovely to the sense, outward and inward, a man forbid, and is becoming fanatical, possessed with fixed idea. Cruel Lusus of nature. Did nature, O poor merit, as in cruel sport, knead thee out of her leavings and miscellaneous waste clay, and fling thee forth stepdame-like, a distraction into this distracted 18th century? Work is appointed thee there, which thou shalt do. The 300 have summoned and will again summon merit, but always he croaks forth answer sufficient, always he will defy them, or elude them, and endure no gag. Cara, ex-secretary of a decapitated hospodar, and then of a necklace cardinal, likewise pamphleteer, adventurer in many scenes and lands, draws nigh to Mercier of the Tableau de Paris, and with foam on his lips proposes an annals patriotiques. The moniteur goes its prosperous way, bearer weeps, on paper as yet loyal, riverol royu are not idle. Deep calls to deep. Your domain salvum fac regem shall awaken pange lingua. With an Amidou pupil there is a king's friend newspaper, Amidou Roy. Camille Desmoulins has appointed himself Procureur Général de la Lanterne, Attorney General of the Lampiron, and pleads, not with atrocity, under an atrocious title, editing weekly his brilliant revolutions of Paris and Brabant. Brilliant, we say, for if in that thick murk of journalism, with its dull blustering, with its fixed or loose fury, any ray of genius greet thee, be sure it is Camille's. The thing that Camille teaches he with his light finger adorns, brightness plays, gentle, unexpected amid horrible confusions, often is the word of Camille worth reading when no others is. Questionable Camille, how thou glitterest with a fallen, rebellious, yet still semi-celestial light, as is the starlight on the brow of Lucifer. Son of the morning, into what times and what lands art thou fallen? But in all things is good, though not good for consolidating revolutions. 1,000 wagon loads of this pamphleteering and newspaper matter lie rotting slowly in the public libraries of our Europe. Snatched from the great gulf, like oysters by bibliomaniac pearl divers, there must they first rot, then what was pearl, in Camille or others, may be seen as such and continue as such. Nor has public speaking declined, though Lafayette and his patrols look sour on it. Loud always is the Palais Royal, loudest the Café de Foy, such a miscellany of citizens and citizenesses circulating there. Now and then, according to Camille, some citizens employ the liberty of the press for a private purpose, so that this or the other patriot finds himself short of his watch or pocket handkerchief. But for the rest, in Camille's opinion, nothing can be a livelier image of the Roman Forum. A patriot proposes his motion. If it finds any supporters, they make him mount on a chair and speak. If he is applauded, he prospers and redacts. If he is hissed, he goes his ways. Thus they, circulating and perorating, tall shaggy Marquis Saint Huruge, a man that has had losses and has deserved them, is seen eminent and also heard. Bellowing is the character of his voice, like that of a bull of Bashan, voice which drowns all voices, which causes frequently the hearts of men to leap. Cracked or half-cracked is this tall Marquis's head, uncracked are his lungs, the cracked and the uncracked shall alike avail him. Consider farther that each of the 48 districts has its own committee, speaking and motioning continually, aiding in the search for grain, in the search for a constitution, checking and spurring the poor 300 of the town hall. That Danton, with a voice reverberating from the domes, is president of the Cordeliers district, which has already become a Goshen of patriotism. That apart from the 17,000 utterly necessitous digging on Montmartre, most of whom indeed have got passes and been dismissed into space with 4 shillings, there is a strike or union of domestics out of place, who assemble for public speaking. Next, a strike of tailors, for even they will strike and speak. Further, a strike of journeymen cordwainers, a strike of apothecaries, so dear is bread. All these, having struck, must speak, generally under the open canopy, and pass resolutions, Lafayette and his patrols watching them suspiciously from the distance. Unhappy mortals, such tugging and lugging and throttling of one another, to divide in some not intolerable way the joint felicity of man in this earth, when the whole lot to be divided is such a feast of shells. Diligent are the 300, none equals Scipio Americanus in dealing with mobs. But surely all these things bode ill for the consolidating of a revolution. Book 7, The Insurrection of Women. Chapter 17I, Patriotism. No, friends, this revolution is not of the consolidating kind. Do not fires, fevers, sown seeds, chemical mixtures, men, events, all embodiments of force that work in this miraculous complex of forces, named universe, go on growing through their natural phases and developments, each according to its kind, reach their height, reach their visible decline, finally sink under vanishing and what we call die. They all grow, there is nothing but what grows, and shoots forth into its special expansion. Once give it leave to spring. Observe, too, that each grows with a rapidity proportioned, in general, to the madness and unhealthiness there is in it. Slow, regular growth, though this also ends in death, is what we name health and sanity. A sansculottism which has prostrated Bastilles, which has got pike and musket, and now goes burning shadows, passing resolutions and haranguing under roof and sky, may be said to have sprung, and, by law of nature, must grow. To judge by the madness and diseasedness both of itself, and of the soil and element it is in, one might expect the rapidity and monstrosity would be extreme. Many things, too, especially all diseased things, grow by shoots and fits. The first grand fit and shooting forth of sansculottism with that of Paris conquering its king, for Bailey's figure of rhetoric was all too sad a reality. The king is conquered, going at large on his parole, on condition, say, of absolutely good behavior, which, in these circumstances, will unhappily mean no behavior whatever. A quite untenable position, that of majesty put on its good behavior. Alas, is it not natural that whatever lives try to keep itself living, whereupon his majesty's behavior will soon become exceptionable? And so the second grand fit of sansculottism, that of putting him in durance, cannot be distant. Necker in the National Assembly is making moan, as usual, about his deficit. Barriers and custom-houses burnt, the tax-gatherer hunted, not hunting, his majesty's exchequer all but empty. The remedy is a loan of 30 millions, then, on still more enticing terms, a loan of 80 millions, neither of which loans, unhappily, will the stock-jobbers venture to lend. The stock-jobber has no country, except his own black pool of agio. And yet, in those days, for men that have a country, what a glow of patriotism burns in many a heart, penetrating inwards to the very purse. So early as the 7th of August, a don patriotique, a patriotic gift of jewels to a considerable extent, has been solemnly made by certain Parisian women, and solemnly accepted with honorable mention, whom forthwith all the world takes to imitating and emulating. Patriotic gifts, always with some heroic eloquence, which the president must answer and the assembly listen to, flow in from far and near, in such number that the honorable mention can only be performed in lists published at stated epochs. Each gives what he can. The very cordwainers have behaved munificently. One landed proprietor gives a forest, fashionable society gives its shoe buckles, takes cheerfully to shoe ties. Unfortunate females give what they have amassed in loving. The smell of all cash, as Vespasian thought, is good. Beautiful and yet inadequate. The clergy must be invited to melt their superfluous church plate in the royal mint. Nay, finally, a patriotic contribution of the forcible sort must be determined on, though unwillingly. Let the fourth part of your declared yearly revenue, for this once only, be paid down. So shall a national assembly make the constitution, undistracted at least by insolvency. Their own wages, as settled on the 17th of August, are but 18 francs a day each man, but the public service must have sinews, must have money. To appease the deficit, not to comblur or choke the deficit, if you or mortal could. For withal, as Murraybow was heard saying, it is the deficit that saves us. Towards the end of August, our National Assembly in its constitutional labors has got so far as the question of veto. Shall Majesty have a veto on the national enactments? Or not have a veto? What speeches were spoken, within doors and without, clear and also passionate logic, imprecations, comminations gone happily, for most part, to limbo. Through the cracked brain and uncracked lungs of Saint Huruge, the Palais Royal rebellows with veto. Journalism is busy, France rings with veto. I shall never forget, says Dumont, my going to Paris one of these days with Murraybow and the crowd of people we found waiting for his carriage about Leger the bookseller's shop. They flung themselves before him, conjuring him with tears in their eyes not to suffer the veto absolute. They were in a frenzy. Monsieur le Comte, you are the people's father. You must save us. You must defend us against those villains who are bringing back despotism. If the king get this veto, what is the use of National Assembly? We are slaves, all is done. Friends, if the sky fall, there will be catching of larks. Murraybow, adds Dumont, was eminent on such occasions. He answered vaguely, with a patrician imperturbability, and bound himself to nothing. Deputations go to the Hôtel de Ville, anonymous letters to aristocrats in the National Assembly, threatening that 15,000 or sometimes that 60,000 will march to illuminate you. The Paris districts are astir, petitions signing. Saint Huruge sets forth from the Palais Royal with an escort of 1,500 individuals to petition in person. Resolute, or seemingly so, is the tall, shaggy marquis, is the Café de Foy. But resolute also is Commandant General Lafayette. The streets are all beset by patrols. Saint Huruge is stopped at the Barrière des Bonhommes. He may bellow like the bulls of Bashan, but absolutely must return. The brethren of the Palais Royal circulate all night and make motions under the open canopy, all coffee houses being shut. Nevertheless, Lafayette and the town hall do prevail. Saint Huruge is thrown into prison, veto absolute adjusts itself into suspensive veto, prohibition not forever, but for a term of time, and this doom's clamor will grow silent, as the others have done. So far has consolidation prospered, though with difficulty, repressing the nether sansculotic world, and the Constitution shall be made. With difficulty, amid jubilee and scarcity, patriotic gifts, bakers' queues, Abbé Fauchet harangues, with their amen of platoon musketry. Scipio Americanus has deserved thanks from the National Assembly and France. They offer him stipends and emoluments to a handsome extent, all which stipends and emoluments he, covetous of far other blessedness than mere money, does, in his chivalrous way, without scruple, refuse. To the Parisian common man, meanwhile, one thing remains inconceivable, that now when the Bastille is down and French liberty restored, grain should continue so dear. Our rights of man are voted, feudalism and all tyranny abolished, yet behold we stand in queue. Is it aristocrat for stallers, a court still bent on intrigues? Something is rotten somewhere. And yet, alas, what to do? Lafayette, with his patrols, prohibits everything, even complaint. Saint Huruge and other heroes of the veto lie in durance. People's friend Marat was seized. Printers of patriotic journals are fettered and forbidden. The very hawkers cannot cry till they get license and leaden badges. Blue National Guards ruthlessly dissipate all groups, scour, with leveled bayonets, the Palais Royal itself. Pass on your affairs along the Rue Taran, the patrol, presenting his bayonet, cries to the left. Turn into the Rue Saint-Benoît, he cries to the right. A judicious patriot, like Camille Desmoulins, in this instance, is driven, for quietness' sake, to take the gutter. O much suffering people, our glorious revolution is evaporating in tricolor ceremonies and complimentary harangues, of which latter, as Laustalot acridly calculates, upwards of 2,000 have been delivered within the last month at the town hall alone. And our mouths, unfilled with bread, are to be shut under penalties. The caricaturist promulgates his emblematic tablature. Le patriotisme chassant le patriotisme, patriotism driven out by patriotism. Ruthless patrols, long superfine harangues, and scanty ill-baked loaves more like baked bath bricks, which produce an effect on the intestines. Where will this end? In consolidation. Chapter 1, 7 Roman 2, O Richard, O my King. For alas, neither is the town hall itself without misgivings. The nether sansculotic world has been suppressed hitherto, but then the upper court world. Symptoms there are that the Oil de Boeuf is rallying. More than once in the town hall Sanhedrim, often enough from those outspoken bakers' queues, has the wish uttered itself. Oh, that our restorer of French liberty were here, that he could see with his own eyes, not with the false eyes of queens and cabals, and his really good heart be enlightened. For falsehood still environs him, intriguing dukes de Guiche with bodyguards, scouts of Bouillé, a new flight of intriguers now that the old is flown. What else means this advent of the Regiment de Flandre, entering Versailles, as we hear, on the 23rd of September with 2 pieces of cannon? Did not the Versailles National Guard do duty at the Chateau? Had they not Swiss, 100 Swiss guards, du corps bodyguards so-called? Nay, it would seem, the number of bodyguards on duty has, by a maneuver, been doubled. The new relieving battalion of them arrived at its time, but the old relieved one does not depart. Actually, there runs a whisper through the best informed upper circles, or a nod still more portentous than whispering, of His Majesty's flying to Metz, of a bond to stand by him therein, which has been signed by noblesse and clergy to the incredible amount of 30 or even of 60,000. Lafayette coldly whispers it and coldly asseverates it to Count d'Estaing at the dinner table, and d'Estaing, one of the bravest men, quakes to the core lest some lackey overhear it, and tumbles thoughtful without sleep all night. Regiment Flander, as we said, is clearly arrived. His Majesty, they say, hesitates about sanctioning the 4th of August, makes observations of chilling tenor on the very rights of man. Likewise, may not all persons, the baker's queues themselves discern on the streets of Paris, the most astonishing number of officers on furlough, crosses of St. Louis, and such like? Some reckon from 1,000 to 1,200. Officers of all uniforms, nay one uniform never before seen by eye, green faced with red. The tricolor cockade is not always visible, but what in the name of heaven may these black cockades, which somewhere foreshadow? Hunger whets everything, especially suspicion and indignation. Realities themselves in this Paris have grown unreal, preternatural. Phantasms once more stalk through the brain of hungry France. O ye laggards and dastards, cry shrill voices from the queues, if ye had the hearts of men, ye would take your pikes and second-hand firelocks and look into it, not leave your wives and daughters to be starved, murdered, and worse. Peace, women. The heart of man is bitter and heavy. Patriotism, driven out by patriotism, knows not what to resolve on. The truth is, the Old de Boeuf has rallied, to a certain unknown extent. A changed Old de Boeuf, with Versailles National Guards in their tricolor cockades doing duty there, a court all flaring with tricolor. Yet even to a tricolor court men will rally. Ye loyal hearts, burnt-out seigneurs, rally round your queen, with wishes which will produce hopes, which will produce attempts. For indeed self-preservation being such a law of nature, what can a rallied court do but attempt and endeavor or call it plot, with such wisdom and unwisdom as it has? They will fly, escorted to Metz where brave Bouillé commands, they will raise the royal standard. The bond signatures shall become armed men, were not the king so languid. Their bond, if at all signed, must be signed without his privity. Unhappy king, he has but one resolution, not to have a civil war. For the rest, he still hunts, having ceased lock-making, he still dozes and digests, is clay in the hands of the potter. Ill will it fare with him in a world where all is helping itself, where, as has been written, whosoever is not hammer must be stithy, and the very hyssop on the wall grows there in that chink, because the whole universe could not prevent its growing. But as for the coming up of this regiment to Flanders, may it not be urged that there were St. Huruge petitions and continual meal mobs? Undebauched soldiers, be their plot, or only dim elements of a plot, are always good. Did not the Versailles municipality, an old monarchic one, not yet refounded into a democratic, instantly second the proposal? Nay, the very Versailles National Guard, wearied with continual duty at the Chateau, did not object. Only Draper Lecanter, who is now Major Lecanter, shook his head. Yes, friends, surely it was natural this regiment to Flanders should be sent for, since it could be got. It was natural that, at sight of military bandoliers, the heart of the rallied Old de Boeuf should revive, and maids of honor and gentlemen of honor speak comfortable words to epauletted defenders and to one another. Natural also, and mere common civility, that the bodyguards, a regiment of gentlemen, should invite their Flanders brethren to a dinner of welcome. Such invitation, in the last days of September, is given and accepted. Dinners are defined as the ultimate act of communion. Men that can have communion in nothing else, can sympathetically eat together, can still rise into some glow of brotherhood over food and wine. The dinner is fixed on, for Thursday the 1st of October, and ought to have a fine effect. Further, as such dinner may be rather extensive, and even the non-commissioned and the common man be introduced, to see and to hear, could not His Majesty's opera apartment, which has lain quite silent ever since Kaiser Joseph was here, be obtained for the purpose? The hall of the opera is granted. The salon de Hercule shall be drawing-room. Not only the officers of Flanders, but of the Swiss, of the 100 Swiss, nay of the Versailles National Guard, such of them as have any loyalty, shall feast. It will be a repast like few. And now suppose this repast, the solid part of it, transacted, and the first bottle over. Suppose the customary loyal toasts drunk, the king's health, the queen's with deafening vivats, that of the nation omitted or even rejected. Suppose champagne flowing, with pot valorous speech, with instrumental music, empty feathered heads growing ever the noisier, in their own emptiness in each other's noise. Her Majesty, who looks unusually sad tonight, His Majesty sitting dulled with the day's hunting, is told that the sight of it would cheer her. Behold, she enters there, issuing from her staterooms, like the moon from the clouds, this fairest unhappy queen of hearts, royal husband by her side, young dauphin in her arms. She descends from the boxes amid splendor and acclaim, walks queen-like, round the tables, gracefully escorted, gracefully nodding, her looks full of sorrow, yet of gratitude and daring, with the hope of France on her mother bosom. And now, the band striking up, O Richard, O Monroy, El Univers T Abandon, O Richard, O my king, and world is all forsaking thee? Could man do other than rise to height of pity, of loyal valor? Could feather-headed young ensigns do other than, by white Bourbon cockades, handed them from fair fingers by waving of swords, drawn to pledge the Queen's health, by trampling of national cockades, by scaling the boxes whence intrusive murmurs may come, by vociferation, tripudiation, sound, fury, and distraction, within doors and without, testify what tempest-tossed state of vacuity they are in. Till champagne and tripudiation do their work, and all lie silent, horizontal, passively slumbering with meat of battle dreams. A natural repast, in ordinary times a harmless one, now fatal as that of Thyestes, as that of Job's sons when a strong wind smote the four corners of their banquet house. Poor ill-advised Marie Antoinette, with a woman's vehemence, not with a sovereign's foresight. It was so natural, yet so unwise. Next day, in public speech of ceremony, Her Majesty declares herself delighted with the Thursday. The heart of the old Beowulf glows into hope, into daring which is premature. Rallied maids of honor, waited on by abbés, sew white cockades, distribute them with words, with glances, to epauletted youths, who in return may kiss, not without fervor, the fair sewing fingers. Captains of horse and foot go swashing with enormous white cockades. Nay, one Versailles national captain had mounted the like, so witching were the words and glances, and laid aside his tricolor. Well may Major Lecanter shake his head with a look of severity, and speak audible resentful words. But now a swashbuckler, with enormous white cockade, overhearing the Major, invites him insolently, once and then again elsewhere to recant, and failing that to duel. Which latter feat Major Lecanter declares that he will not perform, not at least by any known law's offense, that he nevertheless will, according to mere law of nature, by dirk and blade, exterminate any vile gladiator who may insult him or the nation. Whereupon, for the Major is actually drawing his implement, they are parted, and no weapons slit.